At times, I have felt like a battered husband or boyfriend, but I loved her. Make that clear to everyone, and I would take whatever it took to make it work. Don't feel sorry for me. I've had a great life, great friends. Please think of the real OJ and not this lost person. Thanks for making my life special. I hope I helped yours. Peace and love, OJ.
Mr. Shapiro, can you tell us what, if anything, in addition to that letter, OJ might have said or did for you to express to us suicidal concerns?
From Tuesday on, he has been exceedingly depressed. He has been under doctor's care, medicated and sedated, and we have had a very real concern that this might be an avenue that he would choose.
Has there been any communication from him, whatever?
None. Since this morning.
15 minutes, basically, to run away from you? Is that all the window of opportunity he had?
Yes.
If the man...
We were in a private residence. We were upstairs. It is a very, very large house. It's Mr. Al Cowlings, his best friend.
Did he write that letter today, or was that written earlier?
I don't know.
If the man was suicidal, why wasn't he being watched?
He was. Mr. Cowlings was with him. He was his best friend. He is a former professional football player and All-American who was by his side for the last few
You are
minutes
listening to
alone.
continuing live coverage from ABC News. I'm Bettina Gregory, and this is the case of O.J. Simpson. We are listening to Robert Shapiro discuss the disappearance and possible suicide of O.J. Simpson. Mr. Shapiro is speaking live in Los Angeles.
Making the plans for him to be arrested by the police.
Kind of thing is what you said to you, that he would rather die than go into custody than surrender?
No, he did not.
Did you read that letter because you fear the worst of this one?
We read this letter because it is the only words that we have from O.J.
Mr. Shapiro, do you bear responsibility for him being a fugitive now?
I have never felt worse in my professional career as a result of what has happened today. However, I believe having 4 physicians in a room together, having his best friend who was a former pro football player there, and his second best friend there, Mr. Kardashian, to arrange the surrender, there was no way we could have been better prepared to try to aid him in making the transition to the police department.
But then why wasn't someone other than Al Cowlings who was arranging the surrender, who didn't have the emotional ties, with him at all times?
There was never any concern on my part whatsoever, nor on the doctors, that he was going to surrender to the police department today. It never entered our mind.
Well, what about a concern that he might run? Were you ever concerned that he might run?
We were never concerned that he might run.
Where do you think he is, or what do you think he's doing now?
My relationship with O.J. is a professional one.
Can we talk to Mr. Kardashian?
And if Mr. Kardashian would like to address that, absolutely.
Bob, what is the evidence you turned yourself in? What is your status on the case? Will you stay with us?
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro, did O.J. Simpson actually return to his home in Brentwood following funeral services yesterday?
No, he did not.
Where did he go?
He went to a house of seclusion, which I had announced to the press in a press release, that he was sedated and under doctor's care, and that's where he awoke this morning, and that's where the surrender was to be made.
Why did he run?
I don't know.
Who did you write the 3 letters to today?
One is addressed to his children, one is addressed to his mother, and one was addressed to the public.
Have you read the letter as a suicide note?
We reviewed it with the 4 doctors and the psychiatrist that were there, and clearly that's their interpretation.
Have you read those other letters, or have those other letters been opened?
They are under seal and will be turned over to the people to whom they are addressed.
Are you aware of the phone call that was made to Nicole's apartment this morning?
No, I am not.
Could you say what is in the codicil to the will that he signed?
No, I cannot.
You were able to get the information
Wait. We need to go one at a time.
Would he have to have Mr. Collins' help to escape?
It is not an escape. He was not under arrest.
A run, then?
He was not under arrest. He was at home, under sedation, in a very, very emotional state. He was at a residence that is secluded, that is very, very hard to find, and there was never any thought of him leaving that residence without us.
In that emotional state, though, would he have to have Mr. Collins to help him in order to run or escape, or however he wants to?
I can't speculate on that.
Collins now? Have you heard from him?
No, I do not know.
Do you think O.J. is
Yes.
alive? Do you think O.J. is alive now?
I am keeping my fingers crossed and praying that we will be able to bring him into court and let the case be determined in a court of law.
Have you been able to give the police any information about the cars
Yes.
that have been taken,
Yes.
including license plate numbers?
Yes.
Would you care to share any of that with us?
The police department will have that available. I would, but I don't know them offhand.
Was he on medication?
Yes.
Was he under the assumption that he was going to have to turn himself in eventually, but maybe it was going to be next week sometime?
We had never been given any official notification from the police department or the district attorney regarding the status of the case. We had been told that they were investigating. They had not named him as a suspect, and that their investigation would take at least another week.
Would Al Collins assist him with the suicide, do you think?
I don't know either of the parties to be able to comment on that.
Mr. Shapiro, that the All Points bulletin that the city have out lists O.J. as being armed. Do you know if he has weapons on him now?
We deliberately went through the house at great length and removed anything that would be potentially dangerous within the house where he was staying.
Given Mr. Simpson's
The house has a front door, it has a back door, it has a kitchen door.
But I thought he was upstairs.
He was downstairs with Mr. Cowling while we were upstairs in the conference room.
Did you answer the door when the police came, though, downstairs?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him?
No, the doctors were upstairs looking out the window. They did not see him.
Where would he run to? Would he have a place to run to?
Those questions I cannot address because they're of such a personal nature, and my relationship with him is of a professional one.
Have you been interviewed by the police since his disappearance?
I'm sorry?
Have you been interviewed or interrogated by the police?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware whether or not he, Mr. Simpson, has contacted anyone else?
I am not aware that he has contacted anyone since we last saw him this afternoon.
Mr. Shapiro, given the state of the medication that he's on,
3 notes. Yeah. What were you thinking? I mean, when the man writes a codicil to his will and then hands you 3 sealed letters.
He didn't hand them to me.
Okay. But to whomever. You know what? Here's the question.
The codicil to the will was reported to me. What I was thinking is exactly what I told the commanders of the police department and the district attorney, that I believed him to be suicidal, that I was afraid bringing him downtown alone, that he might jump out of the car, and that I wanted to have 2 people on either side of him, and his best friend and another doctor following him, so that we would have security to get him down there in a safe condition.
When did the professionals...
Shapiro, you said he was waiting when you gave the news he was down?
I did not... No, that is incorrect. Any other questions?
When did the professionals decide that that note constituted a suicide note? Had he already left, or was he still in the house?
No, the sequence of events were that when the police came to arrange the surrender, Dr. Fairstein went to look for him and to bring him to the police and tell him personally what was going to happen. And that he would...
Weren't you obligated to tell us?
I'm not finished. Would you kindly just wait one moment? I'll take your question.
The sequence of events.
No, may I finish, please? Thank you. The sequence of events were that the members of the Los Angeles Police Department, sergeant, lieutenant, and detective, arrived, told me what the procedure would be. I introduced him to Dr. Fairstein. He suggested it would be best if he personally brought Mr. Simpson out and told him. He walked in with the police to look for him, and that was the first time that it was discovered that he wasn't in the home.
Other than the written notes that were left behind, what were the last words you heard from O.J. Simpson?
My personal words were of a complimentary nature to the way that I had been with him, and for him to thank me for everything I had done up to date.
Are you holding O.J.'s passport?
No, I am not.
Do you have reason to believe that he may have left the country?
I told the police that we would secure his passport and turn it over and make it available, but during the funeral, yesterday was the funeral, the internment, the day before was a viewing of the body in an open casket, and that was simply something that we haven't gotten to. But I don't believe under any circumstances, probably the most recognizable athlete of all time is going to be able to do anything in the way of leaving this jurisdiction.
Mr. Shapiro, given the state of his medicated...
Wait, one at a time.
Did he seek legal advice from you about extradition?
Never.
Given his state in the last couple of days, say he's been sedated, he's been medicated, in your judgment, can he operate on his own, or does he need assistance from other people?
That's a medical question, and that is the reason we had 2 physicians with him full
Your
time.
personal judgment, given what you've seen of that man in the last 48 hours, can he operate out alone?
You are listening to continuing live coverage of the O.J. Simpson case from ABC News. I'm Bettina Gregory. Let's rejoin Robert Shapiro, who is O.J. Simpson's attorney, answering questions live in Los Angeles.
I don't know. We'll have to check with the doctors.
Did the police ever tell you what evidence they had?
Never.
If he calls you, what are you going to tell him?
To surrender immediately to any law enforcement officer, to any police station, wherever he is.
Does it have an impact on him?
Yes, it does.
There was a statement today that there was a second party involved. Is that, you know anything about that in the murder?
The only information I have regarding this murder is the district attorney telling me today what the charges were and the fact that the charges had been filed. Not one law enforcement officer has shared with us one piece of information.
You don't know that notice confession?
No, I do not.
Do you still think he's innocent?
Next question.
As his attorney, was it not your obligation to tell him that you'd arranged for the police to come pick him up?
Let me go back to that, because that was a curt answer when you asked me, do I consider him innocent? He has written a letter. For me to express his belief is totally inappropriate. He has told you exactly what his feelings are. Yes.
528, you're listening to King News Talk 1090. O.J. Simpson's lawyer, Robert Shapiro, explaining that O.J. earlier this morning, when he was supposed to be turning himself in, took off, left a couple of notes, apparently suicide notes, but nobody can confirm exactly where he is right now or if indeed O.J. Simpson is still alive. Stay with us. We'll have continuing coverage. It's 528.
Now S&W Fine Foods presents Mr. S and Mr. W.
Well, our new S&W Simply One...
After learning he would be charged with 2 brutal murders, O.J. Simpson has left behind a letter. His longtime friend, Robert Kardashian, read it just moments ago at a news conference called by Simpson's lawyer. Part of the letter went like this.
I can't go on. No matter what the outcome, people will look and point. I can't take that. I can't subject my children to that. This way, they can move on and go on with their lives. Please, if I've done anything worthwhile in my life, let my kids live in peace from you, the press.
The letter began by saying, first, everyone understand I had nothing to do with Nicole's murder. I loved her, always have, and always will. If we had a problem, it's because I loved her so much. Recently, the letter went on to say that they had come to the understanding they could not reconcile. You're listening to continuing coverage from ABC News. O.J.'s attorney, Robert Shapiro, said that O.J. changed his will today.
He called his children and talked to them. He called his mother and talked to her. He called his personal lawyer and orally dictated and later signed a codicil to his will. He wrote 3 letters that were placed in sealed envelopes that he gave to Mr. Kardashian.
Shapiro says that at 8:30 this morning, he got a call from police asking him to bring Simpson in to face murder charges. Shapiro said he told police he wanted to get Simpson's doctors there before telling him because of the football legend's very, very fragile emotional state. Shapiro says when he told O.J. he was facing 2 first-degree murder charges with special circumstances, Shapiro says he called Simpson's internist and his psychiatrist, both of whom have been treating O.J. for the past 2 days. Shapiro says the psychiatrist observed something under his armpit and that repeated tests were needed. The test took about an hour. The lawyer also says 2 well-known forensic experts had been called in to aid the defense. Shapiro says he was in constant contact with the Los Angeles Police Department every 15 minutes. O.J., he said, needed some time to talk to his family, his children, and his mother. Shapiro says he had planned to bring Simpson to police headquarters along with his doctors because he was concerned about the potential for suicide. Sometime later in the morning, Shapiro says, or maybe afternoon, he got a call from the commander of the LAPD, and Shapiro says he asked a doctor to give police directions to where Simpson was. Shapiro says Simpson was downstairs wailing at that time. And Shapiro says that at the time he didn't tell his client the police were coming to take him into custody. Police, Shapiro says, were polite and courteous, and we're going to follow normal procedures, and we're going to take O.J. into custody in handcuffs. His doctor went into the room, and they discovered for the first time that O.J. and his friend Al Cowlings were no longer in the house. Cowlings' whereabouts at last report were still unknown as well. Shapiro says he has made many previous arrangements for other clients in the past, and all had kept their words. Once again, the letter that was written from O.J. Simpson today, it said, "Everyone understand I had nothing to do with Nicole's murder." The letter goes on to name many of Simpson's friends, and then his friend Kardashian read,
I think of my life and feel I've done most of the right things. So why do I end up like this?
Mary Margaret Myers, ABC News.
534, King News Talk 1090. A check on the all-day traffic watch. Here's Madeline McCabe.
Let's first go up to Paul in King Air 1 for a look at the bridges now. Paul?
We are generally not in too bad a shape. Some flowing eastbound 90 across the Mercer Island section there. Westbound 520, pretty slow from approaching Bellevue Way on out to the water, but both of our eastbound bridges, again, in pretty good shape. This is King Air 1 or Mercer Island.
Remember that debris on the Puyallup River Bridge. They are offloading that semi in the left lane. Expect some backup southbound 405 over I-5, an accident in the South Center area. This look at traffic is a service of Western Family. June is National Dairy Month, and Western Family is celebrating with special low prices on quality cheeses, butters, yogurts, and other dairy favorites. Now at a Thriftway, Marketplace, or Food Pavilion near you. It's 5:34. I'm Madeline McCabe, and the all-day traffic watch continues on King News Talk 1090.
And right now we rejoin the Tom Leykis Show.
Los Angeles 710 Talk. Our telephone number, 1-800-5800-866. So many people on hold, so little time. Let's get some of these people on here. Let's say hello to Rich in Sacramento. Rich, you're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hi, Tom. How you doing?
Okay.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hello, Mr. Smiley.
Good evening.
I have just a quick question for you. I don't know if you're going to stretch it out into a minute or 30 seconds, but my question is, if you two gentlemen knew, after everything that's already been said, that O.J. Simpson was listening right now, what would you say to him?
I would say turn yourself in immediately, and if you are innocent, a jury of your peers will find you innocent. It's not a good idea to be hiding out. It's not a good idea to be evading the law. And please, please, please don't do anything rash, and don't do anything that we will all regret. And I would say ditto, Tom.
I would say ditto, too. I just also say, besides that I understand. Because there's a lot of people that definitely left this world for similar reasons, maybe not from a murder standpoint, if that's a possible thing that might have happened. Maybe. If it doesn't sound like it did to him. And if that's the case, he might do it do something rash just because. It doesn't really make any difference what logic says to do.
Well, Tom, I can't say that I understand because I've not been in that situation. I hope to God that I never end up in that situation, but I think certainly the appeal that you made earlier is what I would say. But I think it's another subject when we start saying we understand what people are going through. I just cannot imagine ever being caught up in a situation like O.J. Simpson finds himself in right now.
Well, I didn't mean I understood that. I meant I understood exactly what he was going through when it's got something tearing inside of you. And you can't do anything about it. There's some big things happening that no one but O.J. can understand right now.
Yeah.
And what would you say to him is, I would say that I understand what you're going through when people are trying to get you for something that you didn't do.
Do you believe he didn't do it?
I believe that no one knows what he did.
Well, I agree. Now, that's the correct answer. No one knows whether he did it or not. And here's the point. You heard the suicide letter. At least that's what they're calling it. They're saying it's a suicide letter. That's certainly what his attorney believes. What do you think about that letter?
I think there are letters like that. And they were suicide letters.
So you think that was a suicide letter?
Well, I've heard letters like that before.
Yeah.
And there were suicides after that. But I don't hope that O.J. does that and follows that pattern.
I don't hope that either. Regardless, certainly I would want to see a trial in this case. I would want to see who did what and what exactly happened. I never want to see somebody impale themselves, gas themselves, drug themselves to death. I jump off a bridge. At the very least, I want to see a trial. I want to find out who committed this horrible crime, and I want them brought to justice. I'm with you, Tom. Let's put some closure to this. And I think the other thing that suicide victims don't seem to understand, and I've been through this once before with a friend, and that is that it is absolutely the most selfish thing that a person can do in terms of taking your own life. And you clearly cannot be thinking straight, at least, about the lives of others who you are going to affect, who love you rather, who surround you. It's just a really selfish thing to do. I say if O.J. loves his kids, he would not be committing suicide. Absolutely. He would fight, especially if he believes he didn't do it. I can't believe somebody loves their kids and is innocent of a crime would then go kill himself. I don't know. Robert Shapiro thinks it's a suicide note. We don't know. No one knows where O.J. Simpson is right now. This is Conchetta calling from a car phone in Bakersfield. Conchetta, you're on the Tom Leykis Show with Tavis Smiley, my guest today. Hello.
Hi, Thomas. Hi, Tavis.
Hi.
I really hope, and I don't know, I don't have anything to, base it on, but I really hope that he is innocent because I really have loved watching him over the years. I think he's an extremely talented individual. Not only do I think that, but I don't know him personally, but he seems like a really neat guy, and he will deeply be missed. He has a lot of friends, O.J. I hope if you're listening, I mean, you do. You have a lot of friends. You obviously named a ton in the letter, and you do have some, wonderful kids to raise and watch grow up. And I think it's a shame because the media tends to jump on the bandwagon. They love to see bad things happen to famous people.
Well, it's not just the media. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you. Having been out with the pack the other day across from O.J.'s house, I agree with you that the media feel that way. But they feel that way because the people who consume their product, the listeners, the viewers, the readers, that's what they want. We build up icons in this society. We throw money at them. We throw fame at them. And then once they're at the peak, then we want to tear them down. We go through their garbage. We try to find out where their imperfections are, and then we kick the crap out of them.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. It's ridiculous, and as far as I'm upset that we're all considered like a representative sample, of this society, and it's a shame because we all don't feel that way. I mean, I work with all guys, okay, and all I heard all day long was jokes. And I don't think it's funny. I really do, and I haven't forgotten the fact of what happened here, the heinous crime, and I do want to get to the bottom of it. But what happened to a man is innocent until proven guilty, and what happened to all the just things we have in our justice system? And I just think that why doesn't everybody just try to find a little love in their heart? And I know what happened was so bad and so awful, but if he is innocent, I for one will feel totally horrified if we're all treating him this poorly after all the wonderful years he's shown us. And all
Well, you know, one thing I wonder about, Conchetta, you bring up an interesting point. One of the things I wonder about here is if the worst happens, and if O.J. Simpson does himself in, as his attorney believes that note would indicate, will the police department close this case? Or will they continue to investigate it? Because what if he didn't do it? And you have to wonder if the police, the ego of the police is so large that they would believe that this was the one and only possible suspect they could have had. How would you like to live in that neighborhood knowing the guy who really did it is still out there?
You know, Tom, your point is very well taken. I was thinking the exact same thing, because as this case has progressed, we've certainly got the impression, at least, that O.J. was the only suspect that they have ever considered, essentially, for this crime. And I know you keep saying this, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, that O.J. still is innocent until proven guilty. But as the day goes on, as the weeks and as the time actually wears on, it becomes more difficult to keep that in focus. But the fact of the matter is, there is still this small bit of possibility that O.J. Simpson, in fact, did not do this. No one wants to consider that. Everybody wants to jump on the bandwagon, even though they themselves are criticizing the media. People are jumping into this themselves. Tavis Smiley is our guest. It's 1-800-5800-TOM, and it's 18 minutes now before the hour. My name is Tom Leykis, and we will continue.
This is the Tom Leykis Show.
If you suffer the discomforts of menopause, here's important news. I'm Ann Louise Gittleman, author of the book Super Nutrition for Menopause. Rejuvex is an exceptional product I use and recommend to help ease the discomforts of menopause. Rejuvex is all natural. It's based on the latest nutritional studies linking magnesium deficiency to the onset of menopausal discomforts. During menopause, the production of estrogen is diminished, affecting the delicate balance of magnesium with calcium and other important vitamins and minerals. These nutritional imbalances often contribute to discomfort such as hot flashes and night sweats. One Rejuvex caplet daily provides nutrients that help ease the mature woman through this natural change of life. It works. Rejuvex, the all-natural product for women during and after menopause.
Rejuvex from SunSource. Products that work naturally. At Kmart, Rite Aid, Eckerd, Winn-Dixie, Osco, Drug Emporium, and all health food stores. For a free brochure, call 800-777-2000. 777-2000.
In today's ever-changing world, isn't it good to know you can still depend on Bartell Drugs for all your family's health and beauty needs? Since George Bartell opened his first drugstore in 1890, Bartell Drugs has remained family-owned and locally operated. The Northwest community's trusted neighborhood drugstore. This week, you'll find in all 40 stores Max Factor Mascara for only $3.49. Choose from 2,000 calorie, Super Lash Maker, and more. For a more defined, natural look, use Max Factor Mascara. On sale now for only $3.49. And with the summer sun heating up, Bartell's now has Copper Tone Sun Care products in the 4-ounce bottles, just $5.99. That's Copper Tone, sunblock, sunscreen, and water babies for children in the 4-ounce bottles, just $5.99. For all-day sun protection, Copper Tone is America's #1 seller. Sale prices available now through June 19th. Bartell Drugs, trusted around here since 1890.
When Paul had his heart attack, I worried about a lot of things. I'm glad I didn't have to worry about hospital bills.
Most Medicare plans promise freedom from worry. But at what cost? Now there's a better alternative. It gives you the coverage you need at a low monthly rate you can afford. Sound Choice Medicare Extra.
It's amazing how little it costs.
For just $29 a month, you get outstanding coverage with no deductibles and a guaranteed limit on your out-of-pocket expenses for covered benefits.
The doctors took care of Paul.
And Sound Choice took care of the bills.
Sound Choice Medicare Extra from Good Health Plan of Washington. It's a small price to pay for peace of mind. For a schedule of free seminars in King and Snohomish counties, call 1-800-457-6063. Sound Solutions to Healthcare from the Sound family of health plans and Sisters of Providence.
You can talk back to King 1090 24 hours a day from your personal computer. We're on America Online, and our address is King 1090. Email us from other online services at king1090@aol.com. Get online with King News Talk 1090.
before the hour, the Tom Leykis Show continues. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll get some final words from Tavis Smiley, who's going to shove off. We have Alan Dershowitz coming up just a little while, the famed criminal attorney who is based in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Tavis, a lot of things have happened today.
That's why I'm shoving off. Alan Dershowitz is coming in. I somehow think that Alan Dershowitz can handle taking over where I left off at. With all due respect to him, I've enjoyed being here today, and thanks for having me, Tom. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for America. I'll end the program, or at least my part of it, the same way I began. It's a sad day for America, and it's certainly a sad day for African Americans in this country. And I don't want to leave us out of the equation. And I come back to that because we just don't have, as I said before, the kind or the numbers of positive role models. If there's anything I've heard today being here, it's that people across the color line love O.J. Simpson. I don't want to say love. I mean, it's not like this guy's gone yet, at least not that we know of. But people across the board and across color lines love O.J. Simpson, which is all the more reason why it's extremely tragic for me as an African American, a 20-something African American, to see that another one of our role models, either through his own doing or by the doing of the media and just feeling that he is in fact innocent, but he cannot get a fair trial, that he doesn't want to go through this, whatever the case may be. And I certainly don't know, as you've been pointing out all day, none of us knows, but it's tragic any way you slice this thing up. And I'm sorry to see that it has come to this. I certainly hope that O.J. Simpson has not taken his life, that he will in fact turn himself in, stand trial, and let the justice system do its job. There are many times that I've complained about the way the justice system has handled certain cases in this country, but I still believe that this is, in fact, the best justice system, the best system of jurisprudence in the world, and I think that O.J. Simpson stands a far better chance of turning himself in and going at it that route. And again, for mankind, for humankind at least, there's some closure to this issue. And I agree with you that there ought to be some closure to it, and I would hope that O.J. does not do the selfish thing, and that is off himself, but rather comes to justice, comes to trial, and let justice take its course. But it's a sad day, and people are going to be talking about this clearly for days and weeks to come.
Tavis, thank you for coming in today.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
Tavis Smiley, who you can see on TV here in Los Angeles. He also hosts his own radio talk show. If you're ever in L.A., he's on 710 Talk from 9 to midnight with his partner, Ruben Navarrete. Our telephone number, 1-800-5800-TOM. That's 1-800-5800-866. This is Tim in Sacramento. Tim, you're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hi, Tom. How you doing?
Okay.
I have what's probably an unpopular viewpoint, in that if O.J. is guilty, and I'm not saying that he is, I think suicide would probably be the best thing he could do. I think it would do a favor to all of us. It would save his family and everybody else the harangue of going through a trial.
I totally disagree with you. I believe that we need closure. I believe we need to know what happened, why it happened, how it happened, and I believe we need to know for sure that O.J. is or is not the person who committed this crime.
I think if he committed suicide, that'd be a clear statement of the fact that he did commit it, and that.
Well, why would he commit? Why would he commit suicide and write a letter saying right before he committed suicide, "I didn't do it. Now I'm going to kill myself"? Why wouldn't he just say, "I did it. I couldn't help myself," and then kill himself?
I don't know. I didn't hear the full contents of the letter. Did he say he didn't do it?
Yes, he did.
Oh, well, then never mind.
Said he had nothing to do with this murder.
Bad call.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Thank you, Tim.
Bye, Tom.
Bye-bye. Mike in Olympia, Washington. You're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hey, greetings, Mr. Leykis.
Thank you for calling.
I'm glad you're up here in the great Northwest.
Me too.
You know, it is my sincere hope that Mr. O.J. Simpson is on his way out of the country with a pocket full of six-figure bearer bonds, and that he can make a life for himself in some other culture, perhaps in another part of the world, because there is no way that he will ever get a fair trial here.
Why do you say that?
Because I've been following some of the just absolute insane decisions that our judiciary has come up with in the last 5 years or so. I would take the Mike Tyson incident as a case in point. No evidence, one person's word against another, and he's in prison. in order for our system to work properly, you know, there has to be, all shadow of a doubt has to be removed. A person has to be proven guilty, not...
Well, that's true.
Well, he wasn't. Mike Tyson wasn't.
Wait a minute. That's your opinion.
No, there was no evidence. There was just two people's words.
That's your opinion. And besides, we're not talking about Mike Tyson. We're talking about O.J. Simpson.
And the system. I was framed for something about 10 years ago, and I've been running from the law ever since.
You're a fugitive?
Yes, I guess technically I am,
well,
although...
Not technically. If you are wanted and you are not turning yourself in, you're a fugitive.
Yeah, I don't think they're wasting a whole lot of energy hunting me down, and it wouldn't do them any good anyway because they ain't going to find me. You know, and there's no way, even though I know, and 5 or 6 people I know that I was absolutely, completely innocent of what went on, I have no doubt at all that I'd be convicted.
Interesting. Mike, I got to run. I thank you for the call. Our telephone number, 1-800-5800-TOM. O.J. Simpson is still on the lam. 8 minutes now before the hour. My name is Tom Leykis, and we will continue.
You're listening to the Tom Leykis Show.
When it comes to home improvement and home maintenance and repair, I think the average person out there has as little information as I do about cars.
King 1090's George Gutman, host of the Home Improvement Show.
Here I am. I'm the expert on homes, and I hope somebody else is an expert on cars. Homes do need maintenance and repair, and here's a way to figure out how to do it in an intelligent and thoughtful manner.
Call the Home Improvement Show, Saturday mornings from 8:30 till 10 on King News Talk 1090. The folks at Metro would like to remind you that they're doing lots of things to recycle, like using treated biosolids from wastewater to fertilize forests, farmlands, and produce composts for lawns and gardens. As for the water recycling part of the equation, Metro can also use treated wastewater to irrigate golf courses, run cooling systems at places like Boeing, or use it to sweep the streets. So Metro keeps the streets clean, the grass green, and saves more water in the process. For more information, call Metro 684-1135.
Mom, where's Dad in the kitchen?
He's cooking dinner while I finish this project, so we can all make your school play tonight.
Is he qualified to do that kind of work? Do I have time to go to Kyle's to eat?
He's making your favorite, chicken fajitas, with a Hudson Complete Meal Kit.
We'll be late.
He just has to pop the ingredients into the microwave, and they'll be ready in 7 minutes.
Does he know how to use the microwave?
Honey, how do you work this thing?
Hudson Complete Meal Kits come with everything you need for a complete meal for 4. The chicken breast fajita kit starts with premium chicken breasts that are grilled and marinated to perfection, and they're ready to roll up in soft flour tortillas. What's even nicer is that they have all the fixings you'd expect and some you wouldn't. Tangy salsa, grade A sour cream, even real shredded cheddar cheese and sliced vegetables, all individually packaged to taste fresh.
Hey, Dad, you could open a restaurant.
Red says Hudson Complete Meal Kits. Everything to dish up dinner, but the dishes.
I think what I want the most from our public is the fact that they enjoy gardening and they continue to enjoy gardening. That it's fun instead of a drudgery.
King 1090's lawn and garden expert, Scott Connor.
It's great exercise, and you really get a lot of enjoyment out of watching things grow and solving problems in your yard.
Scott Connor cuts your lawn and garden questions down to size. Saturday and Sunday mornings beginning at 7 on King News Talk 1090.
Southbound 5 approaching Spokane. An accident has just been cleared. Expect some backups. We're still dealing with big backups northbound 5 on the Puyallup River Bridge. You're backed up through Tacoma while they try to offload that semi that's strewn all that debris on the bridge. Southbound 405 just south of 90. A stall being reported in the left lane. Typical backups both directions on 520. This look at traffic is a service of Sleep Country USA. If you need a new mattress, Sleep Sleep Country USA is doubling the factory rebate on selected Simmons mattresses. Only Sleep Country has all 4 major brands, Simmons, Sealy, Serta, and Spring Air, and only Sleep Country has double rebates. King 1090 weather, mostly cloudy skies tonight, overnight lows in the 50s. That's traffic and weather together on King News Talk 1090.
Solve your car problems. Listen to Auto Talk, Sunday night at 6, right here on King News Talk 1090.
LAPD has just put out an all-points bulletin for a white Bronco. That's a white Ford Bronco truck with license number 3DHY503. It's believed to have been carrying O.J. Simpson. That's a white Bronco truck with license plate number 3DHY503. That's a California plate. And if you are one of the people who's out there on the road, you might want to take a look. Maybe you'll see O.J. Simpson driving in the next lane. Who knows? He is missing. 1-800-5800-TOM is our telephone number. Terry calling from a payphone in Seattle. You're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Listen, I was a girl when my father committed suicide. And I think you're right. I think, first of all, that letter does sound like that's what he's planning to do. And if he does, that it's a chicken way out. Speaking for his kids, I know the things are stacked against him. I'm sure that it would be the easy way out. I can understand why one would want to do it in those kinds of circumstances. But those kids are going to need him, no matter where he is, even if he's in prison. Not a week goes by. I'm 33. I was 15 when he committed suicide. Not a week goes by. But I don't wish I could share something with my dad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. And
I can barely hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, you're calling from a payphone. I understand what you're saying. I have fortunately not had to undergo that experience. I do believe it's the chicken way out, and I certainly believe if O.J. Simpson believes he is innocent, as he says he believes it, then suicide is the absolute wrong thing to do.
Absolutely true. And whether he is or not, that's the wrong thing to do. I know that your previous caller said if he's guilty, well then, he should just do us a favor and off himself. But as speaking for his children, absolutely not.
I agree with you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate the call. 1-800-5800-TOM is our telephone number. Here is Chuck calling from a car phone in Sacramento. Chuck, you're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hello, Tom. Just wanted to say it's been a long time since I've heard your voice in L.A. I'm a long-time listener.
Thank you.
First off, I think O.J. is doing the right thing. He ought to go. I think he's trying to pin something on him that he didn't do, and maybe they need to look for that other suspect. Maybe the PD needs to look a little deeper into this. Give them some time before he gets convicted by the press. I think the press is coming down way too hard on this guy. I don't think the Menendez brothers had this much heat. So I think he ought to go. I'm driving a white Explorer down the 5 freeway, and if I had the time, I'd put a sign in the window, O.J. on board. I'd say, go, O.J., go, and, I think this thing will all settle out in the wash, but it's just going to take a little time.
Thank you, Chuck, for the call. Robert in Sacramento, you're on the Tom Leykis Show.
Yeah, Tom, I just thought someone ought to say, maybe O.J.'s listening out there, that no matter if he did it or whether he didn't do it, no one's proven that yet. If he did it, then, he needs to serve his time and his punishment. And if he didn't do it, well, great, let's prove everybody wrong. But he needs to know that there will be millions of people all over the world that still love him and always will love him. He's almost been like a friend to everyone because he's had such a celebrity status. And he needs to know that people out there definitely still do care about him, whether he did it or not. That doesn't even matter at this time. And I want to thank you for how you've treated this situation from the very start.
The Tom Leykis Show.
Are you the kind of cook who could burn a salad? Have you created culinary concoctions that even the cat won't eat? If you need help in the kitchen, join me, Melinda Lee, every Saturday afternoon at 4. The show is called Food for Thought, and we'll share recipes, cooking tips, and yes, even horror stories for 2 hours. So give me a call at 1-800-854-FOOD, and we'll have you winning cook-offs in no time at all.
Food for Thought, Saturdays at 4 on King News Talk 1090.
Seattle's talk radio station. King News Talk 1090. KING, Seattle.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Bob Hart. O.J. Simpson has disappeared from his home in Los Angeles and left behind what his lawyer calls a suicide note. Listen to the words read by Simpson's friend, Robert Kardashian.
I can't go on. No matter what the outcome, people will look and point. I can't take that. I can't subject my children to that.
That note, along with others to his children and his mother, were found this afternoon in O.J. Simpson's California home. They were in his own handwriting and apparently penned while his lawyers and doctors were in another part of the house making arrangements for Simpson to surrender and face charges of murdering his ex-wife and her male companion last Sunday night. O.J.'s note to the public has these words to his fans and friends.
Don't feel sorry for me. I've had a great life. Great friends. Please think of the real O.J. and not this lost person.
Simpson's lawyer, Robert Shapiro, says O.J. knew of the murder charges when he wrote that note, but did not know police were coming to his home to arrest him.
I did not, nor did anyone else to my knowledge, tell O.J. that the police were coming to take him into custody.
Shapiro says O.J. has been exceedingly depressed for the last few days, that Simpson's doctors have been concerned that O.J. might consider suicide. He says they never thought that O.J. would flee, and Shapiro makes this plea to O.J. Simpson.
Wherever you are, for the sake of your family, for the sake of your children, please surrender immediately. Surrender to any law enforcement official at any police station, but please do it immediately.
Los Angeles police launched a manhunt for O.J. Simpson earlier today when his promised surrender did not happen. These people on a vigil outside Simpson's home just can't imagine that he could have killed his ex-wife.
So unbelievable that someone could do something of this magnitude, the gruesomeness of it.
I'm devastated about it. I'm very shocked. It's just unbelievable. It's just overwhelming.
If O.J. Simpson is caught and convicted of murder, he could get the death penalty or life without parole. Now this.
King News Talk 1090 Evening News Update.
6:02, King News Talk 1090. I'm Tony Miner in the King 1090 News Center. An aide to Senator Patty Murray said late today the National Security Council is debating what to do about ending the West Coast salmon war between Canada and the U.S. The National Security Council met on the issue a day after Murray asked Vice President Gore for help in resuming Pacific Salmon Treaty talks. An autopsy today failed to find the cause of death of Seattle rock musician Kristen Pfaff, the bass player and backup singer in the band Hole, found dead in the bathtub of her Capitol Hill apartment. More tests will have to be conducted to try and determine what was in Pfaff's bloodstream. Syringes and other drug items were found near the body. The Puget Sound region is growing despite planned job cuts at Boeing. State economists say the loss of aerospace jobs is being made up by job gains in high-tech, biotech, software, and trade-related companies. 6:03, King News Talk 1090. Now a check on the forecast from Jeff Renner.
Relatively mild overnight with lows around 50. A few scattered showers, cloudy in the morning on Saturday, possibly some showers and sunbreaks in the afternoon.
It seems a few people have yet to discover the many benefits of taking Shuttle Express to and from the airport.
Look, there's a parking... Not only for O.J., his former wife, his children, and the American public, but I'm a little bit confused. You know, when people are terminally ill now, we've come to the conclusion, with the aid of Dr. Kevorkian and others, that they have a right to choose and to have control of their life. And now we have O.J. in this situation where he is apparently fled from the place.
Oh, he hasn't apparently fled. He has fled.
Okay, he has fled. And we're all sitting here in judgment and saying, well, you better turn yourself in. You don't have any control of your life, and you're going to get a fair trial, and we're going to take you to jail, and you're not going to be able to get out. And we sit here in judgment and say, well, you can handle this, O.J. And then we say, And this is the way, you can handle this. And now we're looking at a man who in the last week has he stood at a pinnacle. He's a Hall of Famer, a Heisman Trophy winner, a terrific athlete. He's gone on. He has 2 beautiful children, plus other children from a prior marriage. And he's sitting here looking at all these reports that are coming out, just like the rest of us. And here I am in Linwood, in Washington. And all the reports, the man is guilty, and everything. And if he is really, like they're saying, suffering from depression, if he really cared about this person and she's dead, what right? I lost a father. And he,
well, I don't get the point you're trying to make, Ann.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to make is that we sit here and judge what another person can handle.
Well, the point is, if you are accused of committing murder, it is our job as a society to judge that it's time to turn yourself in. You don't go on vacation or go to Dionne Warwick's house or go to visit your buddies or you go turn yourself in. That's what you should do.
Don't you have control over your own life? And
No. If you are accused of committing murder, you're going to give up a little bit of control.
Why do you have control if you're terminally ill to end your life?
There is no relationship. These are two complete... No, there isn't. What is the relationship?
The relationship is that an individual at some point, when all things are pointed against them, has a right to determine the course of their life. When their civil liberties seem to be taken...
Wait a minute. If you are accused of murder, you don't have that right. You don't, unless you're going to kill yourself. That's the only way you have control.
Then why did not they arrest him?
They tried. He was supposed to turn himself in, and if you were listening to the broadcast and you heard Alan Dershowitz, we also talked today to Melvin Belli, and the fact is that if you heard what they were saying was that attorneys always try to get a situation where a person can turn themselves in with dignity. No handcuffs, no police cars. They come in and voluntarily surrender to save some human dignity. That is why. That is the reason. Now, maybe they made a mistake, but it's certainly not because they don't believe O.J. Simpson is the one who did it. The police do believe O.J. Simpson is the one who committed those 2 horrific murders. And now, whether or not you believe he is guilty of those murders, he is guilty of being a fleeing felon, which is also a crime in the state of California, and probably in most states. So, at the very least, he committed one crime, and that is he promised to turn himself into authorities, and then he disappeared. And thank you for the call. Debbie in Chesapeake, Virginia. You're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Got one thing to say about the poor police department in Los Angeles. I think they're getting a lot of negative hype, but I don't think they had much of a choice about hesitating to arrest him. There was enough trouble with the Los Angeles riots. The last time there was a question of innocence or guilt. And I don't think that the citizens of Los Angeles actually proved themselves rational. So I think that...
In what sense?
In the rioting and in the backlash, I think that they were legitimately hesitant to arrest a famous man who has done a lot of good things in his life. And so I wanted to say that in support of them. I think they were right in using caution.
I want to disagree with you only on one point. I do believe they wanted to delay the arrest, but not because he was a famous person or a well-liked person. I think it's because the media spotlight was so intense on this case.
Exactly.
You don't want to be proven wrong. You don't want to arrest the wrong person when everybody has the cameras on you and everybody's got the spotlight on you. That's the whole point. You just simply don't want to make a mistake in a case like this.
The Tom Leykis Show.
Hi, we're here trying to stump Nancy Hightone of Nancy's Flower Shop. Nancy, what does a yellow rose signify?
Friendship or jealousy, depending on who you ask.
How do you care for African violets?
Water from the bottom, avoid direct sunlight.
How many in a baker's dozen?
You'll have to ask a baker.
Ah, good point. Nancy, can you explain the benefits of an additional phone line?
No, not really.
Of course not. You've got a flower shop to run. You don't have time to worry about your phone.
True.
That's what the small business group at US West is for. An additional business line allows you to take more customer calls or frees up a line for a modem, fax, or credit card verification, so more people can order your flowers, which are beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
One more question, Nancy. What's the scientific name for baby's breath?
Gypsophila.
I am impressed. The small business group at US West. Call us because you know flowers and we know phones. I'll take a yellow rose with some gypsophila, please.
Now I'm impressed.
Some restrictions may apply.
Hey, did you know you can walk right into Sears Brand Central for the next 3 days and get instant savings?
Wait a second. You really mean instant?
Yeah, instant. It's an instant rebate sale.
Whoa, then it must be instant.
You buy a washer, you get an instant $30 off. You buy a dryer, you get an instant $20 off. Off regular and sale prices, of course.
Yeah, that's instant, all right.
Yeah, the moment you walk in...
No, the instant you walk in.
The instant you walk in, you'll see that no other store can match Sears Brand Central's huge selection of washer and dryer styles, models, and brands. Kenmore, Whirlpool, GE, KitchenAid.
You'll see it instantly.
Yeah, which means you can get exactly the brand, color, cycle options, and capacity you want.
That minute.
Instant. Even some 1993 models are available at deep discounts. So get to Sears Brand Central for the instant rebate sale through Saturday only.
And do it this instant.
All models are not available at all stores. Close out while quantities last.
That means instantly.
What's your idea of the ultimate loan?
How about a loan for a big redwood deck?
I'd like a home equity loan with a great rate and no loan fees.
No, I think the ultimate loan would be one I wouldn't have to pay back.
Actually, they might all be possible. Introducing Seafirst's $50,000 Ultimate Loan Sweepstakes. Apply for any personal loan and you're automatically entered to win. Just think, a $50,000 loan you may never have to pay back. But even if you don't win the sweepstakes, you still win with a Seafirst home equity loan. Because right now, Seafirst is offering a home equity installment loan with no loan fees. And with the way interest rates have been rising, you'd better act fast. A home equity loan with no loan fees. Another great reason to switch to Seafirst. For more great deals on your choice of loans, stop by any Seafirst branch or call Loan by Phone at 1-800-284-LOAN. Seafirst Bank, an equal housing lender. No purchase necessary to win. Third-party closing costs still apply.
Just one pesky stall to tell you about. Northbound 5 north of 175th up in the north end. A stall reportedly blocks the right center lane. I'm seeing some slowdowns approaching the area. And then as you make your way across the Kings-Snohomish County line, westbound 520, seeing some bunching up as you approach the water. Our earlier problems in Tacoma, northbound 5 on the Puyallup River Bridge, it looks like they have all been cleared up as far as the blocking problems, all that debris and such, but expect some backups as you approach the area. This check on traffic is a service of Seaview Chevrolet. King 1090 weather, mostly cloudy skies tonight with overnight lows in the 50s. That's traffic and weather together on King News Talk 1090.
Learn about healthy cooking and eating. Listen to Food for Thought, Saturday afternoons at 4 on King News Talk 1090. Sports Reports with Dory Munson. More than just the scores on King News Talk 1090. King News Talk 1090.
26 minutes before the hour. Thank you for tuning into the Tom Leykis Show. This is where we talk about the issues you really care about. Monday through Friday. Toll free at 1-800-5800-TOM. We now hear a report that California Highway Patrol may be tracking O.J. Simpson. Apparently because of a cellular phone call. We don't know the whole story, but we are following this story like mad here. 1-800-5800-TOM is our telephone number. More of your telephone calls now. Brian in Fort Wayne, Indiana. You're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hey, Tom. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, frankly, I'm sort of tired about hearing O.J. Simpson, about O.J. Simpson. You know, earlier this week you
don't you think this is the most amazing story you've heard in a long time?
I tell you the truth, I think it stinks.
Well, it may stink, but don't you think it's amazing?
Well, I don't. I really
don't. Do you think that... let me ask you a question. How many other stories have we heard like this?
Well, I haven't heard anything about this,
how many stories...
I haven't heard anything like this. I guess I should say none.
So it's a unique and unbelievably bizarre story, and you think it's boring and we shouldn't talk about it?
I think it's very boring.
Why?
I mean, here we are.
Well, tell me why. I'm listening. Go ahead.
We are, as Americans, idolizing a wife beater, making him be our heroes.
People were idolizing O.J. Simpson long before he pled no contest on a wife beating
charge. I understand that. He was a good football player, but he's getting paid for it too. Why are we idolizing this guy here? I don't understand.
Well, the fact is, we do.
And
whether you like it or not. And the fact is, even if you think the guy's a jerk, the fact is he's a very rich, very well-known jerk who's in the Hall of Fame of the NFL, who has appeared in several movies, television programs, as a TV commentator. He's a commercial pitch man. How many times in your life have you ever heard of a person this well-known getting into a situation like this, being accused of a double murder? I mean, it's unbelievable. I can't believe you would find that boring.
Well, I guess I'm fascinated with watching corn grow up here, I guess.
Well, I mean, what's interesting to you, Brian? If this isn't interesting, what is?
Well, it was interesting. It was at the beginning of the week when you were talking about how let's not judge him right now.
Which we still should not do.
Well, which we shouldn't. Well, what does this look like? I'm like, he's running away.
Well, the point is, it doesn't matter what it looks like. I'm talking strictly from an academic viewpoint. We must remember that people are innocent until proven guilty. And in what people consider to be a suicide note, he wrote in there that he didn't do it.
Okay.
Now, why would someone kill themselves and then say in the suicide note, I didn't do it? I mean, if you're going to kill yourself, why don't you say, yeah, I did it, but I was in love with her, so screw you, and now I'm going to kill myself. Why would you lie in a suicide note?
I don't know. I don't know that.
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities here, aren't there?
Isn't there more better things to talk about? What about this North Korea stuff?
Brian, right now, no one gives a crap about North Korea. I'm in this... let me tell you something. Can I tell you something?
Sure, I'm listening.
I'm in this business to get the highest ratings possible. And you know what? You know how you get the highest ratings possible? You talk about the stuff people care about the most.
Yeah.
Now, do you think people care more about whether North Korea has nuclear weapons or about whether O.J. Simpson's going to be found? Supposedly, the highway patrol is tracking O.J. Simpson. They're chasing him on a freeway. You can't tell me that's not the most interesting story you've heard in a very long time.
I guess it is. I don't have any interest in it, to tell you the truth.
All right, Brian. Well,
okay,
I'll tell you what. You go find one of those shows talking about North Korea. You're going to be the only one calling in. You'll probably get right through. 1-800-5800-TOM is our telephone number. Here's Ken in Long Beach, California. Ken, you're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hey, my attitude is in between total interest in O.J. Simpson and none at all like that last caller. You must talk about O.J. Simpson, especially if he's in hot pursuit, but... especially the LA media, not so much like CNN. We had this week, not just the Korean situation. We have the Rwanda thing. We had the crime bill. We had the welfare reform announced this week. We got to, especially in LA, talk about what's happening in the world and in the country and O.J. Simpson. I think the caller has a point in terms of, like, if there's a nuclear war between North Korea and the rest of the world, it doesn't matter about O.J. Simpson because we'll all be dead. So, I mean, we got to keep in perspective, we are 5 billion people, and there is other stuff going on than just O.J. Simpson, but we still got to talk about it. Now, my other thing is about the letter itself. Now, what I don't understand is that about this whole O.J. Simpson thing, why would he not admit that he's guilty if he's going to commit suicide? And also, if he was so depressed under medication, how do he have the time to go into all these details about why he's not guilty in the letter? And also, if he wrote a letter to his children, and he wrote a letter to the public, and he wrote a letter to his mother, why did he write a letter to Nicole Simpson's parents?
He wrote... I don't know. That's a good question.
No one's asking that question.
He did show up at the funeral service yesterday.
Yeah, with those glasses to probably hide how he was really feeling, but, you know, if he was really innocent, why not write a letter of sympathy to the parents? writing the letter pleading, let's find the real killer. If I'm not innocent, pleading the letter, I hope the real person who killed is found. So, like, I'll be vindicated. But he seemed to be mysteriously innocent and guilty at the same time in the letter. He was very borderline. I mean, I really don't know if he's even a healthy man at this point. But, I mean, he should have, if he was really not guilty, he should have, offered to write a letter to the parents and also plead to find the innocent person.
Ken, I thank you for the call. Faith in Yelm, Washington. You're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Tom. I just was thinking, I agree with the last caller, his letter was kind of fishy, and I personally have been abused by a man, and when I first heard that she was murdered, I thought he did it. Men like that, it's very difficult for them to change. And the other thing that really bothers me is his children. Nobody is speaking about what's happening to his children. And
well, yes, they have actually.
Okay.
Now maybe we're getting that in Southern California because this is happening here. But his children are at a home in South Orange County, in the area of Laguna Niguel, staying at a relative's house. In fact, the exact location, amazingly enough, was reported on the radio today.
Wow, that's another big mistake, huh?
And one of the rumors we heard, this is from CBS Evening News, is that they are in pursuit of O.J., who may be in South Orange County, which is where his kids are.
Oh, great.
That is a frightening prospect.
Yeah, it sure is. And it just really rings true in this country that the children are always the losers. In situations like this, and I think he's being very selfish in considering, if he is considering taking his own life, their children just lost their mother, and I really don't think that they need to deal with the prospect of their father killing themselves. And it reminds me of Michael Jackson, too. Did the guy do it or didn't he? All of a sudden he came out and started paying all this money. Well, all of a sudden O.J. Simpson disappears. Is this an admission of guilt? And if he's innocent, does he have that little faith in the court system that he can be vindicated if he didn't do anything wrong? Why run if he didn't do anything wrong?
He said that even if he got off, if you heard the letter...
that people would point and talk.
Right.
Well, again...
You don't buy that.
He needs to think about his kids. I would think, I don't have children personally, but everyone that I know who does always say that their children come first. And it just really bothers me in this country that children are always getting the raw deal. And that if he's half a man and the idol that everyone says that he is, I think that his first duty is to his kids, and to try to protect them. And God, I don't know what state of mind he's in, but I really hope he doesn't harm them.
Yeah.
But
they're saying now here on the local TV station in Los Angeles that they think they know where O.J. Simpson is. I'm getting something from our producer right now.
Do you think he's guilty?
Apparently, the California Highway Patrol has been in touch with O.J. Simpson.
Wow. So do you think he's guilty?
Oh, I would never speculate on that. You're innocent until proven guilty.
That's absolutely correct, and I just wish that O.J. would hear you say that.
Well,
because I think that's something he really needs to hear.
Faith, I thank you for a good call.
Oh, thank you. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. 17 minutes before the hour. My name is Tom Leykis, and we will continue.
This is the Tom Leykis Show. For some folks, the road to riches can take some pretty strange detours, like the guy who was convinced that whole wheat bubblegum would be the wave of the future, or the lady who was determined to pioneer 24-hour waffle delivery, or the couple who stake their future on a dog racing track for dachshunds. Listen, if you're looking for money-making ideas that really work, write down this phone number, 1-800-733-3300. Call now and subscribe to Income Opportunities magazine. Every issue is filled with 250 proven business ideas that are inexpensive to start up. Products, services, franchises, mail order. You could earn $35,000 with a plant watering service, $30,000 organizing class reunions, and discover the ideas and management secrets to make them work. So call now, 1-800-733-3300, and get 12 issues of Income Opportunities for just $9.97. 1-800-733-3300 for Income Opportunities. Unless you'd rather take a gamble on that line of UN Ambassador trading cards.
With Father's Day just around the corner, it's time to go out and get your favorite dad a gift he can really use. ruling out that condo in the Caribbean. How about the club anti-theft device? Better yet, how about a new designer club? It offers the same vehicle anti-theft protection as our original club, but in 4 vibrant colors like teal, blue, purple, and pink. And if that wasn't great news, how about this? Now through June 30th, get a $5 mail-in rebate when you purchase any designer club model. Simply see your participating retailer or call 1-800-CLUB-321. Your dad will thank you every day when he discovers his car is right where he left it. That's because the club is police recommended to keep your car safe from auto theft. Accept no cheap imitations. Do what over 240,000 members of the Fraternal Order of Police recommend. Get the club anti-theft device. When it comes to the perfect Father's Day gift, ask for the club by name.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
I'm hungry.
Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. I'm Sean Kemp. Life is no lullaby for children growing up in poverty. And children are the largest group of Americans living in poverty. But this is a problem we can solve. Programs that provide kids with proper medical care, balanced meals, and counseling have proven they can make a difference. Become part of the solution. Volunteer now. You don't need any special skills, just a desire to help children. For more information, call 1-800-6-CHILDREN. Change the world of a child, and you change the world. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, with some help, you'll go far. A public service announcement from the Ad Council.
Computer talk without computer nerds. Get understandable answers to your questions about computers. Listen to On Computers, Sunday afternoons at 4, only on King News Talk 1090.
14 minutes before the hour of the Tom Leykis Show on an amazing day. Just an amazing day to be on the radio. May I tell you that? I am looking at live television coverage here in the studio, and it appears that the white Bronco, 1993 with California plates 3DHY503, has been tracked down by police who apparently found it by the fact that O.J. Simpson, according to Channel 2 KCBS television news in Los Angeles, apparently O.J. Simpson was using his cellular phone, and they were able to track it. What are you telling me now, Mike?
Got a gun to his head.
He has a gun to his head, they are saying. He has a gun to his head on the, this is the 5 freeway, the Santa Ana freeway in the area of Laguna. And this is just south of an area called the El Toro Y. O.J. Simpson driving his Ford Bronco and has a gun to his head. This is an amazing story, folks. We are following the story. We are watching it. There are people monitoring scanners. People are listening in on the police conversation.
Now, a King News Talk 1090 special report.
Pressed to please take pity on his children and leave them alone. They had been through enough. And he said he did not murder Nicole. O.J.'s whereabouts have been a mystery since then. And we do have some word that he had notified by cell phone. He had spoken to the California Highway Patrol. We're attempting to verify that story now. And we will keep you updated as soon as we can get that story confirmed. This has been a special report from ABC News.
I got to tell you something. The car is still proceeding south on the 5 freeway. It's also known as the Santa Ana freeway in this part of the world. It is Interstate 5. This is South Orange County. It has been speculated on television that this is the vicinity of the cemetery where Nicole Simpson was buried just yesterday. And we do not know if that's where he is heading. We also happen to know that O.J. Simpson's children are said to be in the Laguna Niguel area, staying at the home of some relatives. This is just an amazing story that is developing before our eyes. The 5 South is closed. Now, we are not being heard live in Los Angeles right now because of a baseball game. But what is happening right now is just not to be believed. There is traffic all going in the other direction. One has to wonder if the people going the other way have any idea what's going on opposite them right now. They have what is called a running roadblock, which means, I guess, that the roadblock continues to move south as the chase continues to move south on the Interstate 5 freeway. And one has to wonder how this is going to end. But I got to tell you something. Something is going to happen soon because there are police cars all over the place. The car continues to head south at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. And it is a 1993 Ford Bronco truck, the one they've been looking for. The All Points Bulletin has been out all day here in Southern California. The car is continuing. It is in the far right-hand lane, the slow traffic lane of the Interstate 5, which in this area is known as the Santa Ana Freeway. This is, for people who don't live in Southern California, and most of our listeners do not, this is about 50 miles south of the city of Los Angeles. The cars are still continuing to head south, the Ford Bronco leading this very bizarre caravan with all kinds of police vehicles following in slow pursuit. They're all going what seems to be about 25 miles an hour right now. The white Ford Bronco leading the pack, and they say that O.J. Simpson has a gun to his head. There are about 20 units following this Ford Bronco right now, and it is a very bizarre sight. We are watching it live here in Southern California on television. And one has to wonder, as you watch this going on, how is it going to end? What exactly is going to happen? I'm just blown away as I'm looking at this live picture. It is one of the most haunting scenes I have ever seen on television. We are watching a famous person, a Hall of Fame football player, a well-known actor on television, a TV spokesperson, formerly on Monday Night Football. We are watching him at a point where he could very well end his own life live on television in Southern California. I've never seen anything like this. And let me grab a call before I just totally panic here. Shar in Westland, Oregon. You're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting thing. I just want to say that I agree with you. Anyone in this country is innocent until proven guilty, and I think that it would be an awful shame if the press tried him, as I think that they already have, and he was driven to suicide and later found innocent. And I think that people, the press, not including you, but others need to be more responsible with their journalism. I think that it's a shame. All these facts have been, or information has been released, and you just don't know what's true or not, or what's a rumor.
Going on now, Levitt's spectacular floor sample sale. The sale everyone is talking about. Believe me, if you've never been to a Levitt's floor sample sale, you're in for a treat. Levitt's personnel worked day and night to fill their warehouse and showroom floors with hundreds of outstanding furniture bargains. And I mean bargains. Display samples, discontinued numbers, canceled orders, overstocks, closeouts. Levitt's is cleaning house. Their entire floor sample inventory is priced for quick sale at 38 to 68% off. If you don't find the floor sample you want, you can take 1/3 off the regular price of every item in our huge inventory. Levitt's floor sample sale ends Monday night. Don't wait. Get to Levitt's now.
Special hours, Friday 12 to 9, Saturday 10 to 9, Sunday 12 till 6, and Monday 10 to 9. Metro would like to remind you that the hazardous waste you dump down your storm drain stands a good chance of going directly into our neighborhood streams or lakes. And putting them down your sink isn't a good idea either, because Metro's treatment plants can't remove some types of chemicals from the water, which isn't exactly good news for the fish, or for the environment for that matter. So please refrain from dumping motor oil, paint thinner, or any chemicals down your kitchen sink or storm drain. For more information, call Metro at 684-1135.
Westbound 520, just west of Bellevue Way, it sounds like we have a stall blocking the right lane. I expect traffic to be backing up behind it, so I'm sorry about that if you're trying to get to the Evergreen Point Floating Bridge. Eastbound 18, just west of Auburn Way, another stall blocks the roadway. Troopers are headed there to check it out. I-90 looks good across the lake, and it looks like the S-curves and 405 on the east side have cleared out. This look at traffic is a service of the Bon Marché Home home cleaning services. Why trust your carpets and furniture to just anyone? Call the Bond now for a price that's right. Look in the newspaper or in your mailbox for their specials. King 1090 weather, increasing clouds, mild temperatures. That's traffic and weather together on King News Talk 1090.
4 minutes before the hour, and the Tom Leykis Show continues. O.J. Simpson, in his white Ford Bronco, is now heading, that looks like north on Interstate 5, the Santa Ana Freeway, and he is in the Anaheim area. Apparently, there was an incorrect report before that he was in the area of El Toro, which is a good ways south of Anaheim. But no, he is in the Anaheim area, and he has demanded to be taken to his mother. He says he has a gun to his head, he's not kidding, and he's not going to turn himself in. And so now, according to what we are hearing on television, apparently the police have tried to locate O.J. Simpson's mother. In the meantime, they are heading north on Interstate 5. Just an incredible story, one that in your career, doing this for a living, you rarely ever see, and frankly, in your life. How often would you ever see a story like this? This just blows me away. Let's say hello here to Clarity. Clarity, you're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
It seems almost silly to call now, considering the events that are happening right now.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I've never heard anything like this.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, my first thought when I heard the suicide note was, well, he must be innocent. But I really had to think over in my mind, well, what if he were guilty? Why would he write that kind of a note? And the only thing that I could really come up with was maybe he wanted to, if he were guilty, not saying that he is, maybe he would want to spare his children the thought that their father had murdered their mother, and an easy escape away for him.
Well, it's certainly possible. Anything is possible.
No kidding. Everything's up in the air now.
Yeah. Oh, it certainly is. Boy, well, you don't want to miss the end of this story. I'll tell you that.
Certainly not.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Clarity.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Cindy in Norfolk, Virginia. You're on the Tom Leykis Show. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I just want to say, no offense to you, but I think the press has blown this all out of proportion, and I hate to say it because I'm not a crazy person, and I do have children.
What exactly have they blown out of proportion, just so we know where you're coming from?
Well, I mean, it sounds like when you hear everybody talk, and I've listened to the police, the chief of police or whatever, whoever he was, and the attorneys talk, it sounds like they've already got him convicted. They've got him practically to the electric chair, or they've got him in jail and saying, well, you're not getting out. You have no choice, and we are going to get you no matter how much time it takes. Well, if I was in his position, I think I'd do the exact same thing, because it's like, well, no matter what I say, they're not going to believe me, And I just think they're judging him before they say, well, hey, O.J., what's your side of the story? Where were you at? Can you prove this? Do you have witnesses? We'll verify it. They haven't even tried to look for anybody else. What about the guys? Why not check on the guy's friends? Maybe he had enemies. Maybe he had a friend who wanted to date her and was jealous and just took it out on both of them.
Well, all very interesting points. Very good.
The Tom Leykis Show.
King News Talk 1090, KING, Seattle. Now, a King News Talk 1090 special report.
Ron, which is the 91, please? What do they call the 91? That's not the Long Beach Freeway. That's
the Riverside Freeway.
The Riverside Freeway.
Yes.
All right.
And you can see right now he's in some other traffic. The police cars where they had all 4 lanes at one time. Right now they're down to 2 as they follow him. Again, the speeds are really not that fast. I'm going to guess in the vicinity of 40 miles an hour as they travel along here. But there is light traffic ahead of them, and they just continue on.
Do you suspect, Ron, they will just let this play out for a while to see if perhaps the vehicle runs out of gas or there's a mechanical failure? Do you think they will do this just for a while to see where it all heads, where it goes, where it ends up?
Well, right now, Harold, O.J. is not presenting any type of hazard to anyone else, of course, but him. The policemen that are following him are not doing it at a high speed. This is a controlled situation. Right now, nobody's life is in danger. So I suspect what they'll do is try to communicate with him. We know that he has a cell phone, and possibly they'll try to get a hold of him and talk to him and hopefully have him just pull over. And right now, I don't see the police doing anything real radical at this point, because right now there's nobody in danger as we watch this.
Do you believe that people are being kept off of the freeway? I'm still somewhat astonished by the light traffic there on this Friday night.
You know what? I missed that. You were blocked by another radio. Could you say again?
Ron, I was saying, do you think perhaps that motorists are being kept off that freeway? Because I'm astonished at the light level of traffic on this Friday night. It's very unusual.
It is unusually light traffic out here. We're looking all the way westbound, and we can see almost up to the 605, and it continues light like this all the way up towards that 605 freeway.
We were talking about what options they have. We have to keep in mind, Ron, that O.J. Simpson was declared a fugitive today after being charged with murder in the stabbing and slashing deaths of his ex-wife and a male friend. And although he has been described as suicidal, there is a warrant out for his arrest.
You know, Harold, I'm sorry, I'm losing my radio here, and I missed that if you were talking.
It's okay. I just wanted to get your fix on the fact that the other option is they could move in on O.J. Simpson because he is a fugitive and he has been formally charged with 2 murders.
Okay, I just got to some about formally charged with 2 murders.
That's all right, Ron. We understand. You're flying a helicopter, and I want you to stay focused on that. Yeah. We can see the picture. It speaks for itself. We are on the 91 freeway, the Riverside Freeway. We are westbound at this hour. Traffic just a little bit after 7 o'clock on a Friday night is unusually light. We suspect that downstream, if you will, there is some help coming from perhaps the CHP to clear things off. You pointed out that a couple of civilian vehicles earlier had gotten in front, but we don't see any evidence of them now that they have taken that transition road off of the I-5 a short time ago. But there is one vehicle, perhaps 2, up in front there, coincidentally traveling at nearly the same speed. Don't know if that vehicle is connected with law enforcement or if it is simply a motorist traveling on his or her way on this Friday afternoon.
Seems to be winding through some residential sections there as well, Harold. Not right now. We seem to be going by a business, but we've seen quite a few houses along the way. I'm trying to get a fix for exactly where we are, and I'm
Ron, if you can hear us, I would like you to have our camera operator for just a moment here. Just pull back and give us an overview and then go back in. We need to get a perspective of where we are in Southern California right now. We speak in terms of the 91 freeway and the like, but it is hard to get a fix exactly where we are right now.
And I can tell you where we are right now if I'm still on. We're still westbound on the 91 freeway. We're approaching Carmenita Road. The next off-ramp is Carmenita. We're just continuing, again, a very, very slow pace. We'll notice that it's slow enough now that all of the other traffic has gone forward, and it appears, I'm sure from our picture, that he's almost alone.
Which city would you say you're in at this point?
This is
Buena Park?
No, this is the city of Cerritos right here. We're just entering. We've entered Los Angeles County here, and this is the city of Cerritos.
Well, perhaps we just saw the mall go by then. We saw a huge parking lot, so that could have been, that's right by the freeway.
Ron, we're going to continue with your picture. Rick Romero is on the ground. Rick, we have you on the phone, as I understand it. Your perspective, and what do you see?
Well, Harold and Laura, we are still just a little bit behind what is going on. We can't get quite close enough because of the obvious traffic that you would have at this time of night. And with the police vehicles that are in pursuit, they've actually asked that traffic be held back, and they've got lines of police cars holding back the traffic. There is really only one police vehicle, as we understand it, that is staying in contact with this vehicle that may or may not contain O.J. Simpson. It is in what you said about the Cerritos area. Cerritos on the 91 going westbound. That would mean that they were heading back to the Los Angeles area. We heard on the scanner that they were going at about 45 miles an hour, but then they stepped it up to about 55 miles an hour. But I just heard another report that they've dropped it down again to about 45 miles an hour. Now, we hear the scanner very clearly, but the
incoming signal, the reports, the calls that are being made by both the police and the dispatch are sporadic, about every 30 seconds. If we get one...
We can actually hear that transmission. Rick?
45. 26 Angel, are you in that area?
I'm hoping that you can hear that. I'm going to try and do that every once in a while just to give you our perspective from the scanner and exactly what the police and dispatcher is encountering as they continue this pursuit. If you will bear with me, we'll hopefully get another signal here, and I will immediately bring the phone to it. I know it's a rather primitive way to bring it to you, but I think it gives you a pretty good idea of exactly what's happening and how this is developing as we go along.
10 westbound 91, 50 miles an hour, passing Norwalk Boulevard. Westbound 91, passing Norwalk at 50.
There you heard that they're Norwalk Boulevard, 50 miles an hour. So they have stepped up the pace from what was 30 miles per hour when the call first came in, that they were in pursuit of the Bronco that they had been looking for down here in Orange County. There was one talk of why he might be down in Orange County, and Harold, I think you hit on it. Of course, the cemetery is down here, and also his children, Laura, you mentioned that, are in Monarch Bay. We have no indication that they made any contact with the children or if they made any stop at the cemetery, but they were rather close when this first call came in that they had spotted the vehicle that they've been looking for.
Rick, we want you to stand by and monitor the situation at the ground level. Captain Ron will continue to rely on your eye on the sky, in the sky with Newscopter 7. Linda Breakstone is coming online from Parker Center.
Dangerous.
Linda has been asking some questions that we've been asking here about police procedure at this time. Linda, what have you learned?
I just spoke with the command center here, and they said as soon as he is apprehended, he will be brought directly to Parker Center. No more, this, that, and the other place. It will be directly here. And they have confirmed for me, of course, that they think that is him. They said that's the way the process is going to roll. As soon as they catch him, he's going to be brought directly back here to Parker Center for immediate booking.
Linda, what is the philosophy for apprehending him since he has not been taken in yet? Do you know that?
I am so sorry. I could barely make out what you're saying from here.
Linda, do you know what their approach will be in apprehending him since he still is clearly, heading west right now on
right now they're hoping that he just runs out of gas.
That would appear to be the scenario. As I pointed out earlier, the CHP has told us in the past that that's what they hope generally in one of these pursuits, that a car runs out of gas or has mechanical failure. Now, early on, Orange County Sheriff's deputies were involved in this pursuit. Captain Ron, if you can hear us. Captain Ron, if you can hear us, who are these officers in pursuit? Are they CHP? Are they OC Sheriff's deputies? Who's involved here, if you can hear us?
Okay, I think that was for me. If it is, I think what we see right here mostly is the California Highway Patrol. This is what we're seeing from up above. We may have a helicopter that flies through our picture right there. That's from the LA Sheriff's Department, I believe. That is that helicopter right there. But most of the cars that we see out here, I believe, are California Highway Patrol.
If you've just joined us here on Channel 7, this is a special Eyewitness News Report. The pursuit of O.J. Simpson continuing this afternoon. A very bizarre day for Southern Californians and for O.J. Simpson himself. Our information is O.J. Simpson is on board that Ford Bronco in the lead. Reportedly has a gun to his head and is being pursued by law enforcement officials. Where O.J. Simpson is headed, we don't know. The whereabouts of a friend, a colleague, Al Callings, is also unknown right now. Early on, we had reports that there were two people in the vehicle and that O.J. Simpson was, in fact, in the back with the gun to his head. We have not been able to confirm that just yet. We don't know if Al Callings may be the subject of a man holding a gun and is being forced to drive him at this time. We are uncertain. What we do know is the vehicle is being pursued. Law enforcement officials, along with all of us, are hoping that O.J. Simpson will put that gun down and that vehicle will pull over. They will continue this pursuit for, it's anybody's guess as to how long. It is our hope, and I'm sure it is your hope, despite the fact the man is wanted for double murders, that this does not end in a violent fashion. But he is a wanted fugitive right now. Law enforcement has to protect itself. He is a wanted fugitive. He has a gun in his hand, and that gun, of course, is a factor in determining what they do when they move in or how they close in on O.J. Simpson.
To the best of our knowledge, Harold, this pursuit's been going on for about 30 minutes. Initially, when we heard about it, he was heading north on the I-5, now heading west on the Riverside Freeway in the Cerritos area. And we've been told that speeds have been about 35 miles per hour, pretty much consistent with that. And I believe that Linda Breakstone said in her last report that Parker Center, LAPD headquarters, they had confirmed that indeed that was O.J. Simpson in the Ford Bronco. We're still unclear as to whether his boyhood friend might be with him, Al Callings. They have had some contact with him on the cellular phone. We haven't really been privy to what's been said over the telephone. Perhaps we can get a little bit more information on that. But so far, without incident, a little bit of traffic headed south, or rather east in this series right now. But people kind of pulling over and watching. But besides that, pretty much without event over the last 30 minutes or so.
The way they finally zeroed in on O.J. Simpson, according to reports we've received here, is they tracked his cellular telephone calls. And by doing so, they were able to zero in on this Ford Bronco and to get in pursuit with it. He is being pursued from up above. He is being pursued by the officers in the vehicles that you can see trailing behind. There are now, as you can see, there are apparently civilian vehicles that are also starting to come into play here. And this is a big concern to law enforcement officials right now. Keep in mind, we've seen these pursuits in the past where a vehicle which would appear to be a civilian vehicle was in fact occupied by somebody from law enforcement. So along with you, we're going to watch and see what takes place. Rick Romero, you were online just a little bit earlier, and Rick was able to monitor some of the scanner traffic. And Rick, if you can come back in and enforcement. So along with you, we're going to watch and see what takes place. Rick Romero, you were online just a little bit earlier, and Rick was able to...
I think you heard O.J.'s name mentioned by one of the police officers in the pursuit. None of them have identified him exactly. However, the mention of the gun to the head was done several times over the transmissions. And we are now getting word that, they've gone well past the 605 and are still heading westbound on the 91, sometimes at speeds in excess of 50 miles per hour, but most of the time at about 45 miles per hour. And if we can get another report.
Rick, do they have the sirens on? We can see the flashing lights. Oh, we'll have to hold on.
I know there was a question earlier on, Harold, about who was pursuing. Initially, it was Orange County Sheriff. It was a canine unit, in fact, and that canine unit has been cleared to continue its pursuit and has been the one vehicle that has maintained the closest surveillance of the vehicle, the Bronco.
Rick, from your vantage point, do they have the sirens going? We can see the lights and the like.
The lights are on and sirens are on some of the trailing vehicles, but not any. I can't tell if it's all of the vehicles or how. It's pretty hard to tell.
It looks as though cars are pulling along the shoulder there, off to the right. And I actually saw one earlier pull off. So I would think that perhaps those sirens are on.
I'm sure this is a big shock to those people who are commuting home as they see a number of police vehicles suddenly behind them with lights flashing and sirens going.
I suspect many of them have their car radios on right now. It's been a story that we've been following here in the Southland since 11 o'clock this morning, now reaching into its 8th hour, and the culmination of all of the day's events right here, right now. O.J. Simpson on board this vehicle with a gun to his head, police in pursuit, cautiously staying close and waiting to see how this plays out. Who makes the call? These sorts of things one assumes has been thought out in advance, procedures, police procedure and the like, and there is certainly somebody who is in a command center right now monitoring the situation along with us, who ultimately will have to make the call. But the belief is they want O.J. Simpson's vehicle, a Ford Bronco, to run out of gas, or they want it to break down. That's about the extent of it right now. The car continues to simply roll along the 91 westbound. Surprisingly, people are in fact pulling over. And I don't know how many times any of you have been on the freeway, but I've been there and I've heard police vehicles coming, and they've had a devil of a time getting people to pull over as they try to pursue someone or to get to their destination in a hurry. But on this Friday afternoon, it's almost as though we're watching a movie being shot as this Ford is going down unimpeded a major Southland freeway.
Perhaps it's another surreal chapter in this saga, which, as you mentioned, started at about 11 o'clock this morning. Rick, this is Laura. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you know at which point this chase actually began? Do you know where authorities spotted the Bronco for the first time?
At about Crown Valley Parkway N5 is the first time that we heard about it, which is not too far from either the cemetery nor Monarch Bay. It's about a midway point between the two.
Yeah.
The Irvine area, right? So the Irvine area, and that would have been, as you point out, where a lot of freeways sort of feed into one there.
Exactly. It's just south of the El Toro Y. It's a very, very busy section of freeway southbound this time of the evening. However, they were going northbound. Still a lot of traffic, but not nearly as bad as going south. And we've encountered, again, heavy traffic here on the 91 as we go, following them.
Well, it is, in fact, a Friday evening, and we are struck by the fact that even the eastbound lane, as we watch it here in the bottom part of our screen, does not seem to be that full of traffic. It, too, has slowed, and we suspect that they are aware of the fact that these police vehicles are coming toward them. Their curiosity, as you know, we are all ultimately look-a-loos in Southern California, aren't we, from time to time, slow down and look at an accident or the activity on the adjacent freeway that appears to be taking place as we watch this today. Keep in mind, O.J. Simpson is a wanted fugitive tonight, and despite all of his heroics on the football field, and despite his endearment to people through his commercials and his movie roles, right now O.J. Simpson is wanted for trial for the murder of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ronald Goldman. He also, even though he has a gun to his head, is now an armed fugitive. All of this has to be taken into consideration as these police officers pursue him this evening. It will have to come to a call. Will it have to come to a close before it gets dark? I can't answer that right now. No one can. But as I said, somebody has to make a call, and I'm sure that discussions are going on. The officers who are in those vehicles right now are keeping the dispatchers abreast of where they are and what the situation is. And for the time being, everyone seems to be content to just let it play out.
Certainly more than a touch of irony here, Harold, because in the letter that was left behind by O.J. Simpson and read by his friend today, he said he couldn't take it that people would look at him. And here we are on live television watching him as he heads westbound on the 91 freeway, wondering where this is going to stop. So the thing that he wanted the very least is happening right in front of our eyes.
That letter that Laura makes reference to, and keep your eye, if you will, up top there, we see two police vehicles now running parallel to O.J. and the freeway, and we don't know if they are going to make a move and come out on one of the off-ramps here and get involved, which is another tactic they have used to put a vehicle out in front and to ultimately slow down the pursued vehicle.
Just so you know,
what we started to say was that the letter that Laura made reference to was one that was read by a friend of O.J. Simpson at his lawyer's office today, and it was, in fact, from our perspective, what sounded like a suicide letter. O.J. saying that he wanted his children to be taken care of. He didn't want the media to hound them. He thanked his friends, many of his old football buddies, his golfing buddies, and the letter definitely had a finality to it. So his lawyer also pointed out that he believes O.J. Simpson is in fact suicidal. So this is where we are right now. O.J. Simpson in this vehicle with a gun to his head, and knowing all of that, we continue to monitor the situation and hope, along with the rest of you, that no one gets hurt in this situation. And I include the law enforcement officers who are following O.J. right now. Their well-being is also tantamount in my thinking right now. They have a very difficult job as they pursue a man who is, in fact, a wanted fugitive.
Rick, we understand that you're able to hear us right now.
Yes.
I am curious, can you give us a better indication of where you think they might be? At last check, we knew that they were in the Cerritos area. Could he be all the way to Carson by now? Is that possible?
I couldn't hear you as well as I would like, Laura, but I can tell you, you mentioned something about the Cerritos area. They're well past that. They have gone past Wilmington, was the last report that I heard on the scanner, continuing still at about 40, 45 miles per hour. LA County Sheriff asked if there would be any need for their services. They appear to be joining, but it's still Orange County Sheriff, I believe, that is the lead vehicle in this pursuit.
Linda Breakstone pointed out to us, if the arrest is made, or when the arrest is made, I should say, that he will be taken to Parker Center, and I guess there will not be any jurisdictional disputes between law enforcement agencies if he is captured by the Orange County officers. It has already been determined that since that warrant was issued by the LAPD, O.J. Simpson would be immediately taken to Parker Center and booked on the outstanding warrants. The Ford Bronco right now is continuing to move through very light traffic. We have seen evidence, Laura, that the on-ramps have been blocked off. Law enforcement is leapfrogging ahead, obviously, and as we go through one jurisdiction to another, they are doing a terrific job in keeping people off of the freeway. These other cars around them right now, posing no immediate problem, but law enforcement, of course, the officers are very concerned that if gunfire erupts, these people very well might find themselves in harm's way. But the driver of the vehicle...
Harold?
Yes.
Yeah, we just word on the scanner that they are going southbound on the 110. He's just made a transition from the 91 heading southbound on the 110.
All right. Now, would someone fill me in here as to where that would take him on the 110? Mike Delamico?
Couldn't that take
harbor.
him...
That's taking him to the harbor. That's right. The 110 would take him into the harbor. Would that take him all the way to San Pedro? Yes, it would take him
south all the way into Orange County. It actually can run parallel to the 405.
That's correct. It would take you all the way to San Pedro.
Yes.
There's an end to this at some point.
Yeah, the 110, we used to call it the Harbor Freeway, as a matter of fact. There was the 11 back in the old days, if you will. But that's where he's heading, and this thing buttons up down in San Pedro. And from where he is right now, I suspect that's just, a 20-minute drive at max? So he's running out of real estate, if you will. Officers now are changing positions with their vehicles in pursuit. Captain Ron?
Yes.
All right, what do you see from your perspective? And give us a bird's eye view of what you see, what lays ahead for all the people involved here.
Okay, I'll tell you, it surprised us quite a bit. TD7 to copy. And it surprised us quite a bit because it looks like he wanted to go northbound on that 110 freeway, and traffic and stuff would not allow him. Now, right now, we can notice that he's transitioning to the northbound 405 freeway. He's off the 110, and he's now northbound on the transition road to the 405 freeway. But at one point, while he was on the 91, we watched him speed up a little bit. And, of course, all the law enforcement cars immediately followed behind him. I don't know if you caught that or not, but it just lasted for a moment. Now, we're kind of in a sun situation here. Let me move forward just a little bit, and we'll get a better picture of it. But now we're on, the third or fourth freeway that he's been on here. Continues still at very slow speeds, and law enforcement still directly behind him. But
Ron, would you say that they're near the airport or getting near the airport at this point?
Okay. Are we near an airport?
Are you getting near the airport at this point? Can you give us a better sense of that?
We're heading towards
LAX.
Yes, we're heading
up around Carson, I believe you are right now.
Yeah, actually, we just passed over Normandy. We've gone through Carson.
Okay.
And we're heading into the Torrance area. We're actually approaching that South Bay curve.
Okay.
Approaching, I think it's a Crenshaw off-ramp that we're coming up to right now. I've been having some radio problems. I think I've got it solved at least temporarily. And but it continues about the same. Something that I've been noticing, Harold, and I think maybe you guys have had a chance to see it in passing, but there are literally hundreds and hundreds of people that must be listening to the radio or watching our broadcast. They will be out on bridges and along the sides of the roads, and I'm just completely surprised of how many people are out here, either on the freeway or on the bridges, on the overpasses, just to catch a glimpse of this situation as it goes by.
So people have actually come to watch after watching this live shot. They've come to see it for themselves, you're saying, Ron?
I missed that.
Ron, I guess what Laura was alluding to is the fact that there are looky-loos are getting an idea of where this caravan, if you will, is heading, and they're getting a quick glimpse. Again, there are two camps at work here. There are those who are, very hopeful. I would say all people are hopeful that O.J. would pull over and put that gun down. And there are others who recognize the fact that the man is wanted for murder and a double murder, and that he has a gun in his hand, and that he has a history of violence stemming back from his first marriage when he was married to his former high school sweetheart, a woman that told people that O.J. battered her, through Nicole Brown Simpson, who in fact filed complaints against O.J. And in the last couple of years, when there was talk of reconciliation, neighbors reported to us here on Eyewitness News that there were horrific arguments and that she, in fact, was suffering from the classic battered wife syndrome during all of this. So O.J. Simpson has, in fact, exhibited what one might consider, or one might call, a mean streak, and on the other end of the spectrum, O.J. Simpson is, in fact, a wanted fugitive for a double murder. So we are watching this unfold as O.J. Simpson being pursued by law enforcement officials heading north on the San Diego Freeway, the 405, through the Torrance area, up about the Torrance curve as they push on toward Los Angeles International Airport. As you know, his options then are he could stay on the 405, or he could take the 10 freeway, the Santa Monica freeway, and the new 105, I should say, the Century Freeway, which opened up a while back, or he could continue north, and then he could touch on the Santa Monica freeway, heading either west or east toward the downtown area.
And pick up the 5 again and go north.
And get back on the 5. One has to say that one doesn't suspect that O.J. Simpson has a grand plan right now, nor does he have a Thomas Brothers book map in his lap. I think O.J. Simpson, as described by his attorney today, is suicidal. He's distraught. He has been under doctor's care for the last couple of days. And the big question, the big mystery remains, however, where is his friend Al Cowling? Al Cowling was last seen with O.J. Simpson at a home in an undisclosed location early this afternoon, and it was believed at that time that Simpson and Cowling fled the scene in this Ford Bronco. Whether O.J. Simpson dropped him off or not, we don't know. There are two schools of thought that O.J. is in the back seat while someone, presumably Al Cowling, is driving, or O.J. is at the wheel and he has the gun to his head, and there isn't anybody else in the vehicle, and the officers are able to see O.J. in the car, perhaps behind the wheel right now. And LA helicopter TV7. Captain Ron has to stay in constant touch with the other emergency vehicles, or I should say, with the emergency vehicles that are over the scene. There will be LAPD, there will be the CHP, and since it started at OC, Orange County, perhaps they too are involved in the aerial pursuit. It's a tough job. There are also a lot of media helicopters that are also covering this. So Ron Botholt and all of these pilots who act as reporters for us also are flying helicopters. Very precarious situation for them. Rick Romero, as you continue on the ground,
I'm still...
I am struck by the fact that so many people are pulled over in both directions as this pursuit continues.
I think it's what you said earlier on, that people are monitoring on the radios this pursuit. We, in fact, saw a few people on overpasses looking for the vehicles as they were coming across. So you know that they've been getting reports of this chase, this pursuit, and are now out and trying to find them, O.J. themselves. You mentioned also something about whether he was driving. Now, the reports that we've gotten all along are that the man with the gun to his head is in the back seat and not up in the front, and that somebody else is driving the vehicle who was motioning to the man in the back seat when the police pursuit first began, letting them know that if they got too close, that perhaps he might do something.
Rick, can you give us a sense of as to where you are?
Well, we continue to fight traffic. We come into pockets of traffic that slows us down. We suddenly get backed up and we're out of visual contact. And then we catch up for a short time and then we're back up again, mainly because there's oncoming traffic at every on-ramp and off-ramp. There is nothing. In fact, one of the on-ramps, there was an accident by one of the media vehicles that have been pursuing. So you know that there's an awful lot of activity out here.
That's the first incident that we've heard about then, since we've been tracking this since about 6:40, almost an hour ago. So that's one minor accident that you know about. Have you heard of anything else?
No, that's the only thing that we've heard about, except that the pursuit continues now northbound on the 405 at approximately the same speeds of 45 miles per hour. And there are a lot of directions they can go off that 405 yet. Perhaps they are heading back, though, to the area, the scene of the crime.
Well, that's where this road would take them, isn't it? This would take them right up to the turnoff there. They have got a couple of options. They could take the Wilshire turnoff for the 405 over to Brentwood, or they could go up to the Sunset Boulevard turn as well and come in that way.
A lot of surface streets there.
Very hard to figure right now. I didn't know that. I thank you for that information about the fact that O.J. Simpson is in the back of the vehicle, that the driver, presumably Al Calling, is at the wheel. Al Calling waved off the pursuing law enforcement officials, probably at the same time simultaneously telling O.J. Simpson to put the gun down. We are about 5 minutes away from Los Angeles International as we continue to head north, monitoring here on Channel 7 our live coverage of the pursuit of O.J. Simpson.
And Harold, apparently a lot of O.J. Simpson's former teammates are appealing to him to give himself up, to let this all end peacefully as possible as it can on this Friday evening. And bystanders, we heard this a little bit earlier from Rick Romero, bystanders are actually standing along the highway and they are waving as the truck drives by. I don't know if that's just to look and watch because they're curious or if that's even some sort of support that they're trying to lend.
Well, I think anybody, including the officers who are in pursuit, would hope that O.J. would put that gun down. But from all the information we've been able to garner today from his attorney and also from one of his close friends who read that letter that O.J. wanted made public today, O.J. Simpson is a man who is suicidal. He is a man who is terribly distraught. He has been distraught. He has been under medical attention. He has had psychiatric attention. And the belief was that O.J. Simpson was going to turn himself in as a deal had been cut with the Los Angeles Police Department and with his attorney, Robert Shapiro. O.J. Simpson decided not to uphold his end of the bargain. He fled from a home. We are now beginning to believe that that home was somewhere in the San Fernando Valley, possibly the Encino area. No confirmation on that yet, but O.J. Simpson fled with Al Callings. The gun is also a curiosity because I'm reminded that when I was on the air earlier this afternoon and I was listening to Robert Shapiro's news conference, he said specifically that they had searched the home for weapons. Now, the murder weapon, which has been listed in the charge against O.J. Simpson, has been identified as a knife, not a specific knife, but the wounds were inflicted by a knife. Now, according to Robert Shapiro in his news conference today here on Channel 7, he said that he, along with the other people that were in that house, searched the house looking for weapons. They didn't find any weapons. Now, we find O.J. Simpson in the back of a Ford Bronco with a gun to his head. Where he got that gun, we don't know. But we were told by his attorney that because O.J. was exhibiting suicidal tendencies, that they had made every effort to make sure that there would be no weapons
looks like
available
a shot of
to
LAX
him.
right there. I just saw a plane. Looks like the approach at LAX.
Yes, we can hear you, Rick.
That last report that they've transitioned to the 105, that is that new Glenn Anderson freeway that goes to the airport. It also will go back eastbound, back into Orange County over towards the 605 freeway. I've not been able to clearly figure out if they've gone westbound or eastbound on that 105.
Captain Ron, can you come in and give us some help on that? Captain Ron, I'll tell you what, Ron, you stay doing what you're doing. No, Ron, I didn't want to bother you right now. I know that you're in that area of LAX, and I know that's real tricky flying for you right now, and you have to listen to the people in the control tower there to make sure you don't get in harm's way. Just trying to get a sense, though, if you get a break, to tell us where they're headed now on this new freeway.
Okay, we had to pass midfield here over LA Tower, which put us away from the freeway. Now, we understand that he is still continuing northbound on the 405 freeway. He's passed underneath both the 2-4 and is going by the 2-5 complex. And what we're going to do is we're just past the north complex, so we're going to be able to go right back to that freeway. But he is continuing northbound.
Okay, so you're saying he's on the 405 freeway. We just heard from Rick Romero that he was on the New Century freeway, but we weren't clear as to which direction he was headed.
Laura, we just got another report. You've gone under the 105, so yes, he is still on the 405. Heading northbound, but they picked up speed according to the last report on the scanner.
And if you hear me, it's still continuing.
We can hear you. Anybody can jump in because you people are at the scene there.
Okay. It's,
there is...
As you can imagine now,
I don't know if you heard that last report,
this pursuit is continuing. He's by himself now, continuing northbound on the 405 freeway. Now, I think he's just passing Florence Boulevard. He's going under the bridge there. I'm going to turn around so we can get a decent shot here and you can see again.
Rick Romero, did you have some new information for us? Were you trying to tell us something?
Well, you're right that he is still on the 405. It got under the 105, but he had picked up speed. There was also some irritation by the police officers because some of the vehicles that are traveling along that freeway, some of the civilian vehicles, are trying to slow down and pull alongside the Bronco to take a look inside. And they're worried about that, concerned that they may be in danger as well.
For those of us who have followed his fabulous football career, this may indeed be O.J. Simpson's longest run of his life.
Well, we certainly hope not.
It's a situation right now that we're aware that there are people who are watching this broadcast and they are questioning why we are staying with this, that we are on the air perhaps too long with this. But I think the fact of the matter is O.J. Simpson is a renowned figure, a worldwide figure. He is a very well-known individual. The circumstances surrounding this double homicide that began to unfold on Monday morning has captured nearly everybody's attention, particularly here in Southern California. It has been the talk of the town, and we would be remiss if we did not stay with what appears to be the culmination of a very long day in the life of O.J. Simpson.
speaking to the point that Rick Romero just mentioned a few minutes ago, motorists who are on that freeway should absolutely not be pulling alongside that Ford Bronco. The LAPD saying earlier today that O.J. Simpson is considered to be armed and dangerous. We know that he's despondent. We know that he fled the scene earlier today and did not show up to surrender to LAPD at Parker Center, as was the plan that had been cut earlier in the day. I think that's a tighter shot than we've seen for a while there, Harold.
Yes, this is...
yes, I can. Go ahead, Jim.
This is a shot that is bringing us in closer.
Go ahead,
and while it is closer, we are still not able to discern if...
yes, go ahead, Jim.
Another angle for us there.
If O.J. Simpson is in the back. It would appear that they have their... flashing lights on, the distress lights, lights you use when you pull over and you want to alert your fellow motorists that you're having trouble.
So I've got a couple
certainly having that today.
Pushing along this freeway without much problem at all. It is remarkable to see the cars in the other lanes now pulled over as well. Simply watching people saying, yes, I saw that pursuit today. I did see O.J. Simpson and another man being pursued by law enforcement officers.
And an officer on a motorcycle, right, Harold? Have we seen this before?
Unsure if that's an officer. Very well could be, but unsure at this time. I would be quite surprised if it was, because it seems to me that the officers who are in the cars are the ones that are in charge of this pursuit. But we'll keep an eye on them, Laura. They may be monitoring. That very well could have been an officer monitoring the situation. Where's the gun? That's the thing that these people have to be concerned with right now. On the one side, we have people who are very concerned of the fact that O.J. Simpson has a gun to his head and may commit suicide. But there is the other factor, and that is the well-being of the police officers who are in pursuit. That gun is a threat to their life as well. O.J. Simpson is wanted for a double murder. They're aware of that. They have it in mind. They have to keep that in the forefront of their thinking as they make this pursuit today. That gun is a major player in the developments that are unfolding live on this Friday night.
Okay, Jim, we've got about an hour and a half. I can break off right here at Santa Monica and go from there. Tell me when you're ready for me to break off.
All right, I'll tell you what's happening. Captain Ron is talking to our people here at Channel 7. I think Captain Ron is about to break off and go for fuel. We also have another helicopter up, the one that is bringing us this tight shot.
To leave right now?
So if we could cut Captain Ron's audio for the time being and you folks work that out administratively, we will continue our coverage of this live pursuit of O.J. Simpson. We have picked it up with a helicopter. The mere mention of fuel, of course, brings to mind that these officers in pursuit, and we have seen some of them peel off and be joined by new cars. Fuel is also a consideration. How much gas did that Ford Bronco have when they took off this afternoon? We don't know. According to our Rick Romero, they picked him up down around the Irvine area. Have no idea off the top of my head what kind of a mileage a Ford Bronco would have. Doesn't really matter because I don't know how much gas they had to start with.
Right.
But their plan of attack right now is that this vehicle will run out of gas. And then what happens from that point is going to be, quite frankly, it's going to be very, very tense as we watch them close in on O.J. This afternoon.
Rick Romero, are you able to hear us and maybe might want to give us a sense as to where they are now located?
Well, I know that northbound of 405, they passed Manchester, and continuing northbound, the speeds have dropped down again to about 40, 45 miles per hour. A Bronco probably gets about 10, 12 miles per gallon. Ford probably doesn't like me saying that. Not too good at gas mileage. But it may have very large tanks, which may be as much as 40, 50 gallons. If so, it could probably go a couple hundred miles.
Well, the key is, that's right. And also the speed plays a factor in that. The slower the speed, the more mileage you get out of a gallon of gas. As you can see right now, another news copter is moving into our view. Look at this.
Wow.
As people are lining up on the bridges over the 405, they've been doing this. As we've been following this pursuit now, we are into about our 65th minute here on Channel 7. As we began this pursuit early on, as O.J. Simpson and another man have pushed up from the Irvine area Early on, there was speculation that he indeed might return to Irvine because that's where his ex-wife was buried yesterday. His 2 children had been reported to be at Monarch Bay at the home of his ex-wife's parents. Whether O.J. Simpson was able to make contact with them, if he tried to, we don't know at this time. But we are surmising that that was why he was in that area, may have even made a visit to Nicole's gravesite. We're unsure of that. We're dealing with a man who is distraught, who is distressed, who is depressed, who has been described as suicidal by his attorney several times earlier today. And Barbara Walters is not reporting live on this television station, and we inadvertently have put up, and this is not the Channel 5 live special report either. What we are having here is a cross-signal problem. There is so much coverage of this pursuit that the microwave signals are beginning to cross one another, and if you will, it's like we are changing channels as we continue our live coverage. We are going through other signals. But Channel 7 is in the forefront of the coverage. Our helicopter is now pulling up parallel, and as we try to push in with our Westcam to see if, in fact, we can get a sense of O.J. Simpson and we presume Cowlings as they go by the Fox Hills Mall area right now of Southern California. Again, look, people have now gotten out of their cars. There's a guy jumping up and down, waving left and right. Now, let's think of what these people are doing. One would assume that they are saying, O.J., come on, man, pull over, give it up. I just have to believe that there is no cheering for O.J. Simpson. This is not a heroic run. Those runs that we witnessed at the Coliseum over the years, those runs that we saw in Buffalo and with the 49ers. This is a tragedy that's unfolding right now. And one assumes that these people are feeling the same sense of helplessness that we are right now, that we want O.J. Simpson to put that gun down, to pull over, to give himself up.
Well, as we get into the L.A. basin here, we've got Jeff Michaels standing by live at La Tijera in the 405. And Jeff, what can you see there? It almost looks like a parade when we saw some of those earlier shots.
Well, I'll tell you, Laura, at this point, it is a traffic jam on the 405, and we didn't think that the CHP would have any officers left to manage this traffic jam because so many are up in front, but we have seen two now pull people over who are trying to get up, to get closer to O.J. Simpson, who are trying to weave through this traffic, frankly, as we are. We are driving on the 405 now. We are headed in the same direction as O.J. Simpson as we are all watching this live from Newscopter 7, and I would say our speed at this point is probably at about 35 miles an hour. Traffic is very thick. As I might add, traffic southbound on the 405 extremely slow as well, as if people have just all been tuning to the radios to listen to this and to see if they can catch a glimpse of O.J. Simpson.
We're watching this, Jeff, and are struck by the fact that he is now really getting into a traffic pattern here. Not everybody is listening to the radio. Not everybody is pulling over, and this is one of the situations that law enforcement has to take care of very carefully here, because you've got a wanted fugitive with a gun, and we are now north of the 405. We have just passed the Fox Hills Mall, and the traffic is now beginning to bunch up on in that northbound side of the freeway. Southbound, people apparently are simply pulling over, aware of the fact that this pursuit is going to pass them by. People have actually gotten out of their cars, as you can see right here. This is one of those scenes that would only happen, honestly, here in Southern California on a Friday night. A police pursuit, people looking, knowing that they have watched this person for years, have a sense of knowing him, watching him grow up as a college student, and then evolving into a man, a person who garnered a lot of respect and awards for work that he did in the community. But tonight, O.J. Simpson is a fugitive, and the hope, once again, is that O.J. will be convinced, perhaps, by Al Cowling, the man who is at the wheel, a boyhood friend in San Francisco. They attended, I suspect, St. Ignatius High, also City College of San Francisco, which is right across the street, and they both came down went to USC. I'm not sure if Al Callings also went into the NFL. I think maybe early on someone suggested that he had.
Harold, the traffic seems to be clearing here a little bit. We saw earlier where people were not pulling over, which of course we should advise them to do. They should not try to pull up alongside OJ and have a conversation with him. It's a very dangerous situation.
Laura?
Coming up to the Santa Monica Freeway right now. Also, let me clarify, this picture is courtesy of our colleagues at KTLA. We appreciate they're allowing us to use their picture. He is now taking off. He's coming off of the freeway, and he is coming off on one of the off-ramps here, and the police pursuit is now coming in a little tighter behind him, and
Harold, can I break in here for just a minute?
Please do.
Where are we, Jeff?
At this point, well, we are not far behind him. We are approaching the area as he is just
okay, watch out. Hold up, Jeff.
Let's take a...
Jeff, hold on a second. Hold on right here. This is what police were hoping wouldn't happen. He is now put himself into a position where he is getting into a traffic zone, and the public is out there cheering, whooping, and hollering. But now he was able to get through that area. For a moment there, it looked rather precarious, as though he was going to be forced to stop because of the traffic. But the driver of that vehicle made a left-hand move that freed him from that potential roadblock, and he is now hot-footing it once again.
Jeff, do we know what surface street he is on?
No, in fact, I'm trying to find that out right now, Laura. I've got to tell you, I have spent an awful lot of time in this part of town today, just this afternoon, talking to people. I don't think there is anyone in West LA and Westwood and Brentwood in this area who is not thinking of O.J. Simpson right now, and certainly he is going through probably one of the most congested parts of town at this hour.
Yeah, absolutely. The last that we were aware of, we were getting close to Wilshire, and I don't know. I have to ask anyone here in the studio who's familiar with this area. We're all watching it along with you.
Harold,
it could be Sunset Boulevard.
Yes.
It could be Wilshire Boulevard. There is a little bit of breakup of that picture. What this leads us to believe at this time is this car is heading back in the direction of O.J. Simpson's neighborhood.
Yes.
This is exactly what this appears to me
that he's headed home.
That he is headed home, or he is headed back to Nicole's condominium there on South Bundy Drive. But nonetheless, he's gotten off of the freeway. He's now on surface streets, and the situation becomes even more precarious now for all the participants.
Tough to negotiate your way on Sunset on any particular day, but certainly with this kind of a scene going on. You mentioned earlier that perhaps he could be heading back to Nicole Brown Simpson's condominium. We know that a call reportedly came in earlier to her father, who was at the condominium, and he went out and asked people on the street to call 911. He said that a man who sounded like O.J. Simpson had called him on the phone and said he was on his way over. And there was a great deal of fear, and a huge media event evolved there at that particular location on South Bundy. That was earlier today, but he never showed up.
Our reporter Mark Coogan is on the line. Cougs, what have you got for us? Mark Coogan? I was told we had Mark Coogan on the line, and apparently we have lost Mark. Our ground units are also trying to do what law enforcement is doing, and that is leapfrog ahead. But this has changed the entire scenario, getting off the freeway. And it's, I'm telling you, I'm looking at this along with you. I think that's Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah, it looks like Sunset. The trees and the way, the configuration.
Right. And so moving up into the Brentwood area, where O.J. has had a home for quite some time, and also the home of his late wife, Nicole Brown Simpson. Again, police are in pursuit. They have not closed in. This has been going on since about an hour and 15 minutes. They have kept their distance. They have been following diligently, but they have not made any effort to derail O.J.'s vehicle. They have made no effort to pull up beside him. Again, here is O.J. Simpson. Yes, indeed, it would appear that he is, in fact, trying to reach his neighborhood, if you will.
And you see people chasing after the Bronco, which is the worst thing they could do. Mark Coogan, are you able to hear us now?
Look, there's one of the satellite trucks, so I think this, in fact, is pulling up. He's who is at the wheel apparently is telling whoever came up there to get out of the way, to get back, and to stay out of the way. O.J. Simpson is in the back of this vehicle. It has tinted windows. We're unable to see a clear picture of him. But the reports we've received off of the police scanners is that Mr. Simpson has a gun to his head and obviously is threatening suicide. Mr. Cowling, as he has done since this drive began an hour and 15 minutes ago, has been waving everybody off, telling them to stay back. Al Cowlings is a friend. You just know that he is doing the best job he can to emotionally calm down O.J. Simpson right now, telling the juice to put the gun down. Police, as you saw, are on the premises. They've been there all day. They, too, are staying back right now. And all we can do is watch along with you, keep our fingers crossed that O.J. will, in fact, put that gun down and that this will end peacefully. But O.J. Simpson has returned home. After it's all said and done, he took off from Orange County and he decided he was going to go home. The reports all day have been that O.J. has, in fact, been suicidal. He wrote a letter that thanked many of his friends, his former teammates, his golfing buddies, his broadcasting friends, and people he's known over the years. And on any other occasion, we would have labeled it a suicide note, but the friend who read it told us that it was a letter that he wanted read to the public. The word suicide wasn't mentioned, only when his attorney, Robert Shapiro, said that he believed O.J. was suicidal and that O.J. had been under the care of psychiatrists and physicians over the last couple of days, very despondent.
Linda Brickstone apparently is at Parker Center. And Linda, are you able to provide us with any more information now as we look at this live shot of the Ford Bronco pulled in right there into O.J.'s estate?
Yes, Laura. When he was still on the freeway, LAPD apparently knew where he was headed. About 20 cars rolled out of here, sirens blaring. The Commander Gascon, we are told, was with them. And they apparently had a sense of where he was going. They wouldn't tell me where he was going, of course, we now see. And they are headed in that direction. So it sounds like they were in communication with him on a cell phone or something, because they did know where he was going and that they rolled out of here to that location.
The police are confronted with a very tricky situation here. You have O.J. Simpson, who has a gun in his hand. He's a wanted fugitive. But you also have another civilian behind the wheel right now, Al Cowlings, and his safety and well-being must also be taken into consideration. There are the law enforcement officers, and from what I can see along with you,
there one that just went into the car.
Sure, and there are others who are off to our left as well. I'm not sure if any weapons have been drawn by those police officers at the moment.
Harold, we saw the two who took the young man who approached the Bronco. They pulled him back and went what looked to me to be the entry of the house, pulled him back.
You saw, Laura, too, the officers were inside ready to pull him back, like they knew he was coming.
They were aware he was coming. The situation now, Linda, is what to do.
Very tense. If they knew he was coming there, though, there may be some situation where he is, said he will surrender or something like that.
We also know that he has a cellular phone there, and the Los Angeles Police Department has some very excellent psychologists on their staff, people who are crisis counselors, if you will, and that is a definite possibility that they are trying to make contact with O.J. On the telephone. I have no evidence that there's a phone being passed to the back of that Bronco, but it would appear to me that they are making that effort, maybe talking to Al Cowlings, that they would like to talk to O.J. and tell him that it would be in his best interest to put that gun down and to step out of that vehicle with his hands in the air.
Well, Harold, if I were to guess, based on the information we've been able to patch together here at Parker Center, they definitely knew where he was going. About 10 minutes ago, when he was still on the freeway, headed who knows where at that point, they pulled out of here, again, with sirens blaring and everything else. They knew what was going on. They had a mission. They went there. It would seem to me they would have to have been in contact with him. I know I spoke with him a little earlier when this thing first started breaking, and they definitely were in contact with him at that point, the CHP, but obviously LAPD, jumped in. So they know what's going on in terms of where his state of mind was. Now, whether or not he what his next move was, we do not know. I would expect that in about 10 minutes that place will be surrounded by a couple of hundred police officers.
What will they do? You have O.J. Simpson with a gun, and you also have another human being who's in the vehicle, and their well-being, of course, both people, is at the forefront. But Cowling is, at this point, we don't know if he's a willing participant anymore, because O.J. Simpson has a gun, and Cowling may be a hostage himself right now. And this was something, as we said early on, when Robert Shapiro, his attorney, said he left the house. He said O.J. had no weapons. He said there were no weapons in that house, and now O.J. Simpson suddenly appears an hour and a half ago in the back of a Bronco with a handgun in his hand. We don't know if Cowling was with O.J. when he got a hold of that weapon. Again, we just don't know what Cowling's role is in all of this, other than the fact that he is in that vehicle right now, and he has to be taken into account as police decide what to do.
The only thing we saw, Harold, was that when that young man, whoever that might have been, we don't know if it was a family member or just somebody who happened to be standing there, he was being motioned away very dramatically by Cowling. And we know that Charmaine Wilkerson is about a block there from the estate there of O.J. Simpson. And what can you tell us from where you can see, Charmaine? What do you know?
Well, I can tell you I got caught in a strange situation. I had left a crew from the scene of the crime and left with a friend to pick up my own car, which was still outside O.J. Simpson's house. As we came up what we call the back way from Sunset to Cliffwood to Ashford, there was a traffic jam. We saw police in uniform running everywhere. The gates to O.J. Simpson's property open, and all the media had been pushed way up Rockingham Avenue to an area that I had not seen before. What happened is that we tried to drive down Rockingham to go back to Sunset, and actually had police officers advise
KING, Seattle.
Leave it and head for anyone's private property. I mean, they literally told us to get out of the way because they were concerned for our safety, and we couldn't even get back to Sunset or get to the freeway. Now I am standing at Rockingham Avenue at the corner of Rockingham and Parkins, one block to the south of O.J. Simpson's property. We have a police car with sirens going, trying to head north of Rockingham. I also see an Eyewitness news van which is trying to approach the corner and try to enter, and we're not even allowed to physically walk up the block. I did talk to a man identifying himself as a friend of O.J. Simpson, who did not give his name. He said he was in Simpson's house. He's a friend who does not live in this area. He was in Simpson's house, and the police came out and cleared him out of the home. He did say that no members of Simpson's family were in the property at the time, but he said police cleared him out, and that's it. People are continuing to run up the street to the corner of Rockingham and Parkin Street. Camera crew has just arrived here at the corner. I know that from Eyewitness News they're going to try to enter going north on Rockingham, but I know that they're going to be blocked by police who are very
Okay, the door's just opened, Charmaine.
Yes.
The door has just opened. The driver's side door has just opened.
Yes.
And hold on 1 second here. All right, this is Al Cowlings, who has just gotten out of the vehicle.
Walking toward the house.
Al Cowlings has now walked toward the house, and O.J. Simpson remains in the vehicle. We presume he is still armed, and we are going to stay with this. Charmaine, thank you for your report, and thank you. We are going to monitor this situation from directly overhead. As we pointed out, Al Cowlings has walked from the vehicle. He has walked into the entryway to O.J. Simpson's estate there in Brentwood. Our reports have been continuous that O.J. is in the back of that vehicle. Judging from the position of that car, it would appear that O.J., if he is in the back of that Bronco, is exposed to the police officers who are at the end of that driveway to the left of our screen at about 9 o'clock on the clock. So this is the situation right now. The second party in all of this is now free. He has walked away, and the situation is very tense. Is a negotiator talking to O.J. Simpson, either verbally
with a bullhorn. Now a police vehicle is pulled right up behind him.
You can see the lights there in the back, Harold. And we know, too, that there are 2 officers inside the house.
Now here is, Cowling has returned to the vehicle. I believe, because it was a man dressed in black. That very well could have been an LAPD officer in full uniform as well. We are swinging around. Thank you to KTLA. Their helicopter shot, and we have now gotten off of the scene as we are maneuvering around to get into, we trust, a better picture right now, because what we last saw there was a man dressed in dark clothing, the same clothing, style of clothing we saw Mr. Cowling wearing yesterday at the funeral of Nicole Simpson. And we believe that he had gotten back into that Ford Bronco. We are right now at the mercy of the camera operator in this helicopter to bring us back into a position where we can focus our attention directly on that vehicle.
The last we saw Al Cowling, he walked toward the house, and then we believe that he came back to the Ford Bronco. So far, we've not been able to see O.J. Simpson.
Now we're in a position, once again, as I pointed out earlier, it appears Cowling is standing half in, half outside of the vehicle, as you can see right now. The picture is a bit fuzzy. Keep in mind there's a great deal of transmission going on with television transmitters and emergency vehicles and the like, and that's interfering somewhat with this picture. But Cowling is outside the vehicle, and he is apparently talking to Mr. Simpson, and the police are now right behind him in that driveway, out of their cars. Mr. Cowling is now
motioning somewhere toward the driveway.
He is speaking to a police officer who's in the house. Now, I want you to pay attention. I see no weapons drawn by the LAPD. I see them with their hand on their weapons, but as of now, we have not seen any weapons being brandished by the Los Angeles police officers who were on the scene. Again, in a situation such as this, they know that O.J. Simpson is a wanted fugitive, but they also understand he is suicidal, and he is very despondent right now. And their objective is to end this peacefully and to bring O.J. Simpson out of that vehicle. Mr. Cowling now appears to be in what would look like almost a prayerful plea to the officers and the people that are outside the immediate grounds of O.J.'s estate there in Brentwood.
Gary Gabriel, you're down there on the ground. What can you see?
I can see, well, right now we are on Ashford Court. Just a few minutes ago we saw what appeared to be, as we've been talking about all afternoon, a motorcade heading northbound on Bristol. Then it turned west on Ashford Court.
Gary, we're going to interrupt.
Can you still hear me?
Gary, we're going to interrupt for just a second. We want to keep our attention, since we are over the scene. We're aware of the pursuit that has taken place, and we appreciate that information. But right now, Mr. Cowling is engaged in some sort of dialogue with someone or some people off screen right now. The officer to our right there at about the 12 o'clock position of the screen, is also communicating with Mr. Cowling. O.J. Simpson has yet to appear. Al Cowling obviously is leaning in and talking to him. We must assume at this point that O.J. Simpson is alive. Mm-hmm. And the family dog looks like it has gotten into the picture here as it has wandered up the driveway from the other direction toward the garage.
There are a lot of hand motions that seem to indicate some kind of restraint. A lot of people holding them up as if to say stop. So I think everybody's trying to stay calm and as you mentioned, hope that there's a resolution.
You can be sure that the police will remain calm. They do have a wanted fugitive with a gun inside the car. Mr. Cowling very well could be pleading for more time. He may be asking for something specific. O.J. may be demanding, if you will, something, and Cowling is conveying that information to the police officers. Now, in a situation like this, someone has taken charge. There is a supervisor, a superior, if you will, who has taken charge, and that would be my assumption that that person is in contact verbally with Mr. Cowling.
So there may have been some sort of demands made as Mr. Calling backs away very cautiously from the vehicle, I might add. He has taken what would appear to be a very cautious stance. We don't know if Al Calling is in fact a hostage in this situation. Started out as a friend and a companion earlier in the day, and we are unsure now if he is being forced to carry out the wishes and the orders of O.J. Simpson. Let us watch. Gary Gabrielle, if you're on the line and you have a better vantage point from us, will you describe the scene? Are you right outside the house?
No, I'm not. The police have pushed us back about 300 yards from the house. Right now we're on the west side of the house on Ashford Court. We can see the activity just below the helicopters right now, but where we are right now, all members of the media and dozens of other people who followed the barricade to the scene came here to support Mr. Simpson. They have signs they're waving behind us. You probably can't see them now because you're looking at the house at this moment, but at this scene, a lot of intense commotion and great emotion. Some family members were pushing members of the media back away from the crime tape. They did not want any pictures taken of family members or of what's going on at the Simpson home at this point. Now back to you.
Gary, thank you. Captain Ron, as we understand it, has re-entered the scene. If I'm right, Ron, yes, there you are. There's your picture from Newscopter 7. Ron, your experience with law enforcement, what do you think is happening right now? Do you think there is a negotiator that is in verbal contact with Mr. Cowling?
Well, of course, Harold, what we have here is in a large situation like that, there'll be an incident commander, and what he will do is take upon certain resources. Of course, the first thing that he wants to do is make sure that all the citizens in and around this area are safe. And then the next thing you know that he will do is contain the area with his policemen. And after that, once they have those things going for them, then they'll want to talk to them, because obviously everyone wants to have this thing end successfully and peacefully. And the LAPD, and I'm not sure what agencies are down there right now, but they all have crisis negotiators that are just trained for these type of situations. And they will attempt to establish contact and get a dialogue going, and in this way they can find out what they need, and of course the only thing that the police want, they do want OJ to come into custody so that they can get the formal proceedings started. But right now the incident commander has a lot of resources, and he's using all of those resources. He's bringing them into this scene and using them as the situation dictates. And right now it's a very static situation. Time is on their side, and they can just sit back, they can relax, negotiate, figure out exactly what the dialogue is going to be if there's demands, and they discuss these demands. But there are people down there, Harold, that are just trained. They have a lot of training in this type of situation, and they want OJ to come out safely like the rest of us do.
There certainly seems to be almost a three-way conversation going on. We see the officers there in the entry of the home, and then we saw Mr. Cowling walk back and then lean into the van or to the Bronco as if he were having a conversation with Mr. Simpson.
I think, too, the officers in this circumstance, also this officer here has his hands clear, allowing O.J. Simpson to see that he is not threatening to him right now. And as you notice, he is moving out of the house a little bit farther. Each time he comes out, he steps a little bit closer to Mr. Cowling and to the vehicle. Now, there is a gentleman there with a shirt and tie on who has entered into the situation, into the picture, if you will. We don't know if that's one of O.J.'s friends, or if, since we obviously know early on they cleared the house, it can't be a friend. He, too, is with the LAPD, and he might very well be one of these crisis coordinators that Captain Ron mentioned to us. The situation right now is they are trying to talk O.J. Simpson out of this vehicle. They want him to put the gun down, and they want him to come out. And it is everybody's hope right now that the juice will do just that, that he will give it up. He'll give it up peacefully. He will spare his life, and he will spare the lives of all the other people that are right now negotiating with him.
But as you can see, there are no guns drawn here. And we have heard the reports on the radio that O.J. Simpson does in fact have a handgun. We have not seen it, nor have we actually seen O.J. Simpson, because that Ford Bronco has tinted windows. But now there appears to be 4 people, Laura, gathered in that doorway, all participating in a communication process with Mr. Cowling.
Somewhat amazing that it would all end up here, Harold, when you think about it, with the course of events that have taken place today, starting at about 11 o'clock when Mr. Simpson was supposed to surrender to authorities at Parker Center. And here he is, right here in the driveway of his estate in Brentwood, and we're all waiting to see and hope that he does give himself up peacefully.
Jeff Michael, if you can, ever so briefly, give us some information about crisis negotiators that you're aware of.
Harold, at this point, we are on Sunset, and we have just been passed by what appears to be a D platoon by LAPD's Metro Division. We need to let everybody know that the crisis negotiators with the LAPD are also SWAT team members. They are cross-trained. They will likely be led by Sergeant Mike Albanese. He is one of the head crisis negotiators, an extremely competent negotiator, along with a psychologist by the name of Dr. Chris Mohandi. Both of those men have done this many times, and I think the reason we're not seeing any guns pulled is because they are waiting for the arrival of the Metro Division to take over. They certainly don't want to provoke him, and they certainly want to be able to communicate with him.
Well, it's a gutsy move on their part, I might say. They are police officers, and they are family people, and here is a wanted fugitive, a man wanted for a double murder who has a gun, and they are using a great deal of restraint right now. Unquestionably, they're listening to Mr. Cowling. Now, Cowling, we all wish that we were privy to the conversation that's taking place right now, but Cowling has been the man in the middle since this pursuit began early on today in the Irvine area, traversing 3, 4, 5 freeways in Southern California, and O.J. Simpson has come home on this Friday night. He left this very location just about 10 hours ago. He was last seen leaving this location, or so we thought, in a Mercedes convertible earlier today. All of that comes into question now, whether in fact O.J. did leave the house or if he had in fact been somewhere else last night and didn't stay here. But it was the assumption by some people at the scene that O.J. was in that car, which left that location just about 10 hours ago today. So O.J. Simpson has gone full circle. He has gone home. He has gone from his home to meet with his lawyer. But what he did not do was turn himself in to the LAPD. And that was the arrangement he had, and his lawyer had today, that O.J. would surrender. They made that arrangement because O.J. Simpson is a celebrity. Some might say that it's a double standard, that O.J. Simpson wasn't arrested earlier in the week and taken into custody, that he was allowed to be put into this position. They have been critical. People have been very vocal about it, that they think that he was given special treatment. That said, his attorney has a history of bringing people in. One of the Menendez brothers came back from Israel. Mr. Shapiro brought him in on time. His attorney today was chagrined. He was embarrassed, but more importantly, he was angry that O.J. did not follow through with his part of the deal. And O.J. fled a home that was occupied at that time by his attorney, several of his friends, and a physician, and I believe a psychologist or a psychiatrist. But O.J. Simpson has made a complete turn and is back in his driveway tonight. He has been, continues to be, the object of the attention of the Los Angeles Police Department, Laura, and right now it is in fact a classic standoff.
We heard the DA say earlier today, Gil Garcetti spoke to reporters, and he said that they didn't have enough to arrest him. They were waiting for the scientific evidence to come back, and that they worked all night to process the paperwork, obviously trying to substantiate their viewpoint. We don't know exactly why O.J. Simpson went to Orange County earlier today. We can only speculate that perhaps he went to see his kids who were staying, we believe, with Nicole Brown Simpson's parents in the Monarch Bay area of Orange County. Perhaps he went to the gravesite. We don't really know. Something drew him back there, and it appears something drew him home here tonight, too.
Well, we're dealing with a man who's very distraught, very depressed. In that letter today, which had all of the earmarks of a suicide note,
he blamed the media for a lot of the problems that he has been confronted with this week. Several of the passages he specifically said that he wanted the media to stay away from his children and not to hound his children.
And he maintained his innocence. I believe that's how he started the letter.
He began, and I don't have my notes on that, but he said that he, in fact, did not kill Nicole Brown Simpson. And he expressed his love for her, and he also mentioned in there that they had made an attempt to get back together recently, but it wasn't working out. I don't recall if there was any mention of Ronald Goldman, who was the second victim murdered.
I think he said that he felt sorry for the Goldman family.
For the Goldman family.
And he maintained, too, that he had not had a rocky marriage with his wife, his former wife, despite news reports. He said that, like any marriage, you go through your ups and downs, but it had not been a rocky marriage. He didn't describe it that way. And he said that he thought that they would be friends. Even though they were parting, they were going to maintain their friendship.
As we watch this scene live here on Channel 7, a large crowd has gathered in the area. Crowds had gathered all along the freeways. They had been at the overpasses. They had pulled their cars over, drawn to O.J. Simpson to wave to him, to holler to him, just to have a sense of being part of O.J. Simpson's final run here today. And Gary Gabriel is outside, nearby. Gary, give us your location, and it looks like quite a crowd has gathered.
Harold, this is a surreal situation as a police standoff takes place, continues about 500 yards west of our location on Ashford Court. Hundreds of people have gathered at this intersection at Bristol and Ashford Court, some of them waving signs saying, "We love the juice, save the juice." A lot of these people came by on motorcycles. They followed the police motorcade that followed Simpson to this residence, and they parked their motorcycles, some cars, and they're gathering here trying to show their support for Simpson as a standoff is taking place just about 500 yards in front of them right now. All of them very enthusiastic, hopeful that O.J. Simpson will emerge from the car safe and be taken into custody safely. That's what they're saying right now.
It's reminiscent of a movie I saw years ago. I think it was called Dog Day Afternoon with, if I remember correctly, Al Pacino, and a crowd gathered outside somewhere, and they were outside a bank, and they were chanting. I don't know if they were chanting Attica or whatever they were chanting, but this is reminiscent of that. Sometimes,
it's strange you say that.
Art.
It's strange you say that, Harold, because right now this crowd is chanting "Juice, juice." You can hear them.
Yeah, it's a very, very bizarre situation here. Our television camera undoubtedly is sparking some of this conduct. There is no question about it. But people feel a closeness to O.J. Simpson. These people, in all of their exuberance, are ignoring one fact, that O.J. Simpson is wanted for the brutal murder of the wife of his children, and for a man who appears to have been in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Absolutely. And Harold, I need to point something else out to you. While this crowd is boisterous, or earlier, when a few minutes after police pulled in behind the Bronco, there was what appeared to be family members, relatives of Simpson, who followed the police until they were stopped at the first crime tape about 300 yards from the home, and they were pushing and shoving members of the media, trying to force members of the media from pursuing the story, from getting beyond the crime tape. And I guess you can't blame them. They were very emotional, very distraught when they followed the Bronco to the property here in Brentwood just about 25 minutes ago.
Well, this isn't the only place we're seeing a scene like this. Jeff Michael is along Sunset, which we know is the path that O.J. Simpson took as he came off the 405 to head home. What is the picture that you're seeing there, Jeff?
Laura, this is just pandemonium out here on Sunset. As you know, it's a very narrow stretch of road. There have to be probably about 150, 200 people out here. There is a large sign that I see that says "Free O.J., Free O.J." I talked to two women just a few seconds ago. I said, "Why are you here?" They say, "We're concerned. There's too much problems in Los Angeles. We want to see O.J. freed." Laura, I see people actually climbing up the hillside, it looks like, into people's yards to try to circumvent the police line, to circumvent the roadblock and try to get a better look at this. Fathers bringing their children, bringing their home video cameras. This is really quite a scene.
Well, it is quite a scene, and we, according to your information earlier,
are waiting for a crisis negotiating team to come online. Keep in mind, as we watch this now, darkness is beginning to set in on the west side at almost 8:25 on this Friday night, and it is going to be interesting to see if the law enforcement people there bring in lights and illuminate the vehicle, the Bronco that O.J. Simpson is in right now. But from our standpoint, we ask you to stay with us. Nightfall causes us problems. Our cameras are as high-tech as they can be, and they can operate at a very low light level, but as you can see, the light is dropping rapidly. The situation is that they are waiting for crisis negotiators. There are a minimum of 4 people in the entryway to O.J. Simpson's home, about halfway up your screen right now. They have been talking back and forth with Al Callings, who was the driver of this car up from Orange County, the man who fled the home today where O.J. Simpson was with his attorney. And
we haven't seen Mr. Callings here in a little while. He's been walking back and forth.
The last time I saw him, he got back into the vehicle. You know, I raised the possibility that he could be a hostage, but I think above and beyond, Al Callings is a friend. And I truly believe that Al Callings is very, very, very concerned about O.J.'s well-being, and he is staying with his friend. He has been pleading with the police officials there to go easy and to help him to bring his friend there and resolve this thing peacefully. And it would appear that the LAPD are doing just that, whether it's because they were urged by Mr. Callings, who's just gotten out of the car, or not, or if it's a matter of standard operating procedure, I don't know. But as you can see, Callings appears to always turn back toward the vehicle and then communicates to the officers. Is O.J. making demands? Is O.J. asking for something specific? Is O.J. Simpson coherent right now? All questions we're unable to answer for you as we watch this thing unfolding live.
He almost seems to be acting sort of as an unofficial negotiator, you know, somebody who's going between the two parties and clearly has O.J.'s...
And I'm now with an Eyewitness News van. As we sat here, 2 things happened. We saw some police officers travel a block south from the property on foot, uniformed officers, and run east along Parkins. In other words, basically to the back end of the property, probably trying to gain access from someone else's property. In addition to that, 3 young women came up to me, tearful, a little upset, claiming to be nieces of Al Callings. Just at the moment, just in the moments after which the Bronco pulled onto the property, they came running up saying, "Have you heard anything? Have you heard anything? What's going on?" And we sort of explained to them, and now they are actually watching a television monitor here, waiting to see what's to the corner. They're being held at bay by police. They're either watching monitors or listening to radios, waiting to see what's going on. It really has been an amazing unfolding of events and a very upsetting unfolding of events. And again, 3 of the people who are watching with us are 3 young women claiming to be the nieces of Al.
You have just joined us. It appears that Southern California, in bits and pieces, is converging on in Brentwood tonight, trying to get a ringside seat of O.J. Simpson, who is armed with a handgun early on, holding it to his head, threatening to commit suicide. Earlier today, O.J. was in fact declared a fugitive by the Los Angeles Police Department. He is now officially charged with 2 murders, his ex-wife and her friend. Right now, O.J., as we have said repeatedly, we have not seen him. We have not seen any evidence of a gun. But law enforcement officials in that long, meandering chase from Orange County told us that they, in fact, saw O.J. in the back of that Bronco holding that gun to his head. Now, the crisis negotiating team very well could be the people that are in the doorway now. The gentleman with the shirt and tie, he's been there since shortly after they pulled into the driveway, which, by my recollection, is a better part of 45 minutes, 50 minutes. But I think more than anything, we will remember this day in Los Angeles as the day
when people turned out to cheer O.J. Simpson as he was being pursued by police through the various freeways of Southern California, and are now trying to physically force their way up to his street. And if they could, it sounds like they'd like to pull up a seat, a ringside seat, and watch this thing unfold. This is not a game we're involved in. There are lives in jeopardy here right now. O.J.'s life is in jeopardy. Mr. Collins' life is obviously in jeopardy. And the police officers who are on scene are also in jeopardy right now. The fact of the matter is, O.J. Simpson has a history of a bad temper. He has been charged with spousal abuse. He has a record of a temper, a man with a hot temper. And now he's been formally charged with a brutal murder. These murders were as vicious as the investigators have ever seen in their work over the years. That's what they told us on Eyewitness News. So that's the situation as darkness continues to creep in on the west side in Brentwood.
We're hearing, Harold, that the LAPD will be sending a mobile truck to the scene, and there will be more lights provided. Hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit better then.
Well, and we can assure you they're not doing that for our benefit,
No,
Laura.
no, no.
They're not doing it for television, and I didn't mean to imply that. They are doing it because they want to keep an eye on O.J. Simpson. He has a gun in his possession, and they want to be able to see him, and so they'll bring that truck in. From what we've been hearing from Jeff Michael and Gary Gabrielle, they may have a tough time maneuvering through those streets. They're clogged with people and cars and the like, trying to get close up so that they can
well, we certainly know that residents are not helping them out by trying to go through the police lines there. It's the worst thing they could do in a very dangerous situation. You were mentioning the 1989 beating of Nicole Brown Simpson, and actually at that time she was beaten so severely that she required hospital treatment. When the authorities showed up at the scene, they were told by O.J., you've been here 8 times before, why are you going to arrest me this time?
Also, he had a propensity for fleeing. I'm reminded that on that particular occasion, O.J. Simpson fled the scene. And one has to question when the authorities were thinking about O.J. Simpson coming in on his own, if that was taken into account as they look back on the records of that occasion. He fled. He also has, as I understand it, another instance where he fled from the authorities. This will be scrutinized, this whole deal that O.J. would surrender and come in on his own terms, because there is a propensity for his fleeing the scene, and he has exhibited once again today. Again, this is a standoff in the Brentwood neighborhood. O.J. Simpson is in that vehicle. People are trying to talk him out, and to the best of our knowledge, it is a standoff. No one is successful right now, and the object here is to bring O.J. Simpson out and peacefully arrest him and take him downtown to Parker Center and book him. And there will obviously be an additional charge on his rap sheet in addition to the 2 murder charges that were filed today, along with the special circumstances. Now he has been a fugitive from the law, which will also be a charge that he'll have to face.
Been there for about 45 minutes, wouldn't you say now, Harold, when they pulled in, and it was quite a chase as we saw it begin at the El Toro Y in Orange County and weave its way north, going down freeways, people pulling alongside of that Ford Bronco, which they, of course, should not have been doing, trying to wave to him, say something to O.J. But there was one just minor little accident that we learned about from Rick Romero, which was on one of the side streets. But other than that, it's been quite peaceful. A surreal quality to it all, but so far nobody has been hurt, at least in this pursuit that wound all the way from Orange County and has now ended up at O.J. Simpson's house in Brentwood.
We welcome our viewers across the United States who are watching us tonight on ESPN. I'm Harold Green along with Laura Diaz, and you are watching our live coverage of the culmination of a very bizarre day here in Southern California. O.J. Simpson, the fallen American hero who was to be charged today on 2 counts of murder, fled police. He began to come back to resurface, if you will, in Orange County in an area known as Irvine. It is, Laura, mile-wise, 40 miles south of
about 40 miles south. And that's an area where there is a convergence of freeways. So he could have perhaps come from the coastal area and been coming as he worked his way up north.
Just trying to give our viewers a perspective. O.J. Simpson then led police officers, Orange County law enforcement officers, on a rather moderate speed chase, not a high-speed chase. At the time, the speeds were about 35 to 40 miles an hour as they proceeded north. Originally, Orange County law enforcement officers were in the pursuit. They would later be joined by California Highway Patrol officers. They were also under the watchful eye of airborne law enforcement as well. Al Cowlings, who is a boyhood friend, college buddy, teammate, professional friend of O.J. Simpson, was at the wheel of the car. O.J. Simpson was in the back. According to police reports, he had a gun to his head. And they went through at least 4 or 5 of our freeways here in Southern California on a Friday night. Law enforcement did a marvelous job of cordoning off the on-ramps, not allowing commuters to feed out into the freeway. That allowed that vehicle, that white Bronco that we're watching now in our screen at about the 8 o'clock position as it gets darker and darker here, to proceed northbound toward Brentwood. Brentwood is near Westwood, although the juice is known as a Trojan from USC. Westwood is the home of UCLA. I tell you that just as a matter of reference point. Brentwood is right off of the San Diego Freeway, the 405. They came off of that freeway, and it was at that time that we recognized the fact that O.J. Simpson was commanding the driver of that car, Al Cowlings, to take him home, and that's what Mr. Cowlings has done. They drove right into the driveway. The LAPD, according to our reporter, Linda Breakstone, was alerted to the fact that they were heading home. The reason they picked him up originally was because of cellular phone traffic out of that Bronco, and we are uncertain if the PD was in contact with Mr. Cowling or Mr. Simpson on that same cellular phone, but we do know they were monitoring the phone calls, and so they were there. They were waiting for O.J. Simpson to arrive, and they pulled into that driveway, and that's where the situation stands right now.
That might lend some substance, too, to what we heard earlier from Mr. Brown, who thought that he had received a call from a man who sounded like O.J., and he was actually at Nicole Brown Simpson's condominium there in Brentwood, and said that O.J. had called on the cell phone and said, "I'm coming over. I want to be with Nicole." And they panicked, alerted some of the folks who were outside on the street to call 911. And earlier today, there were dozens of reporters on the scene, helicopters, all trying to figure out if perhaps O.J. was not in the garage of his former wife's condominium. Actually, that's where the crime scene was, and if perhaps he had not taken his own life, but that did not pan out. And of course, he resurfaced at about 6:40 this evening. We heard that he was in the Orange County area, not too far, a little bit south there of where you would find Disneyland for people who are from out of the area, headed up the 5 freeway and then the 91 freeway, and eventually made his way into the LA basin and back home again, back there at his estate in Brentwood.
There are several developments taking place right now, not on the ground, but we have just been alerted to the fact that paramedics are now on their way to stand by near Sunset Boulevard and Rockingham Road, a couple of blocks south of O.J. Simpson's house. And also, we want to alert our people who are covering this from the air tonight that LAPD Air Support is asking that media helicopters increase altitude by 1,000 feet. If not, we're told, the watch commander will ask the FAA to restrict all media choppers from the area over the Brentwood area. The reason this request is being made is because police apparently are unable to communicate with O.J. Simpson due to all the noise. Early on, when it was light in this part of Southern California, and they are out on the west side, not too far from the coast. It's a stone's throw. It's about 5 miles away at the most. We were able to observe Mr. Cowlings, the driver of that Bronco, shouting to police officers who were assembled to the left part of that screen. They were outside the wall that surrounds O.J. Simpson's property. Also, he was yelling toward the house. Now we get a better understanding. that it is because there is so much helicopter traffic right now. That also explains why our picture occasionally breaks up. It's because of all of the microwave feeds that the media are using to cover this story live.
Harold, you mentioned when the truck pulled in, it was actually daylight, and Gary Gabriel was there with a camera, and they have picture of the Bronco as it pulled into the estate when it was still daylight. Gary?
Laura, Harold, we should tell you, first of all, before we go to that video, here at the scene right now, the crowd is being dispersed right now by police, but they're still waving placards saying, "We love the juice." They were chanting earlier. The scene has calmed down here outside the perimeter somewhat. Now we'll go to the videotape that we shot just about an hour ago as the caravan of cars led by the white Ford Bronco you see now drove north on Bristol Avenue, then made a left heading west on Ashford Street. A long line of cop cars followed the Bronco as it pulled up in front of the Simpson residence here. And we should also tell you that behind the officers, there were dozens of motorcyclists as well as vehicles driven by individuals who simply followed the caravan north on Highway 405 as it drove to this area. What you're looking at now is some family members, some Simpson family members, obviously distraught, pushing and shoving with members of the media who were trying to cover the story. They were not allowed past the crime tape initially, but they got in a few minutes later. There's another distraught neighbor, a woman who had just seen Simpson and the driver pull in front of the family home here just about an hour ago. And
we bring you up to date on new information that we've just received. O.J. Simpson's attorney, Robert Shapiro, has arrived at the scene. When we last heard from Mr. Shapiro, it was at a news conference during the 5 o'clock Eyewitness News here on Channel 7, and his opening comment was, "O.J., please surrender." During the course of his recounting of the day's events, he implored O.J. Simpson to give up, to come in peacefully. And now Mr. Shapiro, a man that O.J. Simpson has an enormous amount of respect for, is arriving on the scene, and we suspect unquestionably that Mr. Shapiro will make that same plea to O.J. Simpson personally. Mr. Shapiro picked up this case halfway during the week. O.J. Simpson had taken the services of Howard Weitzman, but Mr. Weitzman backed off of the case. Los Angeles International. O.J. would then take a flight to Chicago. He was going there for a golf tournament apparently put on by Hertz. As you know, he's been a Hertz spokesman along with his old-time friend Arnold Palmer. And after getting into Chicago on the red eye there at O'Hare, he checked into that hotel suite. He would be contacted by LAPD. He would be told that his wife had been murdered. O.J. Simpson would be returned. He would come home on his own. Police would tell us later, after questioning him, that he had scratches on his body. Mr. Shapiro would counter that by saying that O.J. Simpson, upon learning that his wife had died, smashed his hand on a glass coffee table and would cut his hand. But Mr. Shapiro has been at the forefront of proclaiming Mr. Simpson's innocence since taking over this case, Laura. I believe it was either Wednesday or Thursday of this week.
Yes, and he reiterated that again today. He said that he believed him to be innocent, and he was steadfast in that. It was actually Wednesday when there was the changing in the lawyers. That's when Robert L. Shapiro took over. We're looking at a live shot right now of the crowd that
I'm telling you, this is a scene out of the movie Dog Day Afternoon. This is life imitating art, if you will. It was a motion picture, I believe, that came out in the early 70s, and I think it starred Al Pacino, where people gathered out in front of a bank, and it's almost like the Stockholm syndrome, if you will. They so identified with the people who were the subject of the police activity that they became a cheering section.
Sort of the dark side, though, of the human condition that we're seeing there tonight.
It was a bank in Brooklyn, New York, I'm told, in that movie, and that's what we're witnessing here on this Friday night at 8:45 in Southern California. Supporters of O.J. Simpson have gathered. They have been cheering him on. They were actually pulling their cars over, yelling and hooting and hollering and holding up signs, "Go Juice." One has to question what is on these people's minds. This was not O.J. Simpson wearing number 32 running for a goal. He is, in fact, at this moment running for his life because as a wanted fugitive, an armed wanted fugitive, he is the subject of intense police scrutiny right now. But again, his attorney, Robert Shapiro, has arrived on scene and we have been waiting for police negotiators. We suspect by now they too are on location. All of them trying to convince O.J. Simpson to give up peacefully.
Perhaps he'll have the support system now that he needs in place to make that move, Harold. We can only hope so. The video that we saw earlier with Gary Gabriel, we saw some of the family members who were very upset at what was occurring there at the scene. And we should keep in mind that for the last week, pretty much, there had been constant crews at that location and also at the other location on Bundy where Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were slain. And pretty much that neighborhood has been taken over by the media and looky-loos, and that's the scene here again tonight and other locations throughout the Southland as people are craning to get a look and even crossing across police lines.
One of the questions I would like to have answered is how O.J. Simpson was not kept under police surveillance. We know he's a high-profile individual. He supposedly was a low-flight risk, if you will, but it was most people's assumption that despite the fact he was in his home in Brentwood, that he was under close police scrutiny. Secondly, given that assumption, how did O.J. Simpson manage to avoid all the media? In front of his home, there must have been 150 reporters, camera people, technicians and the like, at Parker Center downtown, the same scenario. Over at the Criminal Courts building in downtown Los Angeles, a legion of media there. O.J. Simpson made probably one of the greatest end runs of all time. He not only eluded the police, he eluded the media, which have just absolutely been covering this thing like a blanket since it came to light that he was a suspect in this case.
Been camped out there till Monday. Of course, there were some reports yesterday of so-called decoys that actually occurred there at the scene where a man walked in who was covering his face, supposedly designed to look like O.J. but wasn't O.J., and that garnered all the attention of the media. And then talk today of a different car being brought in with plates that looked like they belonged to O.J. and then in the end didn't turn out to be. So perhaps it was a well-orchestrated effort. We don't know.
The situation remains static. O.J. Simpson still in that Bronco. He has been in that vehicle, either moving or sitting now for 2 hours and 9 minutes by my calculation. And we are beginning to see now some light is being cast on the scene. Unsure of the source of that light, whether it's media light or if it's police light. Actually, let me take that back. I know emphatically that would be police light. The Los Angeles Police Department is not going to allow those of us in the media to illuminate their officers in a crisis situation such as this. But as we understood early on, they were going to bring in some lights, and apparently they are in the process of setting them up right now. During all of this, we have seen no evidence that the police officers closest to O.J. Simpson have drawn their weapons. There has been conversations held between the officers, Al Cowlings, and in turn O.J. Simpson. Back and forth, what is said, obviously we don't know. But perhaps some demands were being made. We just don't know the state of mind of O.J. tonight. But all of us are pulling for O.J. Simpson, including law enforcement, to put that gun down and to come out of there and to end this crisis situation peacefully on this Friday night.
Charmaine Wilkerson is in the neighborhood, and she's been talking to people throughout the day. Charmaine, have some of the people dispersed now? That's certainly the best thing they could do.
I beg your pardon. Would you repeat that, please, Laura?
Have some of the crowds dispersed from the scene there now?
It's probably about the same, but what has happened is we're at the corner of Rockingham and Parkins. Rockingham, if you go north 1 block, you're at the corner of O.J. Simpson's property. And what has happened is that the police have now shifted their police line, that yellow tape that cuts people off, so that no one can get onto Rockingham now. It is completely blocked off. Before, people were sort of gathered in the intersection Now they've cut it off so that no one can travel north, and everyone is sort of trapped on Parkin Street. Now, at the other end of Parkin Street going east, we had seen some police officers run a couple of houses down and gather at the back of the property, but we don't know what came of their attempt to go in from that end. I now see a police car traveling west with lights going, all lights going, but no siren, coming up this property, and we don't know what is going on. Now, you may hear a lot of people yelling. I don't know what the motivation is there, but there are people actually yelling, OJ, OJ, even though this is a situation in which two people were brutally murdered and now a man considered suicidal is in his own home with or on his own property with a friend. People are actually chanting OJ as if at a game. You know, I think it's a strange situation for people to digest, to say the least, and I think it's difficult for people to process. So you see people reacting in different ways to this. Clearly they've been drawn by what's going on. As I mentioned, a police car came by, lights going, went past the police line and went up to the property. We've seen about 2 additional police cars arrive, and we're hearing reports that he's in custody. But I think I'm going to toss back to you and see if you can see what's going on. I think people may be passing rumors. It's difficult to tell from here. This is Charmaine Wilkerson reporting live.
All right, there are unconfirmed reports. I emphasize unconfirmed reports that O.J. Simpson has given himself up. We are unable to substantiate those reports right now because, along with you, the lack of light has become a problem for us. Our ground units have also been unable to detect if this, in fact, took place. But we do know that he has, in fact, been arrested now. We are learning that O.J. Simpson has been arrested in his driveway. We told you earlier that his attorney, his friend, Robert Shapiro, came on the scene. Mr. Shapiro undoubtedly was the one who was able to convince O.J. to give up. He asked O.J. at about 5 o'clock this evening to surrender. He said, please, O.J., give yourself up for your sake, for your children's sake, and for all those involved. Now we have confirmed reports that O.J. Simpson has, in fact, been arrested by members of the Los Angeles Police Department. It has been an incredible day. It has been an extraordinary day that began with actually the world's attention on the arrest and the booking of O.J. Simpson, something that never occurred. It was to have taken place about 10 hours ago, 11 o'clock Los Angeles time. It didn't happen. O.J. became a fugitive of the law, and as such was then the subject of a police pursuit through the myriad Los Angeles, Southern California freeways, culminating in his having his friend drive him into his driveway there in the Brentwood region of Los Angeles. And now O.J. Simpson has given himself up mercifully, no gunplay, and no one has been hurt. I believe Gary Gabriel is on scene. Any of our reporters that have anything that they can contribute to us, we will take that information right now, because we are operating on this stagnant shot. Charmaine mentioned that some people there told her unofficially, Laura, that O.J. Simpson was in the back of a police car and passed by her vantage point. She was unsure if O.J. had in fact been arrested. We can confirm that, and our conjecture is that yes, indeed, they did see O.J. Simpson in the back of a police vehicle.
When we had daylight, we never actually saw O.J. come out of that Ford Bronco. We saw Mr. Callings go back and forth and seem to speak with officers who were inside of the house and then come back and carry on what appeared to be a three-way conversation. But we never saw O.J. The windows were tinted. We know that people did pull alongside that Bronco as it made its way from Orange County into Los Angeles, tried to wave or yell things out.
Here's the official word. Here is the official word. Fugitive double murder defendant O.J. Simpson and his ex-teammate led authorities on a 75-minute pursuit tonight that ended with his arrest in his driveway in Brentwood. So it is official now. O.J. Simpson is in the custody of the Los Angeles Police Department. Our reporter Charmaine Wilkerson is back online. Charmaine, come on in.
Well,
Well, as usual, we have so many things happening at once, it's difficult to say. As I talked to you last, the car came up this street from behind that sort of back entrance to the property I mentioned to you. Lights going, and people started chanting OJ, and there were rumors that he might have been in the back of the vehicle. I cannot confirm that. But what I did was, as you began to say that you had heard he might be in custody also, I yelled out to an officer on the police line and said, "Is he in custody?" And the officer said yes. That is all I can tell you. He did say, yes, he is in custody. Where he is exactly right now, I cannot say. I, again, am at the corner of Rockingham and Parkins, a block south of the property.
Charmaine, we were told by our colleague Linda Breakstone early on, who has been downtown at Parker Center, Los Angeles Police Department headquarters, that when OJ was arrested, he would immediately be brought down to that location. He would be booked and he would be incarcerated. They were not going to delay. They were not going to stand around and talk about anything other than the fact that he was under arrest, that he was a fugitive. He was also to stand trial for a double murder.
Not after what happened today, because he was supposed to surrender this morning, and that did not happen. And when the LAPD came out and made that announcement, they were clearly upset and embarrassed. So straight to Parker Center this evening.
There was a lot of anger over that. There was also a great deal of disappointment here in Southern California, and I suspect around the state of California and the country as well. When O.J. Simpson fled the authorities, O.J. Simpson has in fact become a fallen hero, yet there were many who said, let this play out, and they are correct in this. Let this play out. O.J. Simpson is facing charges. He has not been convicted in a court of law, but when one flees the authorities, it does cast doubt in a number of people's minds about the guilt or innocence of that person.
And there were a number of hours, Harold, where we didn't know where he was. At one point, people thought that perhaps he was on his way to the condominium there in Brentwood. There was a call that came from Nicole Brown Simpson's father saying that she had received a cell phone call from a man that he believed to be O.J. Simpson, saying that he was on his way over to the condominium. At that point, all the helicopters moved over there. That's on South Bundy. And actually, we thought that perhaps O.J. Simpson had taken his own life and might be in the garage, but that didn't turn out. And then we didn't know where he was until about 6:40 this evening, when we heard that there was a hot pursuit going on in southern Orange County.
Only two people knew, O.J. and Al Cowlings. They put out that APB on that Ford Bronco, including the license number of it. And the law enforcement system here in Southern California is quite good. They were all alerted to the fact that he was a wanted fugitive, and they were able to ultimately zero in on him down in the Irvine area through the cellular phone. Again, we're uncertain whether they were able to somehow pick up that communication, or if he made a second phone call. You know, we talked about the one that had been made to his ex-wife's father, and perhaps Mr. Cowling or Mr. Simpson himself made a call to local law enforcement. There is going to be a news conference tonight at 10 o'clock here in Los Angeles at Parker Center, and undoubtedly the Los Angeles Police Department will bring you up to date at that time on the arrest of O.J. Simpson. We are now watching live the myriads going on this Friday night, on a very beautiful, warm Southern California Friday night, where people have chosen to come into the Brentwood area and to take part in what they consider to be, the event of the day.
Harold,
this is a day, by the way, in Southern California, that the World Cup kicked off. And most of the attention in L.A. has been directed toward the World Cup and all the teams that had come here and all the preparations. And it was to be a day where our attention was to focus on a worldwide event that had come to Southern California.
On sports heroes.
We have been riveted on one fallen sports hero for the past almost 10 and a half hours now.
And it looks like a scene out of a movie. You've mentioned it earlier, that Dog Day Afternoon movie, but all these people gathered on the street and trying to get through police lines and yelling, "Juice, juice, we love you." It really, truly has had a surreal quality to it. We see Gary Gabrielle.
All right, Gary Gabrielle, we can see you. We'd like to hear from you.
Well, we just confirmed a few minutes ago that, in fact, O.J. Simpson has turned himself in. Some of the information is somewhat sketchy, but we're told that his attorney, Robert Shapiro, was taken in by foot a few minutes ago and was essential in persuading Simpson to give himself up. That took place a few minutes ago. about 2 minutes ago, his family members who are gathered on the other side of the police tape to my left by about 100 yards exulted. They applauded, they hugged each other, they began weeping. It was a very emotional scene there. Apparently, we have confirmed that O.J. Simpson is safe and has been taken into custody.
Well, O.J. has, in fact, professed his innocence, Gary, and his family and his supporters undoubtedly want him to have his day in court. They want to hear his side of the story on the witness stand with his attorney, and there is perhaps a collective sigh of relief all the way around that this ended peacefully tonight. A lot of pushing and shoving early on as you tried to cover that, though, Gary.
That's right. Collective sigh of relief. Depending on where you're standing, that sigh of relief was a scream of joy on this side of the tape. The hundreds of people who were chanting "Juice, juice, juice" earlier were even more visibly exalted to hear that Simpson had in fact turned himself in. These folks, they still hear, as you'll recall earlier, if you pan to the left, Heather, you might be able to see some of the individuals who still are flashing the sign saying, "We love the juice."
Seattle's only news talk station with variety. King News Talk 1090, KING, Seattle.
Simpson family members, careful, watch out. Those are Simpson family members.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Bob Aronson, and for live reports on the latest from O.J. Simpson, we go to Los Angeles and ABC's Greg Jarrett.
They left in such a hurry. O.J.'s sister is what I'm told, They're followed by a crowd right now.
Live coverage from Los Angeles of the latest on O.J. Simpson, who is reported in custody. Here's ABC's Greg Jarrett.
Gary,
O.J. Simpson could have been a suicide, but he wasn't. O.J. Simpson led a police group on a chase down a freeway here in Los Angeles earlier today. He had called them on a cell telephone to say that he was going to kill himself and had a gun to his head. He wound up at his home in Brentwood, California. Earlier in the day, he had been charged with 2 murders, the murder of his wife and a friend. I'm Greg Jarrett in Los Angeles. Mary Ellen Geist joins me now to describe the scene at the home in Brentwood.
It was chaos. It was spectators yelling juice, cars streaming to the scene, people trying to save the life for 2 hours tonight.
ABC's Bettina Gregory.
O.J. Simpson now, we believe, taken into custody, a peaceful end, perhaps not a suicide. We are so grateful that this incredible saga has ended with O.J. Simpson peacefully taken into custody. Greg?
Yes, we're hoping that the whole question is resolved in court. For my colleagues Bettina Gregory and Mary Ellen Geist, I'm Greg Jarrett reporting live for ABC News in Los Angeles.
And I'm Bob Aronson reporting for ABC News. Once again, to recap, O.J. Simpson has been taken into custody. He has surrendered to Los Angeles police after leading him on a chase. From ABC News, I'm Bob Aronson.
You hit a 450-foot home run to win the World Series. You show up on a blind date in your birthday suit. You wake up.
You spend 6 years of your life dreaming. Now on the Discovery
Today in Soldier Field in Chicago. Again, Germany over Bolivia 1-0 in that opener. Also tonight, Spain and South Korea played to a 2-2 draw in their matchup in Dallas. Tomorrow, the U.S. team will take on Switzerland. That'll be a game at the Pontiac Silverdome. That's the place where they've taken out the AstroTurf out of the Silverdome and put in grass in that dome stadium. Yes, believe it or not, for the U.S. team's opener against Switzerland tomorrow. 421-5476, our number in Seattle, and toll-free 1-800-552-7592. Just kind of reassessing the O.J. Simpson situation in a long saga that finally ended about 45 minutes ago when O.J. Simpson finally turned himself in to Los Angeles police after being charged with 2 killings of his second wife, Nicole Simpson, and also of a male companion on Sunday night. A long saga that ended with, after, well, not really a chase, but a following of O.J. Simpson and his friend Al Cowlings on the freeway system of Los Angeles, then through the Brentwood neighborhood, and finally to O.J.'s mansion in Brentwood, where he finally did give up and turn himself in. So back to the phones, and we've had a couple of very patient callers. Let's go to them right now. First of all, Jim in Montlake Terrace, you're on the air.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Well,
I was born in 1965. The time the first Super Bowl was on, football's always been a real highlight in my life. Seeing O.J. go through this is a real bummer for me. Depressing. What do you think?
Well, it really is, Jim. The thing that I think brings a lot of people down and depresses them about this situation is that O.J. Simpson is not a guy who is just an overnight sensation in football. He has been there, like you mentioned, since the mid-1960s, a star in the college ranks, a big-time star. I mean, he was the guy in college football when he came out of USC.
Exactly. He had legs on him.
Oh, he was an incredible player, and I'm sure all the former Huskies in this area can tell you about that, watching him play. But then going on to the pros and being the top running back in the National Football League for several years.
Exactly.
And setting the new, at that time, league rushing record for one season of 2,003 yards. And going on from there, I mean, he was a high spotlight guy throughout his entire pro football career and moved immediately after that into the world of being a commentator, where he got more publicity and more attention as a guy.
Which can be good or bad.
Well, true, and he was involved with ABC's Monday Night Football and then with NBC on their coverage. A lot of time he spent in the studios and analysts.
Oh, yeah.
And he has been a high-profile person in pro football and in college football almost 30 years now. And that's the thing that I think is what's so disappointing for so many people now. They followed this guy for that many years, and all of a sudden, to this point in his life, most of the things he had done had been positive.
Yeah.
He had been, for the most part, a good role model, if people want to use him as that. Then O.J. Simpson, up until this point, had been a pretty good role model.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not putting him in a situation where he's guilty or anything. It's just depressing that right now he's taken the steps he's taken. There's no need, really, if he's innocent. And I will stand on that side right now, like everybody else, I hope will, and say that he isn't. I have a lot of parts and pieces about the case so far, like everybody does, in their head, that he may not have committed this, although jealousy does bad things to people. This man has been in the spotlight a long time. This is a big thing. Maybe something bigger caused this. Not him in particular.
Well, that is a possibility, and again, we shouldn't, write O.J. Simpson off as convicted and sent to jail as yet. Wait for the authorities to take care of that situation. Mm-hmm. The tragic part is that there are two young people, as the spokesman said this afternoon, two young people that never should have died.
Exactly. One parting note: if you end up in a scenario like that, being a man, most of the time it's a defensive thing you go for, and would probably assault the male first, and he was found outside the doorstep, and she was found inside the house. That's real curious.
There are some questions to be resolved. There's no doubt about that. Jim, I appreciate your call tonight.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much. Jim in Montlake Terrace. Let's go to a toll-free line and talk to Shelley, who is in Tacoma. Shelley, you're on the air.
Yes, Steve, I'm a sports fan, a very devout one, so to speak, but I am absolutely appalled at the coverage, in the sense that we have two persons who have been brutally murdered, two children who have no mother, and a father that's a suspect, and in no way am I indicting anybody, but I cannot understand how the focal part of all the comments called into talk shows is on what this is doing to football, what it's doing to O.J., and so on and so on. I hope it's not, I'm speaking as a woman, I hope I'm speaking as a person, that we have a tragedy here, and the focus should be on the fact that the tragedy has been committed, and let us hope that justice is found.
Well, that's an excellent point, Shelley, and again, unfortunately, I guess as we've been talking about the situation, the spotlight has been on O.J. Simpson for so long that even in this situation, that spotlight has a tendency to focus more on him and what is happening to him in this situation than the victims, than the people and their families that have been hit with this tragedy. And that's unfortunate, it is. But I think that, unfortunately, that's the way things go sometimes, in that so much attention has been put on this person that's where the focus is, even in a tragedy like this one.
Yes, I can understand that. One quick point. Did you see, well, I've tried to find the Ranger Cup parade.
I did not see that today, no.
You know, in all this, it was a wonderful, uplifting thing that could have been shown or talked about, but I guess...
That's really true, and, you know, the New York Rangers finally broke their curse of 1940 and had a great parade in downtown New York today, and it was very well attended and very enthusiastic from what I understand, and apparently rubbed off also on some of the New York Knicks players who were talking about it earlier this afternoon, too. And again, that's... It's kind of tragic in a way that type of thing, the celebration of a year's worth of struggle for a hockey team to reach a championship has just kind of gone down the tube this afternoon and tonight because of what has happened elsewhere.
Well, not for New York, though. That's true.
No, they enjoyed it, I'm sure.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks very much, Shelley, for your call.
Welcome.
Appreciate it. Let's go to a local line. Dave in Bellevue, you're on KIRO Sportsline.
Yeah, hi there. I just was actually going to comment somewhat like the lady prior to me about the fact that the two real victims of this whole thing have been kind of forgotten, and that kind of once again in our society, a possible perpetrator is being made the victim, and the victims are kind of being swept under the rug.
Again, that is a tragedy, and the victims you can't bring back. I think we're all upset and disappointed in what has happened. I think a lot of, again, the attention focused on O.J. himself because of his flight away from authorities throughout the day today, and that's where the attention was focused. It is upsetting. It's disappointing to think that there hasn't been the focus on the two victims of this tragedy as yet.
Right. It's a high-profile crime, and I guess I can understand the coverage to a degree, but in reality, despite all of his great achievements, there obviously lurked something a little deeper that through the media, was never translated to us. I don't think that's something you get up one day and just suddenly do. I don't think it was a random act. It seemed to have premeditation if indeed he is guilty of it.
Yeah, I think without convicting O.J. Simpson, certainly it's on the books that he did have domestic conflicts with his second wife prior to this, and very serious ones at that several years ago, and then they divorced 2 years ago. So this has been an ongoing thing. It has not reached anywhere near the level of attention that it's gotten now, but there had been problems in their marriage. There's no question about that.
Okay, well, I just wanted to bring up the true victims of it once again, so maybe that their souls rest in peace and they weren't forgotten.
I certainly hope so. Thanks for your call, Dave.
You betcha.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
KIRO Sportsline at 10 minutes now away from 10 o'clock, and let's go on to some more calls and talk about O.J. Simpson on this Friday night. To Bill in Seattle. Hi, Bill.
Hi. I think the events of the day are so bizarre they could only have been orchestrated by his new attorney.
Well, a lot of people speculated that. In fact, as we were watching things and listening to things unfold here on the radio station throughout the day, there were a lot of looks to one another, all of us here at the station, saying, have you ever seen anything like this before? It's just amazing that the turn of events that took place since about 11 o'clock this morning, when at that time O.J. was late for showing up to turn himself into authorities. And since that time, the saga just kind of got going further and further, and before you know it, they had what, I guess the final estimate was about 25 police cars following him down the freeway. They had 10 or 12 helicopters circling that van that was on the freeway in Los Angeles. And all of those authorities, along with all the media, just closely, cropped around O.J. Simpson and Al Cowlings as he drove that van to O.J.'s house. So it has been just an incredible day.
It's a common tactic of defense attorneys to forget the victim, like the last two callers alluded to forget the victim so you can generate a sympathy for the accused and push the victim into the background.
Well, I can see your point on that.
It's to garner sympathy.
Yeah, I can see your point on that. I really can. And
right, and I think the suicide angle and the medication angle were put forth as reasons.
And I think you're right. I think there has been some sympathy from people for O.J. Simpson, even though he is the one that took flight this morning from authorities. I think there have been a lot of people feel
extremely popular
empathy with him and feel his depression at the loss of someone that close. But again, that does take away from the true victims.
That's right.
I appreciate your call, Bill.
I think there's a bit of planning involved.
Well, that's hard to say, and again, that's one of those things the authorities, I'm sure, will uncover in the days and weeks to come as well. And again, if O.J. Simpson is truly guilty in this situation, I'm sure he will get his just penalty from appropriate authorities at that time.
Yeah, but having been left alone in the house with, I believe it was 4 doctors and several other people, and he's left all alone in a room, and nobody knew where he was when the police arrived. Is
That's the one thing that's the one thing that is tainted in all of this. Why would you not have somebody outside of that home, for instance, to be there, and if a vehicle took off from O.J.'s house, to be there and to follow that vehicle? Why would you have somebody other than his close friend always in the same room with O.J. while all of this was going on? Those are things that I can't understand either.
Yes, I think it was orchestrated.
Well, Bill, that's an interesting viewpoint, and I appreciate your call tonight. Thanks very much. Let's go to line 6 and talk to Larry in his car. Larry, hi, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Well, I got to say, this is a sad day. In a lot of people's mind, O.J. was a true American hero, something we don't have many of. And to see him in this situation is just sadder than I know how to say. What really upsets me is the fact that the media has made such a circus of this, and that it's no wonder he's not thinking rationally. The man has had no privacy. He's been in the spotlight from the beginning, and that's understandable because he's a public person. But I'm a member of the media, and this has disgusted me. So I don't know what to tell you. I have a lot of empathy for him. I'm not trying to downplay the victims and say that they don't deserve any sympathy. But the man's innocent until he's proven guilty.
I'm curious from you, Larry, how you would go about what are the things that really irked you about the coverage by the media of this issue?
It's been so intense from the beginning. They have camped out on his doorstep. They've camped out at Parker Center. They've camped out every place that he's going to be in massive numbers, hundreds of them. And, the man has not had one moment of privacy to himself. And, if you were in his shoes, could you face that kind of scrutiny 24 hours a day since this has happened?
I'm not sure that I could, to be honest with you. But I haven't been in O.J.'s situation and been under the scrutiny for 30 years and gotten used to handling it either. So I think O.J. Simpson would be more adept at handling that type of attention than I would be probably too.
I think he could handle a certain amount of it, but the media has tried and convicted him from day one. And how's he ever going to get a fair trial? Is there going to be anybody in America that doesn't know about this?
Well, the thing we were talking about this afternoon is surprisingly, despite all the media attention, radio, TV, cable, and elsewhere, they always manage to find those 12 jurors who are not familiar with O.J. Simpson, not familiar with this case, and who become qualified jurors. They do manage to find 12. It may take some time to do that, but they will find 12 who will be able to give an unbiased decision in the case.
I don't know. My heart goes out to everybody that's involved in this. That's all I can really say.
Larry, thanks for your call tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Ralph in Tacoma. Ralph, hi.
Yeah, how you doing?
Okay.
There's a couple of things that really disturbed me tonight watching the television coverage. As the motorcade was going up the freeway, there was a real bad accident, I noticed, on the left side of the freeway. Nobody seemed to stop and assist these 5 cars that were all crunched up. And another thing, they had him in custody earlier in the week. They had evidence from his vehicle how does one who's under suspicion in especially a double murder, high-profile murder, get their vehicle back and able to drive it? If that had been you or me, the vehicle would have still been impounded. And then if you ask over the 12, 14 helicopters surrounding the area, it's a wonder they didn't crash into one another and cause a real catastrophe down there. It just seems to me like it's a script out of Hollywood for some kind of a wild movie. I don't know. It's very disturbing that we have these things going on.
There are some definite inequities in this whole situation that somebody's got to answer to sooner or later, and I don't know the answers either. But there have been some very, very strange things that have happened, particularly today on this issue too. Ralph, I'm all out of time, but
hey,
thanks for your call tonight, and I appreciate it. Thanks to all of you for your calls on KIRO Sportsline. Back in a moment.
At Totem Hill Pontiac GMC Truck, they're proud to be a pioneer of the one-price selling concept, not only in this area, but nationally. They eliminated all salespeople over 3 years ago, and the customer response has been overwhelming. People are often surprised to learn they have no salesman. Instead, they have non-commissioned product specialists to answer your every question. At Totem Hill, you'll appreciate the fact that the best price and all discounts are right there on the windshield, which makes it easy for you to compare price and be comfortable with your decision and eliminate those dreaded negotiations. Here's an example. A 1994 Bonneville Sport Luxury Edition with a big V6, leather, dual airbags, ABS, traction control, and power everything for just $21,800, a savings of $2,900, including factory rebate. Now remember, at Totem Hill, the price on the windshield is the price of the car. See why 60 Minutes, USA Today, and Parade Magazine all did features on this simple, unique concept at Totem Hill Pontiac GMC next to Fred Meyer in Totem Lake. VIN numbers posted at dealership.
When you're running on empty, running behind, do it all in one stop. Jackpot, and save yourself a whole lot of time.
When you're hot and dry, pull in and pour it on at the self-serve fountain at your nearby Jackpot Food Mart. We've got your favorite soft drink, just your size, on ice at just the right price. Instantly, you will be very cool.
Stop the taste, grab a bite, hit the road outside.
Then, while you're sipping that tall, cold one, why not get punched out? Oh, wait, let me put that another way. See, ask for a punch card at any participating Jackpot. Then, every time you buy a fountain drink, we'll knock a hole in the card. You keep pouring, and we'll keep punching. After your 9th fountain drink, the 10th one, a full 32-ouncer, is on the house. Like, free. You got nothing to lose, except your thirst.
Do it all in one stop. Jackpot, do it all in one stop.
Local prices may vary. There's the Jackpot Food Mart in Hadlock at 1100 Ness Corner.
What you gonna get it for Father's Day? Half-price books have lots of ways to make Daddy smile on Daddy's Day with his favorite half-price books. Novels or great books on sports, his favorite music, and of course, surprises like no other store. Real low-price, half-price books.
At half-price books, you'll find thousands of new books at incredibly low prices for Father's Day. With our huge selection, you can give Dad everything from a trip around the world to a tour of the Civil War. And almost everything is half price or less. We have gift certificates so Dad can have his own treasure hunt. This year, give Dad something special from half-price books.
Well, what you gonna get for Father's Day? Half-price books have lots of ways to make Daddy smile on Daddy's Day. Well, low-price, half-price books.
Save on great Father's Day gifts at half-price books. Bring in one of Dad's old tacky ties and get 20% off his gift this year. Half-price books with 5 Seattle area locations, the newest in South Center.
KIRO, News Radio 710. The more you listen, the more you know.
The forecast from the KIRO Weather Center still has the possibility of scattered showers overnight, lows in the lower 50s. Saturday, mostly cloudy, some morning drizzle, highs in the mid-60s. And for Father's Day, morning clouds, then partly sunny in the afternoon, highs around 72.
KIRO, AM and FM, Seattle.
News. This is Chris Stanley. It was O.J.'s last run, and millions watched and heard it live on radio and television. O.J. Simpson disappearing from his Brentwood, California home on Friday afternoon as police were preparing to arrest him for the murders of his ex-wife Nicole and her friend Ronald Goldman. After Simpson, said to be in the back seat of his Bronco with a gun at his own head, and his friend Al Collins, who was at the wheel, had traveled the L.A. freeways, he was arrested back at his home. Correspondent David Dow has details of this extraordinary story.
About 6 hours after O.J. Simpson and longtime friend Al Cowling slipped out of a home in the northern Los Angeles suburbs, police picked up their cell phone signal in southern Orange County, about 50 miles away. Before long, their white Ford Bronco was at the center of a slow-moving procession on a freeway, sandwiched between formations of police cars. KNX Radio's Bob Turr followed their progress overhead.
There are 18 police units behind, following behind at a distance of about, I'd say 50 yards, and they're keeping their distance, and as you can see, they're passing some vehicles. Their lights and sirens are on.
For 2 hours, the surreal episode played out along the Southern California freeway system, amid reports that Simpson had a gun, at times pointed to his head. Finally, his car turned off the freeway and led police to Simpson's Brentwood home, where he eventually surrendered. Thousands lined Simpson's route watching the sad endgame of a football superstar, and almost everyone asked why. Why had it come to this? David Dell, CBS News, Los Angeles.
After Simpson was arrested and taken away by police, his lawyer, Robert Shapiro, walked out of Simpson's home and met with reporters in the street. This was what he had to say.
I can't express the fear I had that this matter would not end the way it did. I would also, at this point in time, like to ask all members of the public to please reserve any judgment on this case until the evidence is reviewed and presented in a court of law.
Earlier in the day, when it was clear Simpson had taken off, Shapiro read a note written by Simpson in which he proclaimed his innocence once again, a note that sounded as though he were preparing to take his own life. But instead, tonight he's in police custody, and there are reports he'll be arraigned on those murder charges in the morning. A subdued-looking former President Jimmy Carter at the shore and other Kim Il-sung that the U.S. has stopped its efforts to have the UN impose international sanctions on the North. But President Clinton later disavowed that, saying the U.S. is still seeking sanctions. Mr. Carter has a news conference set for this hour in South Korea. At New York City's Madison Square Garden, the New York Knicks have beaten the Houston Rockets 91-84 in Game 5 of the National Basketball Association playoffs. This is CBS News.
Did you wait too long to buy a home? You think rates won't go up again? If so, this is your 2-minute warning. Get yourself a real estate agent and buy now. Countrywide still has low-cost loans, pre-qualified, low down payments, free rate locks. Call Countrywide, 800-877-LOAN. One last time, 800-877-LOAN. Or call your mortgage broker for a Countrywide loan. Equal housing lender.
Save at your nearby Goodyear Certified Auto Service outlet, where all service is on sale. Like an oil, lube, and filter, now just $9.95 for most cars. Every job, every day, Goodyear is committed to customer trust. So you choose your own level of service. Want an oil, lube, and filter for only $9.95? Better get it by June 25th.
Right way, right here, right now. With Goodyear, right way, right here, right now.
Mexico's political scene has been shaken again by the resignation of the government's peace negotiator, Manuel Camacho Solis, who had been trying to resolve the conflict between the Zapatista rebels and the government they accuse of neglecting poor peasants. Hundreds of people were evacuated from a 6-square-mile area around a Gainesville, Florida chemical plant Friday, where a toxic, highly flammable compound exploded, creating a poisonous cloud. At least 173 people were taken to local hospitals for treatment of mostly minor respiratory problems, no serious injuries. It took firefighters 3 hours to seal off the main chemical leak, and the evacuees are now being allowed to go home. At the Minnesota State Republican Convention in St. Paul, the current Republican Governor Arnie Carlson failed to be renominated. The convention hall packed with religious conservatives, instead choosing a 49-year-old farmer and creationist named Alan Quist to be the party's candidate. Quist insists his religious beliefs have nothing to do with government and that he, as a candidate, will not push those beliefs. This is Chris Stanley, CBS News.
Those low mortgage rates everyone's been enjoying the last 3 years have cut the cost of owning a home by nearly 20%. Unfortunately, that's all history now. Mortgage rates have started their move up, which makes this a crucial time to lock in a low rate, whether you're buying or refinancing. And most importantly, to lock in that low rate at a financial institution that's going to keep its word in writing and not later try to move you up into a higher rate. That financial institution is Great Western Bank. At Great Western, once your rate is locked in, it's locked in, period. There won't be any surprises. We'll even guarantee that in writing. Try asking other lenders if they're willing to make that promise. Call Great Western at 1-800-GW-ASK-US right now and tell them you want to lock in a low mortgage rate before it's too late. That's 1-800-GW-ASK-US.
An equal housing lender. With ARM products, only the initial interest rate is locked.
This CBS News report was sponsored by Great Western Bank.
You're listening to the Bill.
For the death penalty if and when he is convicted of the first-degree murder charges. So if he is convicted of these murder charges, then they go into a penalty phase and they decide whether or not these murders constitute the death penalty. So that's a long way off, of course. But as he was being charged, special arrangements were made through his attorney to have him surrender. Now that's not very unusual. Happens all the time. Unfortunately, O.J. didn't surrender. He took off. Nobody knows why. It was very bizarre, and as the afternoon continued, if you've already heard this, bear with me. And I just have to assume that people are joining us for the first time and don't really know. Yeah, it got bizarre. He took off. They couldn't find him. The police were embarrassed. The prosecutor who agreed to this arrangement was embarrassed. His attorney, that is O.J. Simpson's attorney, was embarrassed. Nobody knew where he was. And then all of a sudden, on the clear blue sky, I'm trying to watch a few minutes of the Nick Houston game on television. And on the corner of my eye, and I'm working at my desk, I noticed this white Bronco, this is late at night, being superimposed on the screen, being chased by about 5 or 6 police cars, and lo and behold, we discover it's O.J. Simpson in the back seat, being driven by his friend at a high-speed chase through the streets of Los Angeles to go back to his Brentwood home. Who knows where he was all day, or he was hanging out. Had a big standoff with police, and they were all concerned that O.J. was going to take his own life, but it ended. So there you go. You're all up to date, in case you just joined us. Instead of just opening up the phone lines, however, and saying, oh, isn't this awful? Oh, how can you believe this? Oh, I'm going to specifically focus on 2 items that this story best illustrates. 2 items that occur a lot in our society, in our communities, and they were exemplified by the O.J. Simpson story. This first hour, I want to focus in on people's response. Not only people's response to sports or celebrity figures and how we treat them as opposed to how we treat everybody else. And the whole general response. I don't know if you did see any television coverage of the response or listen to the live radio coverage, but it was the most bizarre, surrealistic episode in the media that I've ever seen. Now, we're not going to talk about the media this hour. This is next hour. Not the media's coverage, but people's reaction. Now, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, people's reaction, it was like a circus. It was like a football game. As O.J. Simpson's Bronco is speeding through the streets of Los Angeles, being chased by who knows how many police cars, you saw people running to the side of the road, cheering and whooping and hollering, "Go, O.J., go, go!" Like he was running for a touchdown. People gathered outside of his home after this tormented man, full of anguish, has a gun pointed to his head, and supposedly is about to blow his own head off, and who knows what. There are people surrounding his house going, "Go, Jews, go! Go, Jews, go! Free the Jews," or whatever the hell they were saying. Now these are regular people. This isn't the media causing this. This is people. There's people out there, and of course the camera would sweep. Now they say, well, the media may cause this. Once again, I'm going to stay away from the media. That's next hour. But as the camera sweeps, people would be
They had their babies in their arms.
On in the O.J. Simpson case right now, so let's go back to L.A.
Prints, mugshot, those kinds of activities will occur here at Parker Center. He will then be transported to the Maine Central Jail, LA County Maine Central Jail. And we're very grateful to Sheriff Sherman Block for allowing us to do that. It'll make it certainly much easier on us here at the LAPD in the way we manage our jail facility. Also, A.C. Cowling is being booked for 32 PC, felony, $250,000 bail. He is being processed here at Parker Center. He will also be transported to the Maine Central Jail, LA County Maine Central Jail. And again, we thank Sheriff Block for that. Let me touch briefly on some events that occurred after our news conference where we discussed the fact that Mr. Simpson had failed to appear. Obviously, the department sent out an all-points bulletin. We notified not only all of the Los Angeles Police Department officers on duty through radio transmissions and teletypes. We certainly notified all of our specialized divisions. We also notified Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol, all of the local and regional law enforcement agencies. We also immediately contacted the Orange County Sheriff's Department, very concerned with the possibility that Mr. Simpson would respond to the residence of one of the victims. We also were very concerned about the welfare of the children, so we tried to take whatever actions we could with the other agencies to provide for the safety of anyone that possibly could have been involved in the situation. It also resulted in the deployment of police resources from other agencies, very responsive, very cooperative, and we can't say enough good things about all those agencies that responded immediately as things unfolded. We also notified all of the airline carriers to make sure that Mr. Simpson did not slip onto an airplane. We started receiving many anonymous phone calls coming in identifying potential locations of friends of Mr. Simpson, also locations where he owned property, things that we immediately started working on. We contacted the Border Patrol, clearly one of the major concerns. The Customs Duty Officer was notified. The all-points bulletin on Mr. Cowling's vehicle was put over the radio. Many of you heard that broadcast. Again, we had the Department of Justice also contacted us and discussed what was going on at the borders. We contacted the Foreign Prosecution Unit to make sure that we notified the Judicial Police of Mexico.
You're listening to the Bill Gallant Show on KIRO News Radio 710. Right now we are broadcasting live a news conference in Los Angeles from the LA Police Headquarters. This is an LAPD commander describing exactly the day's events surrounding the O.J. Simpson case and what exactly will happen to Mr. Simpson now that he's in custody. So we return you back to LA.
We also scrambled some additional departmental resources, including Metropolitan Division resources, including our SWAT team. At about 7:15, Detective Tom Lang of Robbery Homicide Division actually made contact with Mr. Simpson in the vehicle as that pursuit continued. I am unable to provide you a list of all of the law enforcement agencies that immediately got involved and worked with the LAPD, but I have to tell you the spirit of cooperation and support was outstanding. It's something that I think all of us can be very proud of, that we have so many agencies that are so quick to respond to assist each other in this kind of a situation. I'd like to take a moment to also thank the news media. This has been a very difficult situation for all of you. I recognize the competition is incredible. I know the pressure you're under. I know the pressure your bosses are under. I think, as I indicated, these are very difficult times. The judgments are tough, but we felt that we received very good cooperation from the media throughout the course of this. And also all those citizens that came forward. That was very important. They provided some assistance to us, things that will help us in the case itself. Let me talk a little bit about what occurred in the pursuit. The Orange County Sheriff's Department was the lead agency in that pursuit from what we can determine in the conversations that were transpiring between us and the officers down in Orange County as the pursuit unfolded. Also, the California Highway Patrol was involved in that pursuit. We've spoken to Sheriff Brad Gates and certainly thanked him and complimented him for his efforts. That also goes for Chief Ed Gomez. The cooperation between all of those agencies that were involved in that pursuit was outstanding. And, of course, pursuits are very, very problematic situations. There were other agencies involved, too numerous to mention. We appreciate the assistance of Santa Ana PD, and I'm sorry, but I can't tell you the other agencies that were involved. I can tell you they were all very professional, very cooperative. As I indicated during the pursuit, Detective Tom Lang, one of the two detectives in charge of this investigation, actually had intermittent conversations with O.J. Simpson in the vehicle. And his role throughout the course of that pursuit was pretty much a crisis negotiator. As you recognize, there was a suicidal threat there. I had the opportunity to be present while this was unfolding, and I can tell you that Detective Lang did an absolutely magnificent job in his conversations and clearly, in my view, prevented anything from escalating during the course of that.
You're listening to Commander David Gascon of the L.A. Police Department here, and he's having a news conference, we're told, concerning what's going on in the O.J. Simpson case. As you know, if you just tuned in, he has been arrested. He has been taken into custody. The reason we're interrupting here, it sounds like the LAPD right now is pretty much just patting themselves on the back and giving everybody congratulations in this. Well, we're going to stay with this for just a couple of minutes, but we're not going to stay too much longer here unless he gets into some questions. I'm not sure if this police commander will be able to give much information to the media anyway, because they obviously don't want to taint their case. But O.J. Simpson was in custody after, they're calling it a pursuit, but it appears that they allowed O.J. to travel safely to his home, being driven by a friend in his car. They really didn't block his access to Brentwood, where O.J. Simpson finally wound up. But anyway, we're going to stay with this for just a couple of minutes, see if he gets into questions, and then we'll take your calls here at KIRO at 421-5476, 421-5476, and 1-800-KIRO-710, 1-800-KIRO-710. And what we're doing is we're talking about the way people have reacted to the O.J. Simpson case. So let's go back to L.A. for just a couple minutes.
Lang then passes off the crisis negotiation responsibilities to a Metro crisis negotiator, one of our SWAT team members who's trained in this field. And that was Officer Pete Weyereder. He was supported by Officer Greg Wells. Both skilled negotiators, both handled this situation under the direction of Sergeant Mike Albanese, who is the CNP supervisor. The tactical situation continued to unfold. As you saw, the negotiations were obviously well handled. Eventually, Mr. Simpson was taken into custody. How that occurred was as follows. Cowlings exited the vehicle. You saw him walking around. He eventually walked into the house area, and he was taken into custody. He was very problematic. What you saw at the scene, his agitated state, his activities certainly made the situation worse, and it was something that the SWAT negotiators had to handle, and they successfully neutralized that threat through their efforts. Eventually, then, Mr. Simpson was also induced to leave the vehicle and come into the house. He came into the house carrying a family picture. Now, during the courses of the negotiations, as the negotiator tried to finesse Mr. Simpson into giving up, he asked him if he couldn't come into the house, try to relax. He'd have an opportunity to sit down, call his mother, have something to drink, visit the restroom, etc. Mr. Simpson eventually did come into the house, He was taken into custody. He was searched, and then he was allowed to call his mother, visit the restroom, and had a glass of orange juice. The officers then searched the vehicle, and a gun was recovered. I've got to tell you, we've had an opportunity to hear some of the broadcasts, to see what's going on on television. And I understand there's some second guessing and some speculating. From my perspective, having an opportunity to work with not only the uniformed people that were involved in the culmination of this event and watching these detectives from Robbery Homicide Division, they absolutely did a magnificent job. And I tell you, I personally am proud to be a part of an organization that has such professionals doing the job. I indicated before Commander John White and Captain Bill Gartland, key people in this operation. Throughout the course of this, it was a very hectic squad room, as you can imagine. As things unfolded, I know the media was going crazy trying to keep up with events. Well, you can imagine what those of us in law enforcement were trying to do. But they did a spectacular job. Again, I just got off the phone with Chief Williams in Philadelphia. He sends his compliments to all of the involved officers for a job well done. Okay. Anything else you think we ought to add? Okay.
You're listening to a news conference by the Los Angeles Police on the CBS radio network.
I can't tell you at this point. I haven't spoken to whoever recovered the weapon. Yes,
Commander Gascon, what will this do to the case? Will it change it in any way in terms of more charges?
Again, it would not be our position to be discussing how the prosecution will handle this case. As you know, we have the responsibility to conduct the criminal investigation. It's a very methodical investigation that the homicide detectives conduct. And I think what I'll add on this, Pat, is we've already seen some of the speculation about why didn't you do this and why didn't you do this sooner. Well, let me tell you, you don't know the facts of the case. You don't know the facts of the case, but you will find out as it gets into trial. And the case will unfold before your eyes. And you will see how the pieces came together. At what point witnesses came forward and provided crucial information to the department. It's easy to look backwards and second guess. We can't afford to make a mistake. Lives are on the line. No doubt about it. We are very meticulous in what we do. We're grasping for pieces of information along the way. We're getting cooperation from citizens. As they give us details, we add to the case, we find new facts out, it starts building the case. We can't jump the gun.
Question regarding the phone calls, were you more or less monitoring his phone calls by tapping into his line, or did you just directly contact him and ask him his plan? Or, in other words, did you call him, or did you just tap into the cellular phone?
Well, we actually called him on the cellular phone, that's correct. And had to call him back several times. As you know, cell phones in this region go down from time to time, but he also hung up on us several times. And, of course, there was a busy signal frequently also. Sorry, Pete?
Captain Garland for a minute. In your mind, if an arrest had been done a day or two earlier, would you have been able to get all of the information that you now have? We can step to the podium for a second.
I'm going to make the same comment that the commander has already. We're not going to discuss that phase of it.
Let me indicate that we are not talking about the evidence itself or how it came together at this point. Okay, we will not compromise the evidence, and we will not compromise the prosecution of this case. Those issues will be addressed by some very capable deputy district attorneys.
Commander,
yes.
Did you describe Mr. Simpson's current mental and physical state now that he's here?
Well, to the extent that I'm informed on it, he is certainly healthy. We're booking him into custody right now. I'll leave you to speculate on how he feels about the circumstances, but clearly he was cooperative with the officers once he entered that residence and has been cooperative throughout the aftermath of the arrest. Yes, David?
What was he doing with the gun? We had heard reports he was holding it to his head as they were driving on the bridge.
Yes, I've heard the same reports.
And have you confirmed,
yes, Bob.
have you confirmed those reports?
Well,
We just have what information.
Yeah, we're following what you were doing, and that was part of the invaluable assistance that you provided.
Did you make any statement to the police when it was
Again, statements would be part of the evidence. We would never comment on what those statements were. Yes, sir.
How are you ensure this man's physical safety tonight, and why was he taken to County USC psychiatric?
Well, because of the support of the Sheriff's Department, we are able to hand both of the suspects over, and they will be provided for. Now, we are very concerned about the possibility of Mr. Simpson harming himself. The Sheriff's Department is quite expert in handling arrestees under those circumstances, and the Sheriff's Department will do a fine job. There's no question about that. Yes, Rob?
You mentioned possible criticism looking back on this particular case. Can you tell us what the thought process was not to keep O.J. Simpson under constant surveillance once you developed sufficient evidence to believe that he wasn't the suspect? What went into that decision?
Well, what occurs in any investigation is it's a giant puzzle, and you're picking up pieces at a time. And as we indicated, it's a major mistake in any investigation to jump to conclusions. You lose objectivity. You overlook evidence. You go off in wrong directions. Some things appear to be obvious in retrospect to a lot of people, but that's because you don't know how the sequence of events transpired. You will learn that. You will learn what the evidence is. You will learn how the evidence came together. Yes, ma'am. Well, obviously, we were trying to defuse the situation and immediately take Mr. Simpson into custody without him taking his own life or jeopardizing the lives of police officers. And I'm not going to comment further on Mr. Cowling's activities because those will be part of a case presentation that we will be making. You're listening to the Bill Gallant Show on KIRO News Radio 710. Welcome to our program. We're not going to stay too much longer. This was a news conference set up just a short time ago with the commander of the L.A. Police Department, who is describing what's going on now that O.J. Simpson has been taken into custody. He has been arrested. He is now being booked. We are told he is he's in fairly good shape, as well as it could be expected. I'm watching our satellite monitors here in the studio as well, in case you're not next to a television, and I saw pictures of O.J. Simpson being driven into police headquarters. He looked awake. He looked lucid. He looked glum, obviously. But obviously he's in good shape, and he is under arrest. Now, being at these news conferences, or similar ones to this, for the last 20 years as a reporter, I can assure you that we will get a little more information tonight, at least out of the police. We stuck with it as long as possible, but you heard the questions starting to be repeated over and over again. And, of course, you heard the officer over and over again saying, I cannot tell you that because it would compromise the investigation. That's what usually happens in this case. But just to confirm once again, O.J. Simpson is in custody, and the regular process, like any other murder case, will take place. We get them every single day here in the Seattle area. It is just because it is O.J. Simpson, a nationally recognized celebrity, that it is getting this much attention. We're going to be taking your calls here in just a second on the aspect that I wanted to talk about. That is the public reaction to it. It has been bizarre all day. It was almost like, I don't know if you ever saw the movie Dog Day Afternoon, where Al Pacino was in it. It was made in the 70s, where he was attempting to rob a bank. And he became sort of a folk hero, and people were out there cheering him and hoping he got away. And this is what happened to the O.J. Simpson case. And quite frankly, I don't know what comes over a crowd like this. Is it mass hysteria? Is it mass insanity, or what? But I don't understand it. Maybe you can explain it. All right, we'll be taking your phone calls here in just a second. This is Bill Gallant. Glad you joined us here on a Friday night on KIRO News Radio 710.
Fishermen trying to find a Canadian fee. We'll follow that Monday morning. Also the day of the second flight of the 777. It's up to Wayne Cody to sum up a big sports weekend at 15 and 45 after each hour. Monday morning on KIRO News Radio 710.
Going to the ballpark, watching my kids play. The sun is shining, what a beautiful day.
Baseball and dads, the two just seem to go together. Now keep in mind, Father's Day's on Sunday, and if Dad could use some new gear, well, Fred Meyer has all their baseball and softball gloves and bats on sale at 30% off. Names Dad grew up with, like Wilson, Franklin, Rawlings, and Spalding. You'll find other nice surprises for Father's Day, too, like fishing gear. All their rod and reel combos are 20% off. Proven tackle from Penn, Eagle Claw, Zebco, Shimano, Garcia, and South Bend. And if Dad's into biking, how about a Cycle Headwind bike helmet? They meet Snell and ANSI safety standards, and a special selection is just $14.99.
The outdoors is waiting, it's time to play.
The perfect Father's Day gift. You'll find it at Fred Meyer.
This Saturday, go ahead and sleep in. But later, make sure you're at Sleep Air's gigantic factory open house and sale. This is the one Saturday a year Sleep Air opens the factory, allowing you the chance to see how top-quality Sleep Air mattresses and sleep sofas are made. You can also get some big savings on closeout, showroom samples, mismatched pieces, custom orders, and more. It all takes place this Saturday only, 9 to 5 at the Sleep Air Factory Warehouse, 190th and Aurora North in Seattle. Similar savings also offered that day at Sleep Air's 5 other factory outlet stores.
Register today at the Bon Marché for the Dad and Me Family Fun Run. It's June 18th at Marimore Park in Redmond. There'll be fun for all with 5Ks and walks and shorter events for the tykes. There'll be live music, clowns, pony rides, and lots of free food. All participants get T-shirts from Polo Sport and are entered to win a trip for 4 to Disneyland, courtesy of Alaska Airlines. The Dad and Me Fun Run is sponsored by U.S. West Cellular, KIRO News Radio and KIRO TV, and by Blimpie's, Yummy Yogurt, Val's Homemade Bagels, Kraft Cream Cheese 5-Bar, and Louise's Potato Chips.
There's never been a better time to visit the Northwest's #1 Infinity dealer, Infinity at South Center. Because right now, you can drive the car with more standard features, more room, and more horsepower than the Honda Accord or the Toyota Camry for a lot less money. How about $5,000 less? It's the Infinity G20 Sellathon at Infinity at South Center. They're new, which means they'll work even harder to earn your business. Drive the Infinity G20 luxury 4-door performance sedan, dual airbags, anti-lock brakes for a lot less than a Honda Accord or Toyota Camry. You'll find more of the Northwest's largest selection of G20s at Infinity at South Center. Their huge G20 Sellathon ends Sunday. Infinity at South Center. They're new, and they're trying to make a name for themselves. There's never been a better time to visit the Northwest's #1 Infinity dealer, Infinity at South Center. They'll work even harder to earn your business.
Like most people, Alice Means doesn't have a lot of time for lunch. But that didn't keep her from having a good lunch at Country Harvest Buffet.
Oh, I had a piece of meatloaf. I had a little bit of macaroni, and I went to the salad bar. I tried the Oriental chicken salad along with my green salad, and it was just excellent. And then I had cherry cobbler and vanilla ice cream for dessert.
At Country Harvest Buffet, guests like Alice find variety, quality, service, and value so great, one visit always seems to lead to another.
I think I'd come back because it was a very pleasant place to be. I felt that it was immaculately clean here. I felt that the food was of high quality. I felt that I had my money's worth. And now that I'm done, I feel very relaxed and ready to go back to work.
You'll find Country Harvest Buffet in Federal Way on Pacific Avenue, just north of 320th, and in Tacoma on North 26th, just east of Pearl Street.
Seattle's own late-night radio talk program, The Bill Gallant Show, only on KIRO News Radio 710.
Welcome to the Friday night edition of our program. Of course, O.J. Simpson, you can't escape it, the story that swept the nation, and it got even more bizarre today as O.J., who was officially charged with two counts of, I'm going to call them aggravated murder because that's what we know them here in Washington. In California, it's called first-degree murder with special circumstances. But aggravated means they were aggravated circumstances, and O.J. Simpson, if convicted, could face the death penalty. I'm trying to, rather than just open the phone lines in case you just joined us and talk about this in generally and, oh, poor O.J. this or poor somebody that, I want to focus on two aspects which have been, I think, portrayed in this story. Have been demonstrated in this story. And the first aspect I want to talk about with the time we have left this hour is the public's reaction. What is it about an event like this that gathers people like they did around O.J.'s house or gathers people around the highways cheering this guy on and waving to the camera and making it look like this was just another football game? This is a very serious offense. 2 people were brutally murdered. A national sports hero has been charged with these murders. 2 children have lost their mother. The police have put themselves in danger by chasing down a wanted murder suspect who had a gun. And while all of this was going on, people were dancing in the street yelling, "Go, Juice, go!" If somebody can explain it to me, I'd be glad to hear it. Let's go to John first of all. Hi, John. You're on KIRO News Radio.
Evening, Bill. How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Well, under the circumstances, I don't think fine would be an appropriate response.
I'm fine. Listen, you know, I hear this on the... I don't know O.J. Simpson.
Uh-huh.
I have no feelings about him one way or another. He gave me some thrills when he played sports, but I don't hold sports figures in high self... all my heroes are people you've never even heard of.
Probably.
And so, I mean, the guy is accused of murder. If he did it, he should hang. If he didn't do it, well, I wish him the best of luck, you know, his kid. But see, I have, you know, I heard this earlier on a sports show. You know, my heart goes out to him. My heart doesn't go out to him. I don't know this guy. And most of us who are going to be talking about this O.J. Simpson don't know this guy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And to answer your question, what creates this air of festival, if you will, I don't know, because I'm remembering what you were saying about a half an hour ago when you broke away from CBS. As a reporter, going to some of these things, I'm a former medic, and I know what it's like, you know.
Well, and it doesn't make any difference. It could be the standoff, like it was today. It could be an airplane accident. It could be a murder investigation. It's always the same thing. People are standing around. I don't know if it's this group hysteria where they feel better by they see this tragedy going on, and if they act, you know, maybe it's a defense mechanism. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know. But all I know is it's when it's depicted on the media, and we're going to get into this next hour, the media is blamed for the circus atmosphere, when in fact it's what the people are demonstrating.
Exactly.
You know, the last time I know, there wasn't some sort of secret laser in a television camera when pointed at you, I got to be a stupid idiot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, so I just, you know, so this whole idea, and you know what bothers me, John?
What?
Is that everybody, or most people, we can't say everybody, but most people, it's like driving a car. Everybody complains about the other guy being a bad driver, but most people do the same exact thing.
Uh-huh.
And it's the same thing with these kinds of events. Everybody says, oh, it's the other guy, but I guarantee you, an event like this happens, you go down there, and people are jumping up and down and going, woo-wee, let's have a party.
I wish I could explain, and I'm one of the few who I don't feel that way. And if there's something going on like this, I try to stay as far away from it as possible because, you know, like you said, the police involvement. I don't want to wind up causing something.
And then I hear these talk shows all over the country, and then there's this feigned mourning for O.J. I mourn the mother. And I mourn these kids, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that I'm convicting O.J., don't get me wrong.
I understand.
But I have no more feelings for O.J. Simpson than I do for any other person who has been arrested today or in the last week for murder in the Seattle area. I don't know him.
Right.
I have no personal relationship with him. He was a football player. I don't hold him in any sort of self-esteem. He was a football player. He's paid very well for it. He got the best of what this country could offer, and that's it. I mean, I'm not supposed to sit here and be in mourning. I mean, I don't get it.
One of the questions my girlfriend raised, or actually I raised to her, is would this same kind of circusry have happened if, like you said, an unknown had murdered 2 people here in the Seattle area?
Well, it happens every day.
Yeah.
And people weren't lining the highways if this guy was being chased by police going, go, baby, go, baby, go. We want, as I said, we want this kid over in Singapore flogged near death because he spray painted a car, for crying out loud. And yet here's a guy that's been, and once again, what I do want on this program is I want O.J. Simpson's civil and legal rights to be totally protected. I don't want the fact that he's a celebrity to make it harder for him to get a fair trial either.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yes,
but I'm talking about people's reaction. We're this big law and order country. We want law and order, you know, let's hang them. And here we are, we're cheering this guy like he's running for the last touchdown.
Let me get your opinion on this. Do you think the police involvement would have been as big if it wasn't a celebrity? Because I was watching some of the...
Oh, I don't...
There were like 12, 13, 14 crews.
No, I'm very familiar with those. It happens all the time. And you got a wanted felon I mean, not a wanted felon, but a wanted a guy who's been accused of murder. Accused murderer running loose on the street with a gunpoint. You bet. I mean, that wasn't unusual at all.
Oh.
John, I gotta let you go. Thanks.
Thank you.
A lot of people waiting on the line. We've got to take some commercial breaks here, but we'll get time for your calls on this part of the subject. This is Bill Gallant. Thanks for tuning in on KIRO News Radio 710. The top 10 bonus features of listening to the KIRO News Radio 710 morning show include...
Number 3, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Regis Philbin in a tank top. Here we go.
The David Letterman Top 10 list, weekday mornings at 6:40 and 8:35 on KIRO News Radio 710.
We want to make your weekend. Forget the grass and all those chores. Jump out of that chair, run out the door. We want to make your weekend.
So this weekend, get to your local Honda dealer for a sweet deal on the new Del Sol. It's engineered for fun and a blast to drive. Or as Road and Track put it, what the Del Sol really shines at is letting the sun in while keeping the wind out.
There's nothing to it. Come on and do it.
Visit your local Honda dealer this weekend and check into new short-term, low-payment leadership leasing and great deals on the new Del Sol, equipped with dual airbags, a removable top, and a penchant for fun.
It starts with us and ends with you. You won't believe what we can do. We're gonna make your weekend. We wanna make your weekend. We're gonna make your weekend. We wanna...
At Sears Brand Central, you get a good low price. And during a sale, you get an even lower price. But during this sale, you get the lowest price ever. A 21 cubic foot Kenmore top mount refrigerator is only $699.99. You save $50. And you get a factory installed ice maker worth $100 free. A 22 cubic foot side by side with ice and water through the door is only $999.99. Save $200. Sale ends June 25th at Sears Brand Central. Prices may vary in Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico.
Contact Allergy Patrol. Sir, this is a symphony, and your trumpet's not part of the orchestra.
Oh, but my allergies are out of control.
You must have taken a 6-hour allergy pill.
Yeah, I took Benadryl.
Why didn't you take new prescription strength Contact 12-hour allergy?
Because Contact's only for colds.
Listen to the name again, sir. New prescription strength Contact 12-hour allergy.
Wow, prescription strength from Contact.
Right, sir. New Contact 12-hour allergy helps you control your allergies so they don't control you.
Use as directed. Whenever Half Price Books opens a new store, we call it a great opening. At our new store, you'll find thousands of books on every subject imaginable, plus CDs, cassettes, even videos, all at a fraction of their original price. But that's not why we call it a great opening. We'll have hundreds of new books at half price or less, which is pretty fantastic. But that's not why we call it a great opening. Like all half-price books locations, we'll pay cash for your old books, music, and more. But that doesn't make it a great opening either. We call it a great opening because when you have great books, great prices, and great savings, you get great entertainment. And at our great opening, you'll meet the most entertaining books in town. Just listen.
We're your favorite half-price books. You gotta come pick us up and give us a look. Yeah!
Celebrate the great opening of Half Price Books' new South Center store, 16828 South Center Parkway, now through June 19th. Or visit any of the other 4 Seattle area locations.
This is Bill Gallant on KIRO News Radio 710. Yes, we are talking about the O.J. Simpson case, which got even more bizarre as the day wore on, but we're picking specific aspects. This time, not only people's reaction in general to how we seem to elevate and put on pedestals people who simply play sports, but the people's reaction to these kinds of tragedies and creating a festive atmosphere around them. Let's go to Kabir in Seattle. Is it Kabir?
Hi, Bill. How you doing?
Fine. Go ahead.
I was just going to touch on exactly what you said.
Yes.
Putting athletes and celebrities on such a high pedestal that the public, they tend to forget that these people have the same emotions, the same troubles as a regular human being.
Exactly.
That's one of the reasons why their reaction is such as it is.
A festive atmosphere?
Well, in the sense that if it's a regular person, they tend to associate them more with themselves, whereas with the athlete, they're used to cheering them on, and they forget that, well, OJ's having some trouble right now.
Yeah, exactly.
That, maybe we should be quiet and somber. It doesn't occur to them. I mean, that's just one of the reasons.
Well, yeah, and I'm not, as you can tell by my tone, I'm not here to pile on. but I'm also not here to fake some sort of emotion which does not and should not exist. I wasn't one of those people who are going, go, O.J., go. O.J. Simpson is a human being who is charged with a terrible double murder.
Oh, yeah.
That happens every single day around the country, and it's not surrounded by either cheering or feigned mourning or whatever. It just is what it is. It's a tragic circumstance of a violent culture.
It's very tragic. I think for the most part, the crowd reaction was just sick, very sick.
I mean, now was it just California, or do you think the same thing would have happened in a place like Seattle?
Oh, no, it would happen in Seattle.
So people in Seattle would have lined the streets and the viaducts and everything, and they would have been cheering his Jeep just like they were in Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah.
It's
definitely.
not just flaky LAers.
Yeah, it would have happened up by the Canada border even. Anyway.
All right. Kavir, thank you for your call.
Can I just touch on your media aspect for a second?
Well, I'm going to do that next hour, but I'll give you just a couple seconds.
Okay, I think it's not so much the media that... I don't think it's the people that are affected by the media as much as it's the media that's affected by the people. The media gives the people what they want. People, for the Inquirer, people have a need to know.
Well, but there's a big difference, certainly, from the trash TV shows like Hard Copy to the legitimate media simply trying to pursue a story.
Right.
And I think that's the big difference, and I want to explain a little bit about that next hour. Being on this side, there are probably things that people don't understand. Hey, thanks, Kabir.
All right, keep listening.
Thank you. Melody in Snohomish, you're on KIRO News Radio. Melody?
Yes, I just wanted to address as far as the crowd and everything else.
Did you witness any of this yourself?
Yeah, I was watching it tonight, and I had a sense of sadness because of what was going on.
Sadness for us as a people who would line and cheer the streets like it was a football game.
Well, I don't think that's what brought the people out to cheer, and that they were actually, I think, lending their support to O.J. I've heard I haven't been what you call an O.J. fan.
But the people who really knew him, let me tell you, Melody, I noticed the people who really knew and were close friends of O.J. were on television pleading with him to give himself up, that he's not doing his family any good. The people who were on this, who didn't know him, who thought that they were giving this support to O.J., were cheering, hey, man, I mean, I heard a woman say, hey, you do what you got to do, man, get away, be a man.
Wife.
No, they said it was his first wife. I guarantee you it wasn't. I guarantee you it wasn't.
The point that I've been thinking, reading the newspaper accounts and stuff like this, supposedly, we're basing things on past events, and supposedly she was terrified of O.J. and feared for her life and her children. Well, then why was she living in the same neighborhood?
Well, because she needed a house. That was her house. And
but I mean,
that's where she was living with her kids.
Here she was out flaunting around with men.
No, Melody. We're not going to bury the dead again here.
Yeah,
that's once again we
I kind of think we don't know the whole story yet.
Well, I'm sure we don't know the whole story, but you never convict.
If it was a really convicted, hardcore felon that the police were after, hey, there'd have been a shootout on the freeway.
Melody, I want to make sure that we are not. See, this is what we do. We make victims. The perpetrators.
No, but I think this is because I'm totally opposite of that.
Well, but that's what you said. She's flaunting around with other. She wasn't flaunting around with other men. This was a person she knew from a club from this restaurant who brought her glasses back that she had left behind.
I've read a few other accounts in the paper this week that.
She didn't deserve to die the way she did, no matter what she was doing.
Well, nobody did, but I don't think O.J. did it.
All right.
I think there's a little bit more. I think. And possibly he was framed.
All right, we don't want to get in. I don't want to get into that part of it. Everybody, that's the easy part. Second guessing. We don't have the facts. Thank you, Melody. This is Bill Gallant on KIRO News Radio 710.
O.J. Simpson, Korea, Rwanda. There's never any shortage of news to talk about on the Jim French Show, but we'll also do something different. This morning, starting at 9:35, we're going to be discussing how good is the Woodland Park Zoo. These stories and more. Join me starting at 9:30.
When I was young, my daddy said to me, treat your car like family. Go to Goodyear, son, don't settle for less. From highs to tune-ups, they're the best.
Save big and save now at your nearby Goodyear Certified Auto Service outlet. All, and I mean all, services on sale. Like oil, lube, and filter service, now only $9.95 for most cars. Or get 30% off air conditioning service. Every job, every day, Goodyear is committed to customer trust, so you choose your own level of service. See your participating Goodyear Certified Auto Service outlet for details. Want an oil, lube, and filter for just $9.95 or 30% off air conditioning service? You gotta get them here. Sale ends June 25th.
Right way, right here, right now. With Goodyear, right way, right here, right now.
See your participating Seattle area Goodyear Auto Service Centers today. Sale ends June 25th.
Grandma once said, it's what you do with what you got that counts. The proof of the pudding is Eagle Vision, designed to kick booty on Ford Taurus, Toyota Camry, and Honda Accord. More horses, cab-forward design, integrated child safety seat, advanced computer management system, and the Eagle Vision styling, wow! In fact, about the only thing these cars have in common is their price. And that was before our new lease plan. Go figure. At your local Jeep and Eagle dealer. Where else?
Jeep is a registered trademark of Chrysler Corporation. Always wear your seatbelt.
Hey, kids, enter your youth baseball team to win the Seattle Mariners Youth Baseball Clinic. Now, if you're 7 to 12 years old and your entry is selected, your youth baseball team will win. Prizes include a clinic on the Kingdome Field with personal instruction from the Mariners coaches and players, simulated autographed team baseballs, and team photo and more. Just have your folks take you into any one of the 5 Smith's Home Furnishing Store locations. The Seattle Mariners Youth Baseball Promotion, sponsored by KIRO News Radio 710 and Smith's Home Furnishings, because nobody cares like Smith's.
I'm here with Sonny Colby Cook, Sleep Country president. Everybody's talking about the great Simmons rebates and the Sleep Country double rebate. Are you still offering to match the Simmons factory rebate on selected Simmons mattresses?
As long as Simmons continues their rebate program, we'll continue our double rebate.
I love it. Even their best Beauty Rest mattresses have factory rebates, and Sleep Country matches that dollar for dollar for huge savings.
Rebates vary depending on the quality and size you choose, but remember that example of the king-size Beauty Rest we were talking about?
The factory rebate is $300.
And Sleep Country matches that with another $300 at the time of purchase.
For a total savings of $600. Now, how do I get the factory rebate?
All you have to do is buy a Simmons mattress at Sleep Country USA.
Plus, I get your double rebate, too. I love it. It's kind of like those grocery stores do when they have double coupon events. But in this case, the savings are huge.
Only Sleep Country has double rebate.
Sleep Country USA. Why buy a mattress anywhere else?
Sleep Country USA, 13 stores, including Silverdale, across from Kitsap Mall. This is Bill Gallant on KIRO News Radio 710, and it gets weirder by the hour here. Yeah, we're talking about the O.J. Simpson case. O.J. Simpson, former football star and sometime actor, was arrested tonight in Los Angeles after a chase along the Los Angeles highways, and finally being arrested at his Brentwood home, giving himself up after being charged earlier today with 2 counts of aggravated first-degree murder. Now, I am not going to indulge on this program, like they have been for the last couple of days around the country and on talk radio today, as to whether or not you think he did it, whether or not, you know, who you feel sorry for, or whether or not his wife had any, you know, like the last caller. I mean, a woman just called up and said, well, there's more to the story than meets the eye. I don't think he did it. And what was she doing flaunting around with other men if she was scared of her husband? She said it. Maybe she regrets it when I repeat it. But that's the kind of insanity that I just don't get. Now, I want O.J. Simpson's civil rights protected. I don't want him to have to pay more of a penalty because he is a celebrity. But I also don't want to give him any more slack than we give any. I mean, we have people accused of murder every day in this country. And all we want to do is we want to lock them up, throw away the key, and forget about them. But a person who played a game is somehow deserving